Welcome to the broadcast. Tonight we'll spend the hour with the writer and director Quentin Tarantino. In one of the tensest scenes in any movie this year, a gangster played by John Travolta drives his boss's wife, who is near death after an overdose, to the home of a drug dealer in the middle of the night. She needs an adrenaline shot to the heart, but neither Travolta nor the drug dealer have ever administered one. The men fight about who is responsible for the OD before Travolta plunges a needle into the chest of the comatose girl. Pulp Fiction, which won the top prize at Cannes this year, is the second film written and directed by Tarantino, a self-described movie geek who spent 5 years working at a video rental store. Pulp Fiction opened the New York Film Festival in September. It stars John Travolta, Samuel Jackson, Uma Thurman, Bruce Willis, and Harvey Keitel. And we are pleased to have the director right here, Quentin Tarantino. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I was looking forward to being here for,
and saying hello to my table.
Yes, exactly. The table.
The table. Everybody, when they talk about you, get this sense of a young person, a kid, early on, falling in love with movies. Tell me about that.
That's totally true. I mean, the thing is that it's not as bizarre as people keep making it, or as special as people keep making it. Because, like, just remember back when you were in school and stuff, and even in elementary school, there's always, you always have kids that have like a natural inclination towards something. Yeah. All right, some kids is sports, some kids it's study, some kids is cars, some kids is drawing. There's always that kid in the back of the room, always like drawing, doing sketches. And with me, it was movies. The only difference is I had kind of this like weird tunnel vision, where it's like once I got into it, I didn't have room for anything else, all right, as a kid. And it was like, and it actually even reflected in my schoolwork, You
did so well at school, but you name every character, every plot line.
Exactly.
And evaluate every movie.
I couldn't spell anything. I couldn't remember anything, all right, but I could go to a movie and I knew who starred in it, who directed it, who wrote it, who directed it, who wrote it, everything. And it was also, but it's also funny, I've had something, and I guess I still have it to this day, that stopped me in school a little bit, quite a bit actually, where it's like anything that I'm not interested in, I can't even feign interest. I can't do just this little bit to just get by. So what I would do, like in school, for instance, I loved history. Because to me, in a way, history was like watching a movie. Actually, I had the leg over all the other kids in history because I would seeing Nicholas in Alexandria, or watching movies about this or that and the other. To me, that was stories. So I was interested in stories, and I was really interested in reading. All right, so I was like getting like A's in history and in reading, and failing miserably in other things.
And when did you know then that this is what you wanted to do? You knew you loved them, but did you say,
oh, it was the only thing that
director, screenwriter, just get me in this business. I want to be there.
Well, it was funny. I didn't say director, screenwriter, because I guess I always knew movies were written, but I didn't know what a director was, Right. But actually, my parents said, well, he's going to be a director someday and everything. I didn't know what that was. I wanted to be an actor because when you're a little kid and you want to be involved in movies, so you say, well, I want to do what they do, and so all through my childhood. All right, I thought, I'm going to be an actor, and I wanted to be an actor. And but oddly enough, though, I remember my mom tells stories, and I remember them. She doesn't have to remind me of them. Where I would see a movie, and I'd like it, and I used to play with GI Joes all the time. I had a whole bunch of GI Joes, those dolls, and I would always play movies. Basically, I would just kind of like do my version of whatever I saw, and then I would like be acting out all the parts with all the GI Joes, and I would be like, kind of like directing these little plays just for myself with the GI Joes. And the same thing is like, I would, and I'd see some movie because I saw all kinds of stuff, not just Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, but like all kinds of like my mom took me to see Carnal Knowledge and The Wild Bunch and all these kind of movies when I was a kid. And so like...
Because you wanted to do it? Because she...
No, she just like, movie's a movie.
Yeah,
There's nothing he's going to see in a movie that's going to mess him up.
Right, exactly.
And it's like, and there are some kids that
Is she still saying that?
Yeah. Well, today she's very happy she did that. Yes. But it's like funny though, because it's like I would like, I would act them out like I saw in the movie. So I'd have like, the, oh, you dirty, and your mother, and be like, Quentin, what's going on up there? It's not me, Mom. It's them. It's the G.I. Joes. It's just the dialogue from the movie.
What was your first job you got?
First job I got, actually, I had some really seedy jobs for a little kid because I wanted to quit school and become an actor when I was about 16, and my mom said, okay, if you're going to quit, you've got to get a job. Now the first two jobs I got actually totally had to do with like the porno industry, all right, you know, and I was like, I'm so not interested in porno films, I can't tell you, all right, but the first job I got was working for this guy who had a bunch of, you know, those newspaper racks with all the sex rags in it.
Right.
Well, he owned a whole bunch of newspaper racks, and what we would do is he would drive around all night long in his van, and we would just collect the quarters and put in new papers.
Right.
All right. So first I did that. That was my first like official job. All right. My second official job was I got a job as an usher at the Pussycat movie theater, all right, in Torrance, California. Right. All right. So I was an usher at this porno movie theater at 16, lied about my age, and the irony of all ironies is when I was growing up, I always thought, man, forget about being a director, forget about being an actor.
Yeah.
To me, the greatest job a person could ever have would being an usher at a movie theater.
Right.
You know, you get to go to a movie theater all day long, and then you get to see all the movies for free. All right, well, irony of ironies, I ended up getting a job at a movie theater that I could care less about the movies and was totally bored by them.
Yeah. And then what?
And then I kind of just went through like a bunch of little, like, you know, phone sales job and this little stupid job here and that little stupid job there, until eventually, like around age 22, I got a job at a place called Video Archives in Hermosa Beach. And
this is a famous video store.
it's the famous Video Archives.
Right.
And what was funny about that job was the fact that, like, people said, oh, so that's kind of like your film school.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what they're saying now.
That's exactly what they're saying. It's become
so
this
there are a
big,
whole bunch of kids who want to be you are rushing to video stores to get a job.
Yeah, now I don't know if it's that much of a film school. A friend of mine, Roger Avery, who I just produced a film that he directed called Killing Zoe, he's been putting out this theory, and the press has been eating it up like it was pudding, all right, you know, and I don't think he believes in it in 2 seconds, and I don't even believe in it that much, all right. What that store was, more or less, is not a film school. It was kind of a closer equivalent would be, it was like my Village Voice.
Yeah.
And I got to be Jay Hoberman. I got to be Andrew Saris of the store, you know, be like the little Mr. Critic, you know, at the store, putting films in people's hands and arguing my points, why this movie was good or why that movie was bad and everything. But the way I got the job was, it wasn't like I got this job and all of a sudden saw all these movies. And then just decided to, and then I became knowledgeable about them, and hey, let me make some of them. It was like I got the job because I already was a film expert, so to speak. I mean, that's why they hired me.
Because you had just studied on your own, not because you went to school. But what does your success now say? I'm a reporter, journalist. I mean, there's always this argument, people come to me, should I go to journalism school? What do you say to those people who are getting ready to go to the University of Southern California or UCLA or NYU Film School, and they look at you and there's no school there. You were, as they say, quote, self-taught. There was a passion to learn, a passion to watch, you know. It came out of you early on falling in love with film.
Well, that's the most important thing that I think.
To love the business.
You have to. You have to. You know,
there's nothing else. You don't know what you'd do if you weren't in film.
No, I never set up a situation. I never set up a fallback situation because I didn't want to fall back. You know, I wanted to have to keep eating at it. You know, and actually, that leads me to a point. Let me say this point and then get back to your question. Okay, if there's one thing that I've done that I'm like the proudest of everything, all right, is the fact that. People talk about, wow, you've had such success and it's just been so overnight and whatever. Well, whatever success I've got has come after like 8 years of just nothing working out as trying to get a job in films.
What didn't work out?
Well, it's like basically what I tried to do
give
was,
some sense of rejection.
Well, what happened basically was I had tried to make a film, it's at around 22, 23, I said, well, you know what, I'm going to make a film.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Right? And I'm going to make, you know, I had actually met a few different directors by saying I was going to write a book and wanted to interview them, all right? And so I ended up like talking to them, and they all said that they had made their first films by the time they were 30, or around 30 years old is when they made their first film. So I thought, well, okay, well, I'm going to beat that. I'm going to make my first film at the time I'm 26. And that was my thing, all right, 26. So I started making this movie. I came up with the idea for a short film that I was going to shoot. I was going to shoot it on Super 8, then I ended up getting somebody's 16mm camera. I was going to shoot it that way. And then I shot on it for like about a couple of weekends. I thought, well, hell, film's kind of cheap and everything like that. Why don't I just shoot it like a feature? And this was before She's Gotta Have It, all right? It was like after Stranger Than Paradise, but before She's Gotta Have It. And so I just started shooting it that way. And I'm like, well, I'm going to make a feature. I'm going to make a 16mm feature, black and white, and it'll be cool. So I ended up working for like 3 years on this movie, and this was going to be my feature, and I was
Right.
like, I was financing it from working at a video store. So what means was like I would like get like $200 or so, and then we'd go off and shoot for the weekend, and then we'd run out of money, and then I would like go back to work again, and then like eventually I would just keep piecing it together. And what you would do is when you'd rent equipment from a rental house, if you rent it on Friday, you have it all weekend. It's kind of this one-day rental,
right.
and you have to return it Monday morning. So you would just like
Shoot like
burn
crazy.
I mean, you would just like get old before your time
Yes,
trying to
that's
like
right.
shoot all weekend long and give the stuff back. I had so little money that I couldn't even process this footage. All right, that I was in. That's way too expensive. All right, so eventually I ended up after like about 3 years, I ended up like starting processing some of the footage and starting seeing exactly what I had. And guess what?
What?
I did not have
You
at
had no
all what
movie.
I thought I had. All right, it was.
How
really,
was it different?
It was amateurish.
Yeah.
It was really, and not in a charming way either. And,
It had no charm.
and no charm at all. All right, and the thing is,
No one said, "Isn't that cute?"
no. It wasn't like that. Now, there were good things about it. All right, I mean, you could tell I made it.
Yeah.
People who knew me could look at, well, that's a
Quentin
Quentin
made
movie.
that,
Yeah,
yeah.
that has my
You've
spirit.
had that
It has
from
my
day one
personality.
then.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, it was like this was going to be the thing that like set me up.
Yeah.
All right, and I'd worked 3 years on it, and I was able to look at it in a realistic way after being horribly depressed for a little bit, but only a short little bit, was the fact that, well, this was my film school. All right, and this was the best film school a person could possibly have. I mean, I actually, instead of like going to school and paying a ton of money to be allowed to use some of their crappy equipment, all right, I actually went out and actually tried to make a feature film. All right, now I failed. It was guitar picks when I was finished, but when I looked at the footage, now all the stuff I did the first year, which was all the story stuff, all right, sucked, all right, but the stuff that I did like the last couple of months,
Yeah.
that
Had
wasn't so
something-
bad.
Yeah. And what made the difference? What did you learn after you got past the story stuff? And is that what is best about even Pulp Fiction, where you got beyond the story stuff?
Well, no. To me, I actually think one of my strengths is my storytelling.
Yeah.
Because I actually am committing to telling a story. It was
Because you're a writer?
more as a viewer, more the fact that I just like, I like it when somebody tells me a story, and I actually really feel that that's becoming like a lost art in
But
American
everybody
cinema.
says about you, I mean, the things that come out about you. One is a video arcade story, and growing up with your mother and loving the movies and seeing, they always talk about carnal knowledge. And the other thing that comes out is when they talk about you, and I want to talk about this a little bit later, but it is that you, in a sense, have taken novelistic techniques
Very much so, very much
and
so.
translated them to filmmaking,
Yes,
to cinema.
exactly. No, I know that's the thing, is because to me, most movies that you see now, I mean, that used to be the thing about America, was the fact that Hollywood, forget America, Hollywood. Hollywood used to, that's what we did better than anybody else in the world. We told a really good story. Europe was where you had character-based films or mood-based films, but America, we told a story. We're the worst at it now, as far as I'm concerned.
At
All right.
telling a story.
Telling a story. We don't tell a story. We tell a situation. Most of the movies that you see nowadays, and I'm not a Hollywood basher, because enough good movies come out of the Hollywood system every year to justify its existence, but without any apologies. However, a good majority of movies that come out, all right, you pretty much know everything you're going to see in the movie by the first 10 or 20 minutes. Now, that's not a story. A story is something that constantly unfolds. I'm not talking about like this quick left turn or a quick right turn or a big surprise. I'm talking about it unfolds. All right?
Yeah, but you don't believe in a linear storytelling.
Well, it's not. It's not so much I don't believe in it. It's the situation.
It's too-
It's not the fact that I'm like on this big crusade against linear storytelling. All right, but it's the thing is, it's not the only game in town.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, the bottom line is, all right, my storyline jumps all over the place.
Right.
In Pulp
Back and
Fiction.
forward.
Yeah, back and forward. Now the thing is, the truth of the matter is, if I had written Pulp Fiction as a novel and I was on your show, you would never even remotely bring up the structure.
Flashbacks or
of
whatever it was.
You would never bring it up, all right? Because it's like a novel can do that, no problem. Novelists have always had just a complete freedom to pretty much tell their story any way they saw fit, all right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Now the thing is, for both novels and film, 75% of the stories you're going to tell will work better on a dramatic basis, on a dramatically engaging basis, to be told from a linear way. But there is that 25% out there that can be more resonant by telling it this way. And I think in the case of both Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, it gains a lot more resonance being told in this kind of like wild way.
But is it also because that why away keeps the audience on the edge of the seat? I mean, you have talked about the use of violence.
Right.
And it is, in a sense, you want that viewer, that person watching your film, experiencing the film, to be on the edge of the seat.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I mean,
everybody does, but
yeah,
you believe that the techniques you employ do that.
Yes, I do. I mean, but the thing is, it's not even just so much, I mean, the thing is, I know as a viewer, the minute I start getting confused, I check out of the movie. Emotionally, I'm severed.
Confused?
Yeah, when I'm watching a movie and all of a sudden something starts happening where all of a sudden the storyline and everything is, it gets confusing, I don't know where I'm at when I'm watching it. I think an audience has like this, like almost like umbilical cord to the screen, and it gets severed when confusion comes in.
And therefore you lose them.
Exactly. And the thing is, most of the time, when I get confused and that's severed, it's basically because I'm not supposed to be confused. Yeah. All right, that's like it's a mistake. All right. However, if you get confused, there's no problem with being momentarily confused if you feel you're in good hands. Yeah. All right. And I don't think my movie, and disagree if you please, is that I don't think Pulp Fiction, for all of its goings in and around and up and down,
stories there are,
and how it goes in this big circle, I don't think it's hard to watch at all.
No, it's not.
You have to watch it. I ask for you to watch it. You can't like put this on video and like do the New York Times crossword puzzle and watch the movie.
That's right.
All right. All I ask you, put everything down and watch it.
Give me 2 hours and whatever it is, 10 minutes.
Exactly. And then once you do that, then you can follow it. It's easy to follow.
Talk to me a little bit about the virtue of writing your own material and the material that you wrote for other people.
Right.
And whether what you are doing now as a director is directly a descendant of, is in a direct line of that.
Well, it's funny, I mean, because like people ask me all the times about like my writing and everything. Right. And the thing is, I mean, and I'm not being falsely modest. I'm very happy with the way I write,
Yes.
I think I do it good. All right, but the thing is though, I've never really considered myself a writer. I've always considered myself a filmmaker who writes stuff for himself to do. Right. If I really considered myself a writer, I wouldn't be writing screenplays. I'd be writing novels. All right. In fact, at one point when it looked like I could never get a film going, all right, I even considered, you know what, maybe I should just forget this, because to be a novelist, all I need is a pen and a piece of paper.
But if you were a novelist and weren't making films, what kind of novelist would you be? What kind of novels would...
That's really hard. That's an answer that I don't. That's a question I don't have an answer to. I mean, I tried to write a novel at one point. I had read Larry McMurtry's All My Friends Will Be Strangers, which is one of my favorite books, and it totally like made me want to write like a book about like my video archives years. All right, and this is way before I could ever get anything going and everything. And so I started writing. I wrote about 2 chapters in this book, and I ended up like spending like about 6 months just rewriting those 2 chapters all the time, because it was a whole new form that I was very excited about. But ultimately, I'm a filmmaker, and I just like, you know what, if I'm going to put the work that really needs to be put into this, I'm going to be a novelist, and I think I could get this published, and I don't want to. I want to keep on the road of being a filmmaker. But the thing is, with doing my own stuff, as opposed to like somebody else doing it, or me doing somebody else's script or something, is what's nice about doing my own stuff. One, I'm usually happy with my stuff, all right, and it's also very personal. All right. If I was like writing a movie about, I mean, I could have an idea in my head for 5, 6, 7 years. All right. And I've kind of little by little been working out different things about it. The day that I sit down to do it, whatever is going on with me at the time will find its way into the piece. It has to, or the piece isn't worth making. All right. An analogy I always use, because all of my writing techniques, I never took any writing classes or seminars or anything like that, or read any pamphlets. My whole thing was everything I learned as an actor, studying acting for 6 years, I've basically applied to writing. Now, like, if
what did you learn then?
Well, it's just like, well, I'll give you an actor analogy that works completely for me as a writer. All right, if I'm playing on, I don't know, whatever, Sugar Babies or something, something really crazy. All right, Sugar Babies, okay, in a theater production. All right, and I'm driving on my way to the theater, and I hit a dog on the way to the theater that night. Okay, now that doesn't make you commit suicide after killing a dog, but it's going to affect you. Yeah. All right, okay, and no, I'm affected by that. Now the thing is, when I go out on stage, I have to bring that experience on with me, or what am I doing up there? All right, that is obviously going on with me at that time, and that needs to be on the stage.
It needs to be on the stage because it is what's happening inside of you?
Yeah, exactly. True.
Right.
That's it. It's because it's what's happening inside of me. Now, if I'm doing Sugar Babies or Death of a Salesman or You Can't Take It With You, that doesn't mean the play all of a sudden becomes about a dead dog.
Yeah.
All right. But it definitely doesn't, I'm not there unless I bring that on with me and make that work inside of the material. If I'm not, then you could just send a robot out there. That's just good acting. That's what you have to do. You can't deny anything. All right. Well, the same thing with me as a writer. If I was writing The Guns of the Navarone, all right, and then right at the beginning of writing it or in the middle of writing it, I break up with my girlfriend who I'm like madly in love with, and then my heart is shattered. All right. That's got to work into it. Now, the story is still about a bunch of commandos going to blow up a couple of cannons, all right? But that pain that I'm feeling has got to find its way into this story, or else, what am I doing?
And translating to writing, meaning that whatever you're experiencing as a writer, you got to put into those characters, and you know how to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing I think that makes, I mean, that's why when people say, well, you're just making movies about other movies. I go, well, that's bull. I mean, to me, all my movies are, I mean, I'm working in a genre, no doubt about it, all right? And I respect the genre, no doubt about it.
And what's the genre in your own definition?
Well, in the ones I'm doing crime films, all right? And then like in the case of Reservoir Dogs, it's a subgenre crime film. It's a heist picture.
Right.
A bunch of guys get together and pull a robbery.
Right.
You've seen
Right.
a bunch of kind of movies like that before. And the thing is, though, but I respect the genre, and I'm jumping off from it. But to me, all the movies are very personal, all right? When I look at them, and I don't mean like I'm some crook, all right? But the thing about it, though, is like, you know, this group of friends will look at it and be like, oh, Quinn, I can't believe you talked about that. And this old girlfriend.
Because they identify with the
Quentin,
experience.
It's like you should be semi-embarrassed about certain people seeing your movie, I think, when you're finished, if you're working on a personal level.
Or else the work is not authentic.
Well, I mean, I don't want to make that blanket a statement, but I guess for me, yeah.
You're not extending yourself unless you're bringing all of that.
You've got to. I mean, you basically, I mean.
Why do you work?
A writer, you know, you should have this little voice inside of you saying, tell the truth.
Yeah.
Tell the truth, tell the truth.
Yeah.
All right? Reveal a few secrets
And the truth
here.
is your life experience.
Exactly. That's the truth as I know it.
Right. Why do you work in the crime genre?
Well, it's a genre I've always really got a kick out of.
Yeah.
You know,
From the 30s and the 40s and Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett and all that.
And stuff in the 70s and just all kinds of stuff like that. I mean, I've always, it's a genre.
Elmore Leonard or...
Oh, I love Elmore Leonard. In fact, to me, True Romance is basically like an Elmore Leonard movie that he didn't write, you know. And like I actually owe a big debt to like kind of figuring out my style from Elmore Leonard, because you know he was the first writer I'd ever read, but also Charles Willeford did it as well. But he was one of the first writers I'd ever read that just let mundane conversations actually inform the characters, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're into whatever story you're telling. But the thing is, though. It's just a genre I've always really liked and always had a lot of appreciation for and liked going to, and I thought I would do a good job with it.
But you said an interesting thing once, maybe talking about Pulp Fiction, but maybe about Reservoir Dogs and others, is that you said that somehow, or somebody said about you, I can't remember where I read this, but basically that there was in a sense a combination of European art film and black exploitation film coming together.
Yeah, not just black exploitation films, but just American exploitation films in general. All right. I mean, in the case of like Pulp Fiction, I think like the two biggest descendants that the film has are like.
Where did Pulp Fiction come from?
Yeah, well, it's like to me when I look at it and I watch it, to me I kind of see like those like when like the French New Wave would do their version of crime films, when Jean-Luc Godard and Truffaut, and then like Jean-Pierre Melville before them would do their kind of like crazy French version of American movies, and then I also see like a kind of like a modern day spaghetti western playing there, as well as a blaxploitation movie from the 70s, all kind of like mixed up together.
I mean, we talk about this lightly, but I mean, you remind me, of someone whose passion was to be a filmmaker, and you have studied the lives of all the filmmakers.
Yeah.
You know their lives as well as anyone, as their biographer does.
That's not too far from wrong, I would guess.
Looking for what?
Well, one.
Just because you love the fact that
starting off as
they do what you do, and therefore.
Yeah, I mean, starting off just as interest. I mean, literally, if a guy is a baseball fanatic and everything,
Exactly.
If his hero is Willie Mays, he's going to follow him.
Everything is about baseball and about Willie Mays.
Exactly.
He turns first to the sports page.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, and part of that is all just like the function of having heroes.
Yeah.
And so like for instance, when I was in my I'm still now he's one of my favorite filmmakers, but like in particularly when I was in my 20s, I loved Brian De Palma. All right, and I would just like obsess about like his stuff the way like any like big fan would obsess about either a movie star or a baseball star or whatever. Is like when his movies would come out, I'd be counting down the days to like the first show of his movie, and I would collect all the reviews and all the interviews, and I put them in like these De Palma scrapbooks and stuff that I had set up, and then I would go see his film, like a movie of his, Scarface or something, would open, and I would go see the first show first day. All right, no one could go with me. I didn't want anyone else to. It was too like it was like a religious experience. No one anyone should. I don't care what anyone thought, all right? I just sit there and watch the movie, all right? And that's sort of like just kind of taking it in, seeing all what the story was and everything. Then I would go see the midnight show that night, and then I'd kind of like somebody to see it with me, all right? And then I could really watch, okay, I've got the story, I got the film, now let's see how he did it, all right? And
then you could talk about it with that person.
Yeah, then I could talk about it with that person. I also kind of see it through their eyes and stuff, But now the thing is, though, also what I would have is, and that was those dealing with heroes, whether it be Brian De Palma or Howard Hawks or Douglas Sirk or Scorsese or whoever, but also just as like a film, more or less like historian or something, even though I wasn't hired by anybody to be a historian of my own mind. All right. I would be very interested in following directors' careers and like studying their careers and everything, and constantly, In
terms of how they made it, or the evolution of a career in terms of how they went from
evolution of a career. It's like there's many examples when you look at like a filmmaker who's done 15 films or something like that. Forget about the old guys. I'm like in the last 20 years. All right, done 10 or 15 films, and like wow, this work here is really exciting, and then at some point it stopped being exciting. Either it was like the same old thing, or else they became hacks, or they just came, Now, where did that happen? Where did that start?
When
did they
begin
stop
to lose it?
Exactly. And to me, that's very interesting.
And the point you said is, when did they stop caring?
Yes, exactly. I do believe that. All right. I'm not a critic, so I'm not going to use an example on the air because that could hurt that person's feelings. If I was like a critic, I would write an article about it, and it wouldn't be just conversation. But it's like, but there's quite a few directors where like you can't believe the work that they did in the 70s is the work that they're doing now. You can't believe it's the same man.
Now, what do you think happened?
Well, oddly enough, I actually kind of see what happens. All right, it usually has to do with like one film. One film is either like, you see them growing or building or whatever, and this is actually, there's two ways that this can go. And one way is they do one film, and usually it's a film that they're very personal about, that they care a lot about, and one, not only does it not do well, it's not recognized. Okay, now maybe they did a bad job with it, or maybe they did a terrific job with it, all right? But it's, but they get nothing for it. They get slapped in the face for it, and you can tell that the film had a real personal feeling to them.
Yeah, they really had put it out on the table.
They really put it out on the table, all right? And at least as far as they were concerned, all right? And they got neither the press, no, they got, and it failed horribly. And then from that point on, and at least 5 directors that I can think of off the top of my head, you can just see all of a sudden they started doing star vehicles. All of a sudden they just started doing program films, and then 6-7 years down the line, it's like whatever originality or whatever special personality that they have completely doesn't exist
anymore. Let me
anymore.
just test this with you. Coppola and Apocalypse Now.
No, I don't think he doesn't fit into me at all.
Okay,
all right.
I know he's a legitimate hero for you.
Yeah, but it's not just that. Apocalypse Now was a major success. That was a smash.
But I know it was. But at the same time, it was a film that had a huge. All you got to do is watch his wife's documentary about it to know the emotional toll it took.
I know, but the film went on and made $100 million. But
that's not how he measured it. Do you think that's how he measured it? Do you think he ended up telling the story in the end?
Oh, yes. No, I do.
Because a lot of people said it worked for 2/3 of the way in, and then it didn't.
Yeah, but you know what? It's funny, though, because I think at the time, with the whole big build-up and everything, the whole Marlon Brando sequence is my least favorite sequence of that movie. All right? But is it a failure? No.
Okay.
All right.
De Palma and Bonfire of the Vanities.
Okay, now, well, I mean, yeah, well, the thing is, it's really funny.
I'm not suggesting these people have lost their talent.
No,
but
no,
is
no,
that
no, I know you're not.
I'm looking for an example of the kind of thing that might fit.
Okay, the thing is, in the case of Bonfire of the Vanities, is the fact that, actually, I go back to Pauline Kael, because she actually said like something perfect with Bonfire of the Vanities in particular. She says, the thing that's so crazy about Bonfire of the Vanities is De Palma had made Bonfire of the Vanities better than anybody ever could back in 1969 when he did the movie Hi Mom with Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
All right, this little like hippie kind of movie he did that hit on even better than Thomas Wolfe's book. Exactly what he was talking about in that movie. So he didn't need to remake it. He didn't need to make it anymore.
Yeah.
Now, but the thing is also, again, going back to something Pauline Kael said about other filmmakers, is Bonfire of the Vanities is a mess. But it's the kind of mess that only a great filmmaker makes. Hacks never go that far wrong. It's like a very talented guy who's just got the wrong idea.
It has to be a genius who lost it.
Yeah,
Or who went too far because he so believed in himself and he had the confidence.
Yeah, it's more like, it's just like he had a bunch of bad ideas and had the talent of his and the truth of conviction of his bad ideas in that movie. All right, and I don't think he's lost it. I think he felt it hard.
I know he did, because he told me.
Yeah, I think he took it really hard, and he's been playing scrambling ever since. Right. All right, but
scrambling to find his footing again, which.
Yes, scrambling to find his footing again, because
which is it confidence?
No, I don't know if it's confidence. I think it's more like the fact that okay, I reached out with he reached out with Casualties of War, and even though the film wasn't a success, got the best reviews of his entire career. Right. All right, so it's like so he'd reached out before, but then and then so he reached out even more with Bonfire, and it didn't work. And I think you see when you look at the films he's been doing since, in the case of Raising Cain.
Right.
All right, he goes, okay, I'm going to go back and do what I do. All right, my thrillers. All right, and that'll be a cool ground. All right, and the thing that's really fascinating about Raising Cain is you see a guy, and I told this to him, and he agreed with me. I don't know. I thought Raising Cain was a blast. I had a total blast out of watching it, but part of the fun about the movie, which I don't know if the studio liked it that much, was the fact that it's almost, the whole thing works to annoy the viewer, because it's like you've got a man who like, look, I created more or less in these last 20 years this type of film, all right, and I do it better than anybody, but you know what? I'm bored with doing it now. All right, so the only way I can make it interesting for me is to completely dissect it and not pay you off. Yeah. So it became like this, like really almost kind of like filmic experiment on how not to satisfy the audience. All right, which was very interesting to me. Okay, I got a big kick out of it.
If you had to name, I mean, I know you don't want to leave somebody out. Who's influenced you the most? Filmmakers. You said Howard Hawks.
Yeah, Howard Hawks is a gigantic influence.
Because?
He is the single, as far as for my money, he is the single greatest storyteller, all right, in the history of cinema.
The single greatest storyteller.
Yeah, and probably the single most entertaining filmmaker in the history of cinema. It's so funny because when you get into this, I mean, when you're talking about people who've like worked for 30 years and have like 25, 30, 40 films to show for it. The old guys, the pioneers. Yeah. All right, when you go through their films and everything like that, you're looking at this film and like I never saw this one, and I never saw this one, that I really want to, and then like you start seeing some of their later works or some like early minor work that you always heard about but never saw it. You always are more or less kind of disappointed. It's like that's okay. It's good to see it, so I can say I saw it and everything. Howard Hawks, except for one movie, never disappointed me. All right, it's like it's like even like his even the ones that didn't get any credit whatsoever, like the ones he did later in his life, so like something like Man's Favorite Sport, which is just basically this like kind of crazy paraphrased remake of Bringing Up Baby, is funny. Is it good as Bringing Up Baby? No, but it's like really good. It's really funny. Now, if I'm gonna watch Bringing Up Baby or Man's Favorite Sport, I'll watch Bringing Up Baby. But if Man's Favorite Sport's on TV, I'll watch it in 2 seconds. If it's playing at the theaters, I'll go see it.
Other than Howard Hawks, who else? A significant influence.
A big significant influence, would be like Howard Hawks, the director Sam Fuller, all right, who's just like kind of he's one of the greatest wild men of cinema. He made a series of films in the 50s. He's probably the king of making war films because he fought in the Big Red One and everything, and he makes really crazy movies. And he also made a lot of westerns and stuff. And Sam Fuller's just crazy style was a big influence to me. De Palma was a big influence to me. And one of the things about De Palma that people never talk about, and I think De Palma is probably the greatest black satirist of the last 20 years in cinema. I mean, his films are hysterical, biting black comedies. I mean, no one has his wit at all. Great. His wit is just fantastic. Even though he never makes official comedies, but like Scorsese's just daring. Yeah. Has always been a big influence to me. I usually never...
His daring.
Yeah. I usually never accredit him because everyone does it for me anyway. Right. I always say, well, he's obviously ripping off Scorsese.
Well, I don't say ripping off, but they do say influenced by De Palma and Scorsese.
Yeah. And Sergio Leone was a big influence
because of the spaghetti westerns?
Oh, definitely because of the spaghetti westerns. And also because of, like, one, he actually, he was like the first, director where when I started, like, really thinking about becoming a filmmaker, where I was like, wow, I mean, well, that's a director. That's a film that's directed.
That's a director because...
Well, his films are so stylized. They're they are so directed. I mean,
you could watch that film and you knew who made it.
Yes, exactly. And you could even, like, watch the whole filmmaking process, I mean, if you're thinking along those lines, if you're just trying to watch an entertaining story, it's there. All right. And then also a major influence was Jean-Luc Godard. Has influenced me quite a bit.
That comes to European art film.
Yeah, exactly. Basically because his inventiveness and his breaking the rules and commenting on cinema while you're watching cinema. Yeah. Phony process shots in the background and stuff like that. The other thing also is there's a French director named Jean-Pierre Melville who came out in the 50s and basically started doing a whole series, and he was like a total entertainment director. He did a whole series of crime films, always set in Paris or Marseille or something, that were basically the Warner Brothers Bogart Cagney films, all right, but completely set to this French Parisian rhythm. And they started Alain Delon or Jean-Paul Belmondo,
Right.
And they're great. And they work very much in the same way that Sergio Leone's films do, where they take a genre that we know left, right, forwards, up and down and backwards, all right? But they do it with a whole different style and a whole different perspective. And here they've basically reinvented the genre. They've created something new that didn't exist before. Now that's what I'm always kind of trying to do with my genre films. I don't know if I'm succeeding or not, but that's the attempt. To take something you've seen before, I love it, I respect it, and I'm going to deliver the goods. I'm not just going to be some arty guy going off, but I'm delivering the goods, but I'm also trying to, reinvent it in a way. All right, do something, do it in a much different way you've ever seen before. Like in the case of Reservoir Dogs. Again, it's not trying to just be a clever boy. It's not just a clever idea. It's got to work dramatically. All right, but do a heist film. Deliver the goods as a heist film, but it's a heist film when you never see the heist. That's just my goofy way of doing it. All right, I always say if I was going to do a Hunchback movie, the guy to get have an operation at the beginning of the film. The guy used to be the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
How much credit to Harvey Keitel? Reservoir Dogs. Did he have something to do with that being made?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's funny because that's one of those things that's it hasn't been blown out of proportion, but there were 3 people that were very, very instrumental, 4 people that were very instrumental in getting it made, and Harvey's one of the 4, but Harvey's the one that always got the credit for it. My partner Lawrence Bender deserves a tremendous amount of credit for it. He's a producer of the film. Monty Hellman, a wonderful filmmaker from the 60s who helped us with the film, he deserves a lot of credit. And so does one of the executive producers on the film, Richard Gladstein, who was the guy at the company, at Live Entertainment, that said, I'm going to take a chance on this kid. I really owe my career to him.
And he took a chance on you because of what
the script.
Because of that script.
Because of that script.
Now, had he seen the same thing in True Romance? And
he had never read True Romance.
So he didn't know anything about those.
It was a situation. He loved the script so much.
Yeah.
All right, that it was he said to me, unless this kid is just a complete jerk, I'm going to make this movie.
You wrote the script for.
Let me just go back to but Harvey Keitel's contribution was. He read the script of Dogs and just completely loved it, completely believed in it, and committed himself to it. Now, Harvey's career has changed so drastically since the days before Dogs. I mean, Dogs was and Bad Lieutenant were good launching pads, and The Piano took him to the moon. I mean, overseas, Harvey means as much now as Jack Nicholson because of The Piano.
Is that right?
Oh, he's huge in overseas.
Japan, France.
Yeah, I mean, it's The Piano did well for him here in America, but I mean, in Europe, he is a superstar. Yeah. All right. Now, the thing, and that it couldn't happen to a better actor. I mean, he deserves it. But the thing is, though, Harvey committing to the movie at the time, all right, doors didn't just fling open, all right, but he gave us legitimacy. Yeah. All of a sudden, 2 guys who had never done anything before Well, we had Harvey Keitel. We had a good actor involved. And I'm sure the only reason that Richard Gladstone, and I know the only reason Richard Gladstone at Live, who had the power of the pen, all right, that said, yes, I'm going to go with it, the only reason he read the script in the first place was because Harvey Keitel was attached.
Did you have any moment of doubt that you could deliver, that you were ready to deliver?
I think you always do have, like, as far as like when, okay, you've got the job.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
now I got to
right,
do it.
you know.
Okay.
I mean, and almost a little bit like the thing that Churchill said at the beginning of World War II, all my life has prepared me for this moment.
Yes, well, that's definitely the case. That,
You know,
that was,
I'm ready to go. Whatever I can learn, I've learned.
Yeah.
I've read, studied, I've talked, I've written, I've done everything I can.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, it's funny because it's like, yeah, I remember at one point when we were getting ready to get the, like, you know, the go-ahead on the movie, I remember thinking to myself, wow, writing's kind of easy, because if I do what I do as a writer and it doesn't work out, I can throw it away,
Yeah.
all right? But it's like, you know, now the whole thing about being a writer is if I do it on the page and I give it to somebody else and they screw it up, well, you know, I can like have righteous indignation about it and everything. But now if I do it on the page and I screw it up filming it, well then, who do I get to blame?
Would you do it differently, that film today? I mean, did you say what
Not
you
a-
want? It's the
I
film
would-
you wanted,
I
frame
am
by frame by frame by
so
frame.
proud of that movie. I
Yeah.
mean, I would do, I mean, maybe a little, you know, I would extend this shot a little, but except for that.
But essentially, it's the film you wanted to make. Yeah.
I adore Reservoir Dogs.
And how
not
do you-
because of what I did, I'm just saying,
Yeah. What did it say to an audience of film about you, about Quentin Tarantino?
well, you know what?
What's the...
Well, you know what it ended up doing, which was very interesting, was the fact that you know, people ask me from time to time, do you make a movie with an audience in mind?
Yeah.
And my answer is, yes, I do. All right, but the audience I have in mind isn't some faceless blobs that I'm trying to second guess. All right? It's me.
It's not like a focus group.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the audience. I'm the guy that goes out and pays $7 or $8 in New York, you know, to go and see a movie. All right, I go. If I'm excited about seeing a movie, I see it on opening day. All right, I am the audience.
Yes.
All right, and I know what I want to see. You know, and I was betting, and I was a little surprised at how many there were. I was betting that there are other people like me out there. All right. Now, true, I'm making specific films. And if you make a specific film, that's not everything for everybody. You're going to turn some people off, all right? But you're going to turn some people on too. And you know, now the thing is, the film got a lot of remarks because of the violence in it.
Right.
All right. And in a way, they were kind of like I always kind of took it as a big compliment because I know the film isn't that violent. All right. It's
So
like,
why is it a compliment?
because I did it well. I
Yeah.
mean, like the scenes I
Oh,
got.
in other words, they thought it was more violent than it was.
I thought it was far more violent than it
Yeah.
was. All right. Now, and actually, you know, quoting De Palma has said that when you do violence, you actually get penalized for doing it well.
Yeah.
Hacks don't get penalized for you know, showing anything because it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
All right. So in a way, they're saying good filmmaking. All right. Especially since like the movie is a talking heads movie. It's people talking to each other for like the entire 90 minutes with like 3 acts of violence in the movie. The most notorious one you don't even see on screen. All right. So it's like, well, thanks.
Yeah.
But you know, but the thing is, how did it introduce me? It's like you know, I'm always kind of weird about actually answering a question like that because it's almost like I'd rather you tell me.
Yeah. Well, but all of a sudden it said this is a guy,
Yeah.
for the lack for there is a new filmmaker, it said,
Yeah.
who has exploded and who has a signature that is distinctly his own.
Yeah.
You could take a lot of films made in America and you could say that's a well-made film, but I could name 3 or 4 directors of talent who could have made that film.
Right.
I don't know of anybody else who I think automatically could make Reservoir Dogs or would have made it.
Yeah.
Same thing is about Pulp Fiction,
Yeah.
don't you think?
I completely agree.
Yeah.
completely
I mean,
agree.
there is such a signature, and that's what I was asking you to do, is to define the signature. I got to move to Pulp Fiction, and we're going to see a couple of scenes here. Oh, it's the Big Mac scene.
The Big
Set it
Mac,
up
the
for
Big
me
Mac.
before we take our roll tape.
What's going on is in this scene, this is like it's John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson. They
Right.
play 2 hitmen, Jules and Vincent, who
Right.
are on their way to blow away a couple of guys. The thing is, they're just going to work. So they're like having like a carpool conversation that you might have,
Yeah.
all right, on your way to work. And the thing is, Vincent has just come back from after 3 years in Amsterdam. So he's just musing on the things that he experienced in Europe for the first time.
Why Travolta?
Well, I've always thought that John Travolta is one of the greatest movie stars Hollywood's ever produced.
Movie stars.
Yes. I mean, he's a wonderful actor too, but I mean, like, he was a great star when he came out. And, I mean, people tend to, in fact, it's actually very scary how people tend to forget, because John Travolta was so huge when he came out. And it was like, and he actually shared something that only Brando had had before him, and only Julia Roberts has had since him, is that any part it was even remotely halfway conceivable that he could play was immediately sent to him.
Right.
And he did wonderful work in that time. In Saturday Night Fever, even wonderful comedy work on that TV show that made him a star, Welcome Back, Kotter. Urban Cowboy, in particularly, for my money, in Blowout, the Brian De Palma film, which is one of my 3 favorite films of all time. His performance in that is great.
Wait, the other 2 are Urban Cowboy and what else?
And Saturday Night Fever, you know, and he was nominated for an Oscar for Saturday Night Fever. And also, actually, in a movie.
But what are your 3 favorite films of all time?
I'm sorry. Okay, my
Urban
3 favorite
Cowboy?
films. No.
No, okay. I thought.
I get screwed up. Okay. Whatchamacallit? Blowout.
Blowout.
Rio Bravo.
Blowout was made by
Brian De Palma. Rio Bravo by Howard Hawks.
Right.
And Taxi Driver by Martin Scorsese.
Yeah. And they share, if they share one thing, what is it?
I don't know what they share.
I don't know either.
You know what? Other than I guess probably other than a major directorial vision.
Right, vision of a director.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Talk about comedy in Pulp Fiction. People say, one, it has comedy about it.
Yeah.
Is it black humor? Is it something else? And how far can you go with you wanting to combine comedy with violence, with storytelling, with all the elements that are going into this film? How far can the comedy go because of the seriousness that's also there?
Well, I mean, as far as like how far can the comedy go? Well, as long as it's funny, as far as I'm concerned, as far as it can go. I mean, like, you know, George Carlin does this really wonderful routine where he talks about how the fact like anything can be made funny.
Yeah.
And, you know, anything can be, you can make a joke out of anything. You name me any horrific thing and I can make a joke out of it. All right, because, you know, a joke is a joke. It
but
has
I thought I read
construction.
somewhere where you said that some of this stuff is so serious we can't joke about it. You never said that, you know?
No. I've never said that.
No, you wouldn't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, though, I mean, it's funny because...
it's almost the reverse of it. We can find humor in almost everything.
I mean, humor is a magnifying glass, all right, for us to look at society, ourselves, our personalities, our problems, and, you know, I mean, you know, humor is what we need to actually observe things, all right, and actually put them in perspective. All right, and it's like, but again, you know, the answer is like, you know, well, if it's funny, that's acceptable. But you know, if it's not funny, then you messed up. But one of the things that's very interesting, though, is I've actually come to this in a very just fairly recently. I try not to get when I'm writing something. I try not to get analytical about it as I'm doing it, as I'm writing it, and I try not to get analytical about it as I'm doing it. All right. Now this is kind of fun at this stage of the game, you know, seeing exactly what it is I did do, and. When people talked about dogs being as violent as it was and everything, again, partly, well, I guess I just did a good job, you know. I was afraid people would be bored because it's just people talking to each other all the time. But the thing is I actually realized something about 4 months ago. I was watching this film from the 30s, Backstreet, with Irene Dunn.
Right.
I mean, it's a wonderful melodrama, absolutely terrific melodrama. And I was sitting there watching it, and there was the thing is, because I think Dogs is really funny too. That's a really funny movie. But the thing is, I'm watching Backstreet, and tragedy is almost like another character in the movie. It's hovering over every scene. You know this is going to end horrible for her, all right? And so even when a light moment happens and you laugh, you only laugh so much because it's just tragedies like this other thing in the room. And in a way, Reservoir Dogs, that was a relationship violence had to Reservoir Dogs. Even though there was only, like, you could count the number of scenes that there's actually a violent incident happening in it, violence was like another character in the room. It hung over the proceedings. You kept waiting for every conversation to break out into it. So even if it was funny, the audience might have laughed, but when they got out of the theater, they don't remember laughing.
I got 2 minutes. Is Pulp Fiction a better film than Reservoir Dogs?
Well, some people might like this one, some people might like that one.
What do you think?
Me, I like it more. I like it more.
You like it more?
I think.
Why?
It's more ambitious. It was harder to do, and it's like a. God, why? You know, I think it's the ambition involved in it.
This is the.
It's a jumping off point. Yeah. I'm starting with Dogs here, and then I'm going somewhere else and I'm really reaching for it.
Is the next film going to be in the crime genre?
I don't know what the next. There's a lot of kind of different genres I want to do, but right now I don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, you want to take 7 months off your break somewhere and just, the twist. Set it up for me.
The twist. Well, in this scene.
See some dancing here.
Yeah, exactly. Now, in this scene, it's funny because a situation is happening in the film where John Travolta and Uma Thurman are at this like a 50s restaurant.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they have this twist contest. And the thing is, everybody thinks that I wrote this scene to have John Travolta dancing.
Yeah,
but the scene existed before John Travolta was cast. But once he was cast, it was like, great, we get to see John dance.
Where do you go now? I mean, do you have any sense? You've made the film, and people are describing you as the hottest film director in America. There's nobody, but like, you got Bruce Willis here, and there are people saying, I'd work for just to work with you now. I mean, it has come to where you want it to be. Is there some game plan in your head? Is there some sense of, because you've studied the lives of the best, you know how they
Right. No, I've always had kind of a game plan and everything.
Yeah.
But it's like, right now, I don't know what it is I want to do next. I don't have a story that I'm burning to tell. And also, making a movie is really hard. I mean, when I was like a film geek and everything, I'd look at like Fassbender's career and go, now that's a career to have. Like, 30 films in 10 years, the way to go. Then I made a film and go, you know what? Life's a little too short to do that. You know, it's like climbing a mountain. I don't want to climb another mountain right after I get through with Everest. I want to like rest a little bit and then get up again. But it's like, you know what I want to have? A career, and I'm not going to even use an example of somebody else because I don't really know anybody else that does this completely. But I would like to be able to move completely back and forth inside of an independent system and a studio system, or a bigger movie or a smaller movie, just depending on the story that I'm trying to tell. Like in the case of, like, say I didn't do Reservoir Dogs, all right? Say I did something else that was the first film, got the same attention, and now I came up with the idea to do Reservoir Dogs. Should I do it for 12 or 15 million just because I can, all right, and cast Sean Connery and the Lawrence Turney part and Robert De Niro and all these other people? It's like, well, I mean, if they're the right person for the part, yes, all right, but actually, no, because Reservoir Dogs is a small film, and part of its charm was that it was a small film, all right? And now I would, instead of making it for 1.3 million, I'd probably make it for 3 million now, so I have more breathing room. But I know the film will be a success at that, all right? To me, it's very important that every movie I do makes money, just because I want the people that had the faith in me to get their money back. Even if it's at the end of the day, I want them to get the money back. Now, if I come up with an idea where my aesthetic and a commercial aesthetic meets, then make the $20 million, the $30 million movie, but I'll make it look like a $60 million movie, all right? But like, go for it. You know, when De Palma did The Untouchables, that was a situation where his aesthetic and a commercial aesthetic met like that.
I got to get out of here. Last question. Will it be something you write?
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking about doing now, though? I mean, again, this could change in 7 months, so I'm predicting the future, which I'm not good at. But I'm a little concerned about my voice thing getting old hat, my dialogue getting old hat. All right, so what I'm thinking I might end up doing now is maybe would be cool, it'd be like taking a novel and adapting it. That still requires me to write it, still requires me to put it in my voice, but it's also coming from somewhere else.
Great to have you on the broadcast.
Hey, it's wonderful to be here.
Thank you very much. Quentin Tarantino, Pulp Fiction is being honored and praised everywhere. We thank you for joining this evening. We'll see you next time.
In a world all his own, he has taken us to the cinema and showed us wonderful stories. From Bottle Rocket to Rushmore, from the fantastic Mr. Fox to the Royal Tannenbaums, Moonrise Kingdom and the new Grand Budapest Hotel. And he's done it all in his own unique, inimitable style. Hello, I'm Ernie Manous. Coming up on Interviews, our conversation with Academy Award-nominated screenwriter and director, Wes Anderson.
I think is really based on a fantasy I had as a kid. I've drawn some things from my own childhood, but the main thing is a sort of dream I had as a child of a romance that didn't actually happen. That's really the inspiration for the movie.
I often ask people, if we were to take all of their body of work and put it together and then look at it, what would they tell us about them? And so I wonder, with your body of work, if I put it together, would I have a better understanding of who you are?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know if you'd have a better understanding, but you'd have a lot of information about me, I think, anyway. However one would interpret it, I don't know. But I think, the movies I've made, which now a lot, I mean, I've been doing this stuff for years and years. I think I've made 8 or so movies. they're all these movies that are made up from scratch. They're not adapted from anything. So and although I've always worked with a writing partner, different people on each movie, there's some degree to which whatever is coming from my imagination is probably, inspired by my background and my own whatever psychology or something. So I'm sure that without me controlling it or choosing to, I'm in the movies.
So what really fascinates me about what you do is the process by which you say you work with a co-writer. I love hearing how you guys put this together.
Well, actually the last one we did a lot of the script in Italy. One of the movies before that, one I made years ago, Life Aquatic, my co-writer Noah Baumbach, my old friend, he and I wrote it in an Italian restaurant in New York where we went every day anyway. But this last one, the Moonrise Kingdom, I wrote. I tried to write it for a year and was struggling and failing. And then I met my friend Roman in Rome, and just by chance, and I asked him to help me, and we ended up making the whole script there together. And then this new movie, Grand Budapest Hotel, this one I wrote with my friend Hugo, and we wrote it in England. So they kind of have taken me all over the world, these things.
So when you do collaborate with someone, though, and
Yep.
you're saying with one that you had worked on it for a year and couldn't get it going, what for you is the advantage of working with someone else? Why does that help you create? Because all of your films, no matter who your co-writer are, feel like they come from you. So
Yeah.
what are they bringing to the table?
Well, first of all, they're bringing lines and questions and ideas. I mean, they're bringing everything I'm bringing in a way. Usually, I think they're people who they're always my friends, and they're people who I've brought in to help me do the thing I want to do. So there's some degree to which they know they're there to help me rather than that we're not going to fight about where we want it to go. They're going to let me kind of guide it a bit, but the movies are filled with their ideas, and so what I want from them is both that it makes it more fun for me, that I feel like I work longer and harder on the thing because I'm having more fun because we're talking it out and we're entertaining each other, and then they give me lots and lots of ideas that I can. I do the actual physical writing, but I mean, on Moonrise Kingdom, I was trying to just do it on my own, and it was a very, very slow going. And when I got help, it was very, very fast.
When you do collaborate, though, when you're creating the story, when you're putting this, and I was saying creating the story seems wrong, too, from what I've read of how you go about this process, because it's ideas of characters studies come up, scenes come up, moments come up, and it kind of evolves into the plot, correct?
Well, it depends. Most of these movies I've done, it would probably be an exaggeration to say they have a plot, any one of them. This new one, I think, does. Yeah. I mean, this one actually has, this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and it's all connected. But I would say that to make a movie, to make a good movie, in most cases, you need a lot of ideas, and you need a lot of material, and it's not, and to keep it going for 90 minutes or 95 minutes or 2 hours or whatever it is, it's got to hold a lot of information and a lot of feeling and observations about whatever it is. So for me, even if you have a plot, you've still got to fill it with things, and you've got to build up something, and you've got to kind of research and gather ideas, and from at least my kind of movie, they sort of need that.
Yeah. When you start the first day of shooting, is the script concrete? Is it done at that point, or are you still evolving as you go?
Usually, I think the script is usually there. The script is usually the thing we don't change, but. And by the time we're on the first day of shooting, we've done another thing after the script. We've finished the script, and then we've spent a lot of time figuring out how are we going to do this, and what is it going to be, and what is it going to look like, and a whole different set of with this Grand Budapest Hotel movie, the script was done, but I had no idea what the movie would look like or just any sense of how we would go about it. We really went back to square one with a script in hand, but the one thing that is totally in the air, up in the air, is what are the actors going to do with it? And that, as planned as it may be, and as set as the dialogue is, they improvise everything about how they're going to do it, and it's pretty chaotic on the set, because nobody really knows what's going to happen.
Do you find surprises then when you're working that way? Is it like, wow, look at that, it worked?
Oh, definitely. There are surprises all the time. I mean, every take, the actors bring some surprise, really.
Yeah. Does that change, though, working with, oftentimes you work with the same, I know you bring other people in and out, but there seems to be a core acting studio of yours, a group of folks that come back or at least get your sensibility in a certain way. Does that hinder or help, do you think, in the long term of what your projects are going to be?
Well, the actors who I've worked with over and over again, there's a whole bunch of them, they're almost all people who I knew their work before I knew them, and I was a fan.
Yeah.
So for me, you know, they're people who I've had fun with before and enjoyed working with before, but mainly they're just people who I like to see them in movies, you know, whose work I love. And so I go back to them just, you know, because I have the luxury of knowing how to reach them directly and, you know, to try to, you know, convince them to get involved in one of these movies. I think it benefits from, I somehow, you know, there are movies where I feel like if you see too many familiar faces, it starts to feel like cameos, and it can take away from it. You wish you just had some fresh faces. I mean, I hope I'm right, but my feeling about it is, with a movie like this one, it can hold those, you know, it can hold a lot of famous actors. You know, it can hold the stars because they're playing characters that tend to be a bit exaggerated, and they're. You know, with this one, I kind of thought of like kind of Dickens characters that hopefully have depth, but are also sort of caricatures, and we've got a lot of those in this story.
Well, it's reminiscent of maybe like the 1930s acting, those overhyped melodramas where they acted and they were real characters, but there was a style that didn't happen in everyday life.
In the case of a movie like this, the kind of dialogue that I tend to write, I don't know what it is, but it's not quite like reality.
Right.
It's something a little beyond that. And the sets and the costumes and all those things, those are definitely you know, somewhat more. There's a certain exaggeration in all that stuff, and they're almost jokes in the clothes and the mustaches. I feel like how they play it in that context, they usually just try to make it as real as they can. But in this movie, they're also talking very fast, and there's a rhythm that's not quite reality. But what I feel like these actors do is they take all this stuff and then they just try to make it real and spontaneous. And I guess it's an unusual mixture.
I go back and forth looking at your work and thinking either you're painting pictures with each frame, with each shot, or you're putting on a stage show in some ways. Is that something that's conscious, or is it just a style that's developed for the way you shoot what you shoot?
I think it's the latter. You know, usually, well, with a movie like this one, we're trying to make a kind of a big story, and we're not a $100 million movie. You know, we're a budget kind of movie. But I don't want to. You know, we wrote the script just what we wanted, and it has ski chases, and it goes, you know, it has these alpine, you know, monastery and observatory, and it's got trains, and it's got, you know, it's got 3 different time periods, maybe 4 different time periods, a huge grand hotel. It's a big movie. So how we get this story done requires a lot of sort of invention. And I don't like to come up with if I say, okay, we don't have the budget for 3 weeks of ski chase shooting. We're not going to Switzerland. How are we going to do this a part of the movie? And what I want to do is find a way to do that part of the story where I prefer it to if we had the money to go do it. So I've got to come up with something that I have not just no regrets, that I prefer this to what we would have done otherwise, and it fits into our tone and everything. that's, I think, where it can start to be a bit of a painting, a bit of a theater production. The solutions, we've used miniatures, and we've used actual painted backdrops, and we've used all kinds of old-fashioned movie techniques that I love, and hopefully it makes the whole thing stick together and can give it a sort of storybook quality, and it can have a lot of detail and layers of visual, whatever it is, extra ingredients.
When you think about all these things and you talk about putting this stuff on the screen, when you're writing, does that ever hinder you? Do you ever, can you be so in the moment writing that you don't think about, can I make this work? Can you free yourself of that?
I think always.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think I will think about, I will sort of automatically think a bit about what might be some solutions, but I always will just write the thing, because many times I've done things that I know if we did take this script and just hand it over to somebody who makes movie budgets, they would come back with something much higher than an unshootable movie, but. I like having. I prefer to get to a point and say, okay, I've done something impossible. How are we going to do it? That's more fun to me anyway.
Would you like to work with an unlimited budget? Would you like to make one of those, or is part of the charm of what you do for you making it work on what you can?
I did a movie that was years ago. I did one that was it was a big budget movie. It was $62 million budget or $52 million budget, and we went over. We spent 60. We went $8 million over. We were scheduled to do a very long shoot of 80 days, and we shot for 100. And it was, and I didn't like it. I didn't like working that way. It was. We did things that that had a large scale, which I wanted to do, but it wasn't efficient and it wasn't fun.
Okay, so then take me all the way back. As a kid, was this always what you wanted to do? At one point, I think the first thing I wanted to do when I was a kid was to be an architect. And then I wanted to, when I was in high school, I really wanted to be a writer. I think that's how I saw myself. But I did always do little short plays as a kid, and I made Super 8 little, kind of movies. Yeah. And I did this all along. So somehow, what I do now combines some of these things. I think in a way, I had this thing in mind without quite putting my finger on it. Yeah. How much does Rushmore mirror your high school years?
I think it's a combination of my high school years and Owen Wilson's. We wrote it together, and I think this character's kind of got us both in it. He puts on plays in the movie, and those plays are kind of based on plays I did as a kid, and we filmed in my school. But it definitely has a lot of very specific things from both of our high school and middle school years. But then also it's got lots of stuff that's just invented. Yeah.
How hard was it to go back to your school? I mean, how strange was that? Were there still faculty that you knew? Was there still people around like, oh, there's Wes again? You know what I mean?
there were plenty of the same faculty. Yeah. And in fact, one of my classmates is in the movie and even became our sort of liaison. He helped. What he did was he helped me cast all the. We had a lot of kids in the movie who were kids who went to school where we were shooting, and I just thought, let's get guys who are here. So he helped me pick those people. He picked those people. He gave me a selection of people who he thought would be good, and I more or less used them all.
And the lead, though, a hard role to cast. I heard something you did a year casting to find.
Yeah, we did.
Max.
We did. Yeah, we were writing the script then anyway, so it was okay that we could take the time. But we started. The thing I've learned is when you have a part where you need to sort of discover somebody, where you're not going to use somebody, where it's a young person and you're not just going to pick from the kind of existing actors. You're essentially looking for a non-actor who you want to make into an actor. That takes a lot of time. I've done it several times. This new movie, we have this kid who plays this character of he's a sort of page. We call him a lobby boy in the story, and we looked, he's supposed to be from the Middle East. We looked all over the Middle East and North Africa and all over Europe. We found him in Anaheim, and it was after seven months of looking, and we found this great kid called Tony Revolori. But you know, we didn't know where he was going to come from. We had no idea.
Yeah. What is it, though, that you think you bring out of a child actor? Because you had such strong performances from them throughout your career in your films, and it's a very difficult thing to work, especially when you say you're working oftentimes with unknowns when you first get them.
Yeah.
What is it? What's the key to it, do you think?
Well, you know, I don't know. I think the main key to it is take your time and find the right ones, because it's going to be on their shoulders, and they and you know, these are guys who are going to be, they need to be interesting in and of themselves. What, you know, it's not up to me. It's are they interesting enough to look at for this whole period of time, and can they do it?
Yeah.
Also, a child actor, usually you find they can do it or they can't. They like to pretend, and they seem authentic when they pretend, or they don't have that knack, and that's something that just exists beforehand. Also, you know, with most of them, what's happening is they're not just doing their first movie part. Sometimes they've been in something before, but the main thing is they've never had a job. You know, they don't know what it's like to have to show up every day and do this thing, and you need somebody who's going to have that kind of resilience and want to kind of step up. And I've usually found that what happens is they're the ones who, they memorize the entire script. They remember everything. The professional actors mess up, and these kids tell them your line is this, and you say, and then he can do that, and you know, they become the most knowledgeable people on the set. But then the other thing is, you know, we always have fun. So you know, they become a part of a family, and yeah, they're usually a lot of fun.
You mentioned earlier you have to get a hold of these actors, and the people you can get a hold of.
Yeah.
Bill Murray, not an easy person to get a hold of, kind of does things in his own way.
Yeah.
You two have built quite a relationship working together.
Yeah, well, we've done, I think something like 7 movies together. The first one was here in Houston, Rushmore, and you know, he's somebody who's not just, he's one of my favorite actors. He was before I ever met him, but he's also somebody who's very valuable on a movie set. He's good for morale.
Really?
Oh yeah, if you ever wanted to get 350 people to suddenly do something spontaneous, you know, give them instructions, he's the best person for that. And I've many times said to him, can you just get this crowd to do this? And he likes to do that. And people do what he says, and he makes them laugh while they're doing it. Yeah, I've had great experiences with him. I've had him play big parts and small parts, and he's kind of backed me for years.
Do you get to the point where you feel like you're part of the establishment, or do you still feel like you're this wide-eyed kid that's so lucky to be working in their field?
Well, I feel like I certainly don't feel like a part of any establishment, because I make my movies in different places all over the world. You know, I've never made a movie in Los Angeles. That's the center of our kind of film world. Although movies are shot all over America, obviously, lots here in Texas. But I do feel kind of like I've got my own systems in place. I've got a lot of people who I've worked with over and over again, not just the actors, but lots of the people who work in other capacities on these movies, and we've figured out an approach we've figured out lots of different approaches that work well for my kind of movie. So I would say I don't feel completely wide-eyed, because I feel like we've got too many systems in place, and too many, you know. The other thing is also, making a movie, you're usually so busy that there's not really time to feel wide-eyed. You've got to be pretty military about it all.
But there has to be moments where certain actors come on the set and you think, well, I'm working with them. At least that's, like, I'm sitting down here talking to you and I'm thinking, wow, I'm getting to talk to Wes Anderson. I mean, there's those moments where you're still, and I'm just wondering if you go through those, and then how do you put that to a place where you can then tell Bill Murray how to do something, or things like that?
Yeah, well, that's two things. One, always, especially when it's an actor who I haven't worked with before, but often when it's somebody I have worked before, first there's the experience of just you know, seeing somebody playing a scene that you've written and bringing it to life, and you saying, here's Ralph Fiennes being our character, that's very exciting. And that's and if you want to be wide-eyed, that's a great moment for it. And you know, that is the feeling of that. But then in terms of directing them, well, first of all, they don't necessarily need a lot of direction, but I have this advantage of the fact that I've probably spent an extra year and a half with this material, and they may have prepared some things, but I know it all. I know the story so much better. I know all the details. I know where we're going to shoot this other thing and how it's going to fit together theoretically. So I've just got so much more information. It makes you confident when you can say, well, here's why we should do it this way or this way. But you know, it's always the actors. They're really in charge of what they're going to do. So I'm just there to kind of maybe every now and then steer it a bit. Yeah.
Are you sure of where you're going to go next, or are you still in the last film? How soon does that shift for you?
I think I'm still in the last film. I traveled from New York to Los Angeles recently by train. We got a little train car, which was a great experience. And my friend who I'm talking about an animated movie with, he traveled with me, and so that we could work on this story idea. So we did have 3 days of work on this new animated idea. But as soon as I got off the train, I was back into the Grand Budapest Hotel, this current movie, and I've been doing one thing or another related to this movie.
You mentioned animated, it takes back to Mr. Fox, and I wonder, you talk so much about the collaborative effort with these actors and having actors, and they kind of know what to do, and how is it when you don't really have actors?
Well, with an animated movie, especially a stop-motion movie, which is what Fantastic Mr. Fox is, in a way, you get more of that. First, because the process of recording the actors is very, very free. The fact that we're not seeing them and they can move around and do whatever it wants, you end up. To me, it feels more improvisational, and it just gets a little wilder. You work. I mean, at least my system is we work very quickly. We recorded most of the voices for Mr. Fox on location. We went out on a farm. Part of it we did in Italy. Part of it we did in New England, and some of it in England. And we tried to stay, for indoor scenes, we recorded them inside somewhere, but on location inside. For outdoor scenes, we went outside. We went in the woods, and we filmed.
Which is really surprising. People don't know the industry. It's almost all done in a sound booth somewhere. So this is really...
Yeah, that's the way it's always done. This is a different way to do it, and it was fun. And the actors brought a tremendous amount of their own personalities and ideas into that process. Then you edit that, and you do storyboards and make a kind of cartoon, a drawn sketch version of the movie with those recordings. And the animators then take that, and they are like actors. Even though you may plan, and you do plan, all the things that are going to happen in the course of a stop-motion shot, which is, frame by frame, and they're moving these puppets by hand, the animators, how they're going to do it, they don't even entirely know, even though they know they need to be, they get to from A to B to C. The process of it, they're surprising themselves as they do it. The way they make these puppets seem alive is mysterious, and they are like actors, and every animator is different, and they have a different kind of style and voice.
Do you have the same kind of discipline in your personal life that you have in your professional life?
No, I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm lazy. When I'm working, I'm not lazy at all. That's the one thing. But I'm the kind of person who would be asked to sweep the floor, and then later you see it's under the we didn't use it. And that's not the way I work. I'm on my movies.
Both of you have had extremely diverse careers, actually, in terms of the range of films that you've been working with. You've worked with films that are the epics of their time, and you've made very small and intimate films, and you have as well. And do you describe that diversity in your own careers as reflecting the changes in the industry, or is it something that you yourself pursued? Marty?
I think it came out of the change in the industry in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, and I know Francis started earlier, even in the 60s. And somehow, in the 70s, that decade, we were able to make pictures. People weren't talking about how much a picture was making. I mean, at a certain point, yes, how much money it would make or how much they would be able to risk. But primarily, they were talking about the new Terry Malick picture, or the new Paul Schrader picture, or that sort of new Francis Coppola film. These were films that were like, they were proud to make, in a way. They were proud to underwrite, I think, filmmakers with, and I don't want to use it because it could become a dirty word, but vision. A vision, meaning that they have a way of telling a story, give them as much control. And that built up to, of course, United Artists, which was an extraordinary place, making Heaven's Gate. Now, I made a picture there, Raging Bull, at the same time. In fact, Raging Bull opened 10 days before Heaven's Gate. And when that folded, we folded too with it. The picture was hardly re-released. The establishment of the UA executives left. It was a complete mess. And everything was really over at that point. But it wasn't easy to get the films made in the 70s, but there was an atmosphere of making special movies,
right.
A Robert Altman picture. There was a body of work. But when we hit the 80s, I know Altman, after we suffered at 20th Century Fox at that time, I had King of Comedy there,
right.
And Altman had a film called Health, I think, and they didn't even release it. And after that, I think Bob Altman, for almost 10 years, made smaller pictures, fringe things, until he did The Player in 1990. So they effectively altered that career. And for me, the 80s were like a diaspora. I had to search around. I had to learn how to make films again. So I started making low-budget films, a film called After Hours in 1984, where I learned how to shoot a picture again in 40 days. But you see, the problem with that is that it's at the age of 30, shoot 20 days, yeah. At the age of 40, 40 days, you're pushing it even. Like sometimes, I don't know if I have the energy, you see. And so that's why I had to start all over again. And then finally just fight our way back to a situation where we can get a picture like Goodfellas made. But even that, it only got made when we finally cast Robert De Niro in the smaller part there, the cameo part of Jimmy. Mm-hmm. That's the only way it got made. Mm-hmm. And so, in a way, I've been living, each picture I've been able to make, has been luck, and in some cases assignments, like Cape Fear, or even Casino was an assignment. Mm-hmm. And a picture like Age of Innocence, pure luck, that Mark Canton believed in making the picture. I've been very lucky the past 25 years because a lot of studio executives, there's always been one studio where somebody wanted to make a picture that I was directing. And I always kind of come in under the wire, in a way, and sort of make the picture before they will realize what's happened and get out, in a way. And then it's a problem of selling them to a certain extent because they're usually a little bit off the beaten track kind of film.
And Francis, you've had to operate the same way, haven't you? I mean,
yeah, it's sort of really moving to hear a guy like Marty, who made Raging Bull, to talk about how basically he's trying to squeak by with
really.
luck.
Exactly.
I mean,
it's amazing.
It's heartbreaking to think that. From my experience, I saw at the end of the 60s, I actually worked for Jack Warner, and I actually knew Sam Goldwyn, and I think the climate at the end of that traditional studio period was coming to an end, and it was a little bit of a no man's land, Wild West. And
yes.
The movies that I got to make in the 70s, and I'm pretty much known for 5 years where I made The Godfather and Conversation and Godfather 2 and Apocalypse, and that was purely that we were just running too fast for anyone to stop us.
Yeah.
We never got permission to start on those movies. We just sort of started, and by the time they realized what we were doing, we already had those films in production, and in the case of Apocalypse, we really had to almost finance it. So it wasn't so much that it was a great time, but it was they hadn't yet gotten their middle management in place. They control movie making. It's very hard to run away from them now because they have such a big army of people watching you. For me, I always dreamed of being a writer-director, and my first pictures, when I first met Marty, I was this guy who wanted to write original screenplays and make movies, and The Godfather sort of the surprising success of that changed my career and enabled me to have a company and stuff, which then later I was trying to make movies to support. So the diversity of my films comes from the fact that I always would say, well, if it's an assignment, as The Godfather was, well, I'll learn a lot from doing this, and I used to use every film as a kind of experiment, and saying someday when I get back to doing my own personal films, hopefully from personal screenplay, I'll then have done all these experiments and I'll be able to utilize what I've learned. So I very much agree with Marty that we used the profession of making movies and as a kind of way to educate ourselves and learn, because the cinema, movie making, I mean, you know, they haven't uncovered 6% of what it can be and what can do.
Exactly.
And they discovered 4.5% in the silent era.
Exactly.
You know, a number of people have argued that the industry is once again at the stage of a really fundamental change. The same way at the end of the silent era, the end of post-war period, and in some ways at the time that you both really emerged as filmmakers in the end of the 60s and the 70s. Do you agree with that?
Well, I do.
Yeah, I agree also.
I think, you know, it's been now 15 years or so since Heaven's Gate, which is the film that I date, that basically they weren't going to put up with, you know, these directors.
They weren't going to put up with us anymore.
Yeah, it was a coup d'etat.
Complete coup d'etat. The 70s, the decade of director, or sort of director as author, quote unquote. What's the word? Acknowledged author.
Yeah.
In a way.
And also they considered a kind of runaway that now the corporations were seeing, oh, the entertainment business is a big, big worldwide business, and we can't tolerate a director or that type of mentality running away. Budgets are wildly out of control. These guys are making too much money. And they really clamped on their big, they built up their middle managements, and they got a kind of culture police to be sure that no one could run away and start a production without, quote, a green light, which was not a phrase I had ever heard before.
No. I'm still waiting for mine for this year.
Well, that's the trouble. But then when you think about what happened, all these 15 years later, budgets went far more wild out of control than ever before. Basically, whereas they sort of put the director in the place, but then the salaries of executives went kind of into, no director ever made $80 million a year, as some of these fellas do.
No.
And they basically didn't make a classic since that time, with the exception of a few films that, again, the directors either had the clout or did. So, I mean, I think now, to support what you're saying, is the business is not doing well. Those studio-developed pictures are uniformly failures. Once in a while, if a film does well, it's because a principal artist stuck his neck out and fought, either had the power or had the perseverance. And, I think they're very quickly revising what to do because the business is not profitable in the way that they require it to be.
So where's it going? What's happening that represents that kind of change? Is it a change that's about globalization or about technology, or is it?
Well,
you're talking
about corporations. You're talking about corporations that are so big and so it's phenomenal. It's almost the amount of money to be made is so huge that when there's more money to be made, less risk has to be taken.
Well, they need to have results for their shareholders every quarter. They can't. Movie business is not Coca-Cola. It does not exist on a standard product that you just widen. You still depend on artistry, and this flies in the face of the way modern corporations are run. What I think is going to happen is that whenever you have an old system that basically is not profitable and shaky, at the same time you have a vital new group of young people who are very passionate about movies.
Exactly.
So you have something very vital and strong and something old and decaying. It's sort of like when neorealism collapsed the old Italian costume picture. I think it's going to happen. I used to say in 4 years. Now I say 18 months.
Yeah. No, I think it's the real hope. The real hope, I think, is the fact that telling a story in film means so much to so many young people in this particular country, and other countries too as well, but so much to young people. They want to use this medium as a way of telling a story, and they will do anything to get it on film. I mean, if a film costs like Swoon, cost $10,000 in black and white 16 millimeter, they'll get it done. If there's a way to get it done, they will do it, and that's where the lifeblood is coming from, and that's where the vitality is coming from, I think, the independent movement, you see. The problem is to a certain extent, and also one of the good things about it is that Hollywood recognizes the independent movement, and what happens is that they pick up one or two kids and put them into a Hollywood situation, but very often they bring them along too fast, like a fighter. They get him to fight the champ too. They give him $40 million, $60 million. No, give him 10, give him 20. Let him build up to it, and then they they're out.
Well, now they're revising that also, and they're starting to rather, kind of do what Disney did with Miramax, and all of a sudden all of the majors are starting these new little independent companies, again, hoping. I mean, I personally think that the management of the traditional studios are desperate because they know they're unnecessary, they know they're overpaid, and they know that, and they know the truth that the films really cost more than they're publicly admitting, and they're doing less. So it's going to change.
You've always been fascinated by technology. In fact, well in front of the so-called technological revolution, which has been taking place in this last decade.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Has it taken the direction? Has it taken the direction that you want to go?
Well, my feeling was, back then, and then whenever it was 25 years ago, I saw, being an ex-boy scientist, I realized what electronics and digital technology was going to do to movies, and at first I was excited because I thought that would enable us to approach movies that we wouldn't ordinarily been able to do, because we'd be able to have scenery that was not totally have to build, and so I saw it as going to be a big boon to filmmaking. I didn't realize that it would be yet another kind of shackle on the cinema.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it really is. I only became involved with computer rendering, so to speak, or computer-generated images, and particularly my last film.
On this film, which was a great service to you.
Yeah, it really was. But it's another way of working, and I think you pointed out it's become a painterly medium, rather than mise en scène, which means you take things, you put them in place according to the frame. This is in the foreground, that's in the background. This, of course, is here. This moves here. The camera moves this way. That's mise en scène. But now, with the computer, you can do anything.
Right.
So it becomes more, as you pointed out, you had said it was a painterly thing. You could paint what kind of sky you want. The reality is I grew up downtown. I didn't see the sky. I never saw it. We say, you know what I'm saying? It isn't like you grow up in Arizona. I always talk about Spielberg growing up in Phoenix, Arizona. He could tell the sun's coming up, and we never saw that. So I know a light bulb, basically. That was for me.
You
so
knew
now
about the cannoli.
I know about the
sfogliatelle.
The sfogliatelle. In Ferraris or in Cafe Roma, you go in, you know that it's either a fresh batch, or it isn't. They're making a new one, so you wait. But the reality was, like, suddenly I'm looking there and they say, what kind of sky do you want? Well, I guess, a dramatic sky? Okay. What does that look like? Well, a little steel gray, maybe it's too much. That kind of thing. And suddenly you're putting in images. It's almost like a painting.
See, I thought that would help a guy, say, we all knew about Stanley Kubrick wanted to do the life of Napoleon.
Yeah.
Well, what a subject matter. And
fantastic.
we figured, and seeing what he did with Spartacus, where he had, the soldiers marching, and then we realized with those double exposures, we said, well, that will mean that Stanley Kubrick can make the life of Napoleon, because suddenly he doesn't have to build everything, doesn't have to have 10 million extras. But it didn't quite go that way, and more I feel, at least the director, or my generation director, started to lose control of the means of production, and then before you knew it, they started to operate on this kind of glut of films where every week there are so many movies that come out, and they're rated like a horse race on Monday, and so that, combined with the middle management controlling everything, less and less, I felt personally more and more squeezed out, and I had to either say, well, let me figure out how to make a movie that makes a lot of money, so they'll reward me after that to let me make, which was always the quid
You got
pro quo.
Dracula.
Did great. Exactly.
You're always trying to somehow stay, to be viable to them, because Wells basically, kind of became Hollywood's enemy, and they threw him away, and for 15 years of his life, he wanted to make films, but nobody would make it possible for him.
Do you think audiences, obviously the corporate problem in Hollywood is again, as you stated, like a real shackle, a real problem. Are audiences and critics less sophisticated now than they were? Are they less open to things than they were?
I think so.
Well, audiences have now been brainwashed by 40 years of television.
Yeah. See, it's a different frame of reference. We had the frame of reference from Hollywood's golden age. We saw movies in big screens in theaters, and we talk about, let's talk about Casablanca, for example, which is a wonderful film and a great example of film coming out of the golden age of the Hollywood studios. But I think, unfortunately, a lot of the audiences now, the younger kids, the younger people even, their frame of reference is television.
The 30-minute sitcom or the 30-minute dramatic
with snappy dialogue, which in itself is quite funny. I know, like The Odd Couple, for example. It's one thing as a play, it's another thing as a film, but as a sitcom, it developed the characters of Felix and Oscar, and it was kind of interesting and all that sort of thing. But there are other ways to go, and it's really difficult because at this point, it led a lot of studio executives to believe all you need is basically a good script, what they mean by good script is a good beginning, middle, and end. With a lot of the script is very
They
easy
all
to read.
went to that weekend seminar
Yeah.
where they learned that principle of dramaturgy.
And you get good actors who are bankable, and a good cameraman who can basically place the people within the
And a
frame properly. A director
who
you don't really
do what
need.
you
You do what you
want.
want,
Yeah.
you know, and you make a good film. You make a good film, but those films, in my estimation, reflect television. And even if it reflects the best of television, it still doesn't wash for me, because this is cinema. This is something else. It's something else that has to be here in this room.
Also for me, when I'm in a restaurant and I hear a young couple talking about a movie that they've just seen, you could really hear how important it is for them to get something out of this film that helps them, you know, illuminate their own life. Because, I mean, their relationship, I love you, I don't love you. And you can see how that audience looks to film to somehow, you know, illuminate life. And as long as a film is going to be this product that is based, that you make a film because it's like a film that was made, that was successful, then how are writers and directors and actors going to deal with the subject matter that helps interpret modern life? I mean, how, the life is changing. The role of the woman has changed so much in terms of how she has gone out in the workforce and this and the politics, all these things. You wish that films could shed some light on this stuff, because that seems to be the role of art, certainly.
Yeah, because it reflects you, reflects your society.
And you even have an audience now which is insulated from foreign language work, which is again something that 25 years ago we saw a great deal of.
This
and we
is
don't see it all.
This is the problem. Somebody 20 years ago, I think I know who it is, or what company it was, convinced the American public that they don't want to read, they don't like to read subtitles. They convinced them, and they crazy enough to believe it. And it's in TV Guide, shown with subtitles, so be warned that you may have to read. Who cares?
So you lose that, all that fresh view of sex.
New blood coming in.
Stuff that used to come from Japanese movies, or, you know, French movies.
Italian films and everything.
I think also that what you said, the demise of United Artists, because United Artists was not just a movie company. It was United Artists. And it was also the wonderful luck of it having Mr. Krim and that team.
Pleskow, and they were great.
They were a real team, and they had a philosophy. They didn't look at your rushes. They heard they saw your script. They got you to kneel and say you wouldn't go over budget, and then you were free to make the movie. And when that film was destroyed, that film company was destroyed. That's a big loss.
You got to know that United Artists also started. Okay, it started in the late 30s, and through the 40s, it released a lot of British films. But in the 50s. It was like a whole other voice coming out of Hollywood. They did films, granted, many of them black and white and that sort of thing, but they were smaller budgeted pictures. But they dealt with they tackled subject matter that was very strong. One of the greatest films ever made to come out of Hollywood was made by UA at the time, Sweet Smell of Success. Right. You know, pictures that were very tough. You always knew when a UA film came out. It usually said Hecht, Hill, and Lancaster. Burt Lancaster producing it with Ben Hecht and James Hill, I think, and it's some fantastic films. The Big Knife.
We really miss. I mean, my generation. I think it's certainly true for Marty. Is that if I had to work for a company, I wanted to work for United Artists.
Yeah.
And I still do.
Yeah.
If there could be such, it wasn't Miramax. Miramax is not United Artists.
Are any of the specialized divisions similar to that, or is it even possible?
Miramax has a wonderful marketing ability. They really
brilliant.
fight for their movies, and so that's wonderful. But no, United Artists is very lacking today. That it performed a certain function that no other company is doing.
And Orion really wasn't a successor to it in the same vision.
But if you look at what Orion did in those few years, I mean, they had a wonderful track record. You know, they didn't manage it financially enough to sustain it.
Definitely a good track record, that's for sure.
But I think there's much to learn from the old United Artists that, oddly enough, is even more pertinent now in the 90s, and for this passionate new generation, because that's the real hope, is the fact that these kids, you know, whom they previously called Generation X, if they want to be a chef, they want to be like a chef because they love to be a chef, and they'll go work 16 hours a day in some restaurant for nothing, and they feel the same way about movies. And that is, to me, you know, where the life is going to come from.
But is that vitality that's coming out of the independent sector, is that something that's actually going to keep the new generation of what's coming out of Hollywood, or some people feel as though Hollywood's just going to beat back or compromise or absorb that vitality?
Well,
they try to co-opt them.
In the same way that
hey,
you
why
have
not?
to
The guy is
exist in the same
talented.
ways.
The man or the woman is talented. You bring him in. Let's see if he can make a film for us. And sometimes that works. You never know.
the vitality of the industry maybe right now, as we've said, is maybe coming out of the independents. There's this gulf now between the studios where you have a film made for several $100 million whose absolute incredible success is going to spur on perhaps more evolution in that direction of making certain kinds of films, or would you disagree with that? Is this success of Titanic surprise you?
I disagree. I think that the Titanic, first of all, its cost is even beyond what you
they
think.
say, yeah.
So that, I mean, I think it's great. I love it when a filmmaker is getting trashed and they're getting ready to fire all the executives, and the film shows them that in the end, it's the movie. It's not the star. It's not who is getting the $20 million. It's the movie. And that's the lesson of Titanic. Not that you should make a $250 million movie. So I think that's what's going to come down to, is that it's going to come down to, just as they say in real estate, you know, location. It's going to be, it's the movie. And you come up with a movie that has life and it's about something interesting and is done well, that's the best policy.
Yeah. Whether it costs $60,000 or $100 million.
Personally,
you know.
I would be interested in the area of movie making, you know, from $12 million down.
Exactly.
And not care who I wouldn't pay an actor $20 million to be in a movie. I mean, so many of we have a whole list of them this year that had 2 of those guys. So that's not the answer.
Right? Yeah.
They're not stupid people, right? So they know that. So now it's something exciting that's in the movie, whether it has a newcomer. A newcomer is even good because now the big stars are so overexposed and they're on the rental movies.
And sometimes they come out 3 films a year. They make.
Yeah, they are.
And how do you like the posters now too?
Yeah, well,
the posters,
and the trailers.
Now, the posters now. I'm a old poster collector.
I can see them always.
I mean, now the final irony. Every poster looks exactly the same. Even the actors' faces look the same. You have to have just the title of the film. You can't read who directed, who wrote it. It's all a block, so nobody gets any more credit than the other person.
Well, you've both been responsible for the discovery of like major acting talent for 25 years. I mean, if you look at some of the major talent, I mean, you go back to the films that they started in, they were both your works. I mean, De Niro and Foster, Cruise, I mean,
and De Palma too. Brian De Palma.
I mean, a lot of people.
De Palma had De Niro first.
Is casting no longer really? Is casting that important now to what you do as a filmmaker? Or are a lot of roles and actors almost interchangeable? Because one of the arguments people make is that it didn't matter what part Kate Winslet played in Titanic. It could have been 6 other people. Does it really matter?
I don't think so. I think it matters. I think that's one of the joys of movies, that some actor comes and brings it to life. And a role can be very good, as evidence. For example, Nicolas Cage has been in movies for 15 years. Finally, he got a part that was able to connect. So it's, to me, it's acting and writing.
And Nick Cage, I mean, was one of these actors who was very brave, trying all different, go off on the edge. Daredevil, Wild at Heart, dancing on the table, doing Elvis. I mean, it's amazing. And then finally, leaving Las Vegas, was able to pull it together.
Casting and acting is at the very. I view it as writing and acting as the oxygen and hydrogen that makes the movie.
And still very crucial for the work that you do as well. I mean, when you're casting a film like Kundun, I mean, you're dealing with a lot of unknown cast as well as not just star cast.
Well, that's a special situation. I mean, there was no way you can make a film about Tibet and use actors. There's no way. Not even you can use, in some cases you can say, well, you can use some Chinese actors. It's not the case. The best thing to do, you'd find somebody. There had to be some people in India. They found them who were able. The Pasolini thing. It's Robert Flaherty. It's Elephant Boy.
That's casting.
That's
too.
casting.
That's acting.
It very much is.
Everybody's an actor. You're acting now. It's all, we're all acting. So it's everybody's an actor. You see, and if you just get a person who can pretty much be themselves in front of when a camera's running, you're okay.
Do you have special actors that you favor now more above others, or is it according to the work?
Well, you come to know, as with all collaborators, be it a photographer or art director, you come and know people, become your friends, and you like very much working with them, and you enjoy it. And so, of course, there are actors that you would like to work with over and over again.
For instance, I mean, it's someone
obviously Bobby De Niro.
Obviously,
I like working with Bob.
He's such a creative person.
Yeah, I had a very long collaboration with him. But you see, that's also some of the reasons why those pictures got made in the 70s. Taxi Driver. The night he won the Academy Award, we were there. Remember, you picked it up for him, and you came back and hit me on the shoulder and said, "This is good for your picture," because Bob was in it.
Right.
And because that particular script, I mean, was a daring script at the time. To us, we were crazy. We thought, hey, this is fine, let's do it, But apparently it was disturbed a lot of people, didn't want to make it. But Michael and Julia Phillips, putting myself together with De Niro, and that night of him winning for Godfather 2, helped the picture get made. And then the same thing with New York, and certainly which was a project of De Niro's, which was Raging Bull.
Right.
So because of the actors, an actor like him who was a very brave actor, who didn't really care about, looking pretty in a movie and that sort of thing, and taking lots of chances, I was able to work. Luckily, we found a common ground to work on these projects together, where I felt I was doing something of my own, he felt he was doing something of his own, and we were able to make those pictures. But after that, I didn't work from after King of Comedy was 1981.
Right.
And next time I worked with him, he did the cameo role in Goodfellas 9 years later.
Right.
So it's, but certainly when we got back together, we were in our trailer. I was in his trailer because we're selecting the ties and the shirts and the cufflinks, which we enjoy a lot. Oh, the socks don't match. No.
Which one you like? This one or that one? I like this one. Well, what about that one? Okay, I like that one.
No,
well, what about the first one? You said you liked the first one.
So we looked, and we're fooling around. And he looked at me at one point. He said, "Gee, why do we talk about so much when we're doing King of Comedy?" We sort of got older, and we talked it all out. We'd explored each other's ideas, and we found it so comfortable that we made another couple of pictures together in the 90s then. As Joe Pesci I like working with for his sense of humor, and he's a wonderful person to have around on the set. But, it's hard when you work with a new person. It's very hard. You have to all sing.
Sometimes it doesn't click in the same way.
It doesn't click. Even if you sing, even if you sit there singing, Getting to Know You from Rodgers and Hammerstein, it doesn't work.
Do you have the same relationship with anybody that you feel special about at this point?
Well, there are a lot of actors that have appeared in either bigger or smaller parts in my films, and yes, I very much, it's like being with an old friend, and you know that the conversation's going to be good.
Right.
And, just recently I got to work with Mickey Rourke after he sort of had gone into self-imposed whatever.
Yeah.
And, I always thought Mickey Rourke was just a very sweet person, despite all his front, know.
Yeah.
And he is, and so that's more what I focused on, just that he doesn't put me off with his pugilistic, posings. And it's always wonderful to, I've, like Marty, been with certain actors 3, 4, 5 times in movies, and no actor has ever said to me, what I really want to hear from him is, Francis, no matter what, any movie you want to make, I'm there, it's free, don't worry about it.
No, I know.
I'm waiting for
I know. And they always say, oh, Marty, you can get any actor to be in your films. No, I can't.
The same thing.
Oh, what are you kidding?
They are too busy working for Woody and Bob Altman.
Yeah, and exactly. And usually they come to me that the money isn't enough, and not that it's a bad thing, to a certain extent. It depends. If the money is a certain amount of money and the guy has to be there 10 weeks, that's a problem. If for the same amount of money, he could be there 3 weeks, that's different. If you can get all the scenes together. But then it's a whole problem shooting out to continuity. And we don't have the location. And we have this.
Packaging,
it's a nightmare.
With deals being made in studios with agencies where you're packaging films and you're packaging that talent into films, and with filmmakers, you change the nature of what their availabilities are, what they're working on.
I still rely on, even more than friendship and all relationships, is that if you come up with the great part, even a little part where they can score.
Absolutely.
When you ask an actor to be in your movie and say it's just like a 2-week thing, if they can score in that role, they have a sixth sense about that, and they'll do it.
Marty Lando in Ed Wood, and playing Bela Lugosi, he was phenomenal.
Is artistic collaboration now so complicated that a single vision, an auteur, as it were, can no longer really exist in filmmaking?
Collaboration is essential to. I used to always say collaboration was the sex of creativity, and it has nothing. A single vision doesn't exclude collaboration by any means, because that vision is constantly modified by what the actor will bring to it.
Absolutely.
Do you agree?
Absolutely, because you think about it, and in order to make a picture, you have this equipment, you have everybody around you. You need a lot of people to do it. There are other ways. Other people make films with single camera and lower budget, that sort of thing, but you're still dependent. If you're dealing with a narrative, to a certain extent, you're still dependent on a number of people working together to carry out something you believe in and that they can contribute to. You have to all be open to contributions, I think. And I think about it too. Over the years, I go see painters exhibitions in museums, and I saw one a couple of years ago here last year, Titian, I think. And the person was taking us around and said, well, the columns were done by so-and-so and the birds were painted by someone else, and explained that they all worked together under his direction, you see. I think it was Titian or Tintoretto, and it was a Venetian, I know. And it was a matter of a whole bunch of people having a school of artists under him, students, working and doing certain things and having the whole vision. So it's very similar.
Yeah, but you've had that with Dean and Walter Murch and all the people that you've worked with for years. You've had a team.
Yeah, what I want to say is more than the vision is kind of the direction you want to go into, and the so-called dictatorial part usually is like trying to strike out those the kind of cop-out solutions where people want to do the rote thing or the safe thing, and it's more saying, no, we're trying to accomplish that. Don't give me, you know, kind of that type of a cliche. So you don't mind it when they come up with some real idea that's truthful and innovative, but you sort of hate it when they want to do
But the key thing here is that you all have to be, when you're about to go on into the rehearsal, and you could usually tell in rehearsal, hopefully before so, but the idea is that everybody should be making the same movie. Because if you find that you're with an actor and you're into first week of shooting, and you're stuck in the trailer, to just convincing the person to come out there to do a scene a certain way, you're in trouble then.
And usually it's fear that they... My career, as I look back of all the things I was really in trouble for, like from back as a writer to directing or casting, what stuff was controversial. In the case of Patton, I also ultimately got fired for that opening of the beginning. Usually the stuff that you were in the most trouble with is the stuff that later on everyone talks about as being the good stuff, and it makes sense because it was a little away from the rote. You're always trying to fight off this kind of standardization of, you know, it's got to be this way. The special effects guy wants the effects to be that way. That's why all the movies look the same, because those other subcrafts tend to, the guy falls off the horse the same way because he fell off the horse in 10 other movies. And you're always trying to fight, you know, this movie is at least an individual thing. Let's try to find a way the guy ought to fall off the horse in this movie. And that's where you get the resistance. That's where you need to be the person saying, no, let's come back to what we were doing.
You know, there's something that's talked a lot about independence right now as films that are really smaller films, or intimate films, or writer-driven films, as opposed to the kind of effects-driven films of studios. And Francis, you've been quoted as saying that actually the two favorite films of yours in your heart are The Conversation and Rumblefish, as opposed to the films that people would talk about immediately as the films that they identify with you. Was that because of that?
Well, certainly, being a person who wanted to write original screenplays, The Conversation is one of the few that I got to do. So I'd love to go on now, especially in hoping at this age of my life that I could maybe only do now things that I write. You know, and writing has that 8-month lag problem that you got to sit and write, and nobody else has a job while you're writing.
Exactly.
So you're under pressure to say, can't you direct the movie, you know? So now I'm hoping to do that. Rumblefish was just a kind of peculiar thing that I saw that way and was grateful, although it made zero money. And
it was beautiful.
Also, so I hope to go back more to the things that I would like to write about, and having the discipline to do that, to not work. And because obviously if you're making other films in between, it's very hard to write the screenplay the 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm in right now. Working on the screenplay is taking 6 months already. It's going to take another few months.
And no one gets paid during
Nobody
that
gets paid during that time. And also, at the age of 55, becoming 56, how many more pictures can you do? You know, so that I'm averaging a picture every 2 years, kind of every 2 years. You know, it'd be nice if I could do one a year, but it used to be one a year, you know. But I'm the type of project I'm interested in now.
So write them, then you have to sell them, and you have to fall out at one studio and go to another.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Age of Innocence went through 3 studios before it got made. You know,
you've also both produced. I mean, both as producers on your own work, but also executive producing work. And recently, Marty, you produced the work of several independents with Matthew Harrison, with Allison Anders, and I know, Francis, you know, you've announced even just a slate of films that's now Zoetrope is going to be doing. Is this also part of what you're trying to do on top of writing and directing as a whole nother aspect of your careers?
I tried it as an altruistic thing, and I must say it's been about 8 years of it now, and I don't think I should continue because it's I don't have the time, I don't think, to really properly guide the people. I was figuring younger people, giving them chances, that sort of thing. Certain executive producing situation I'm doing as favors, for example. You don't do it as a favor. What I mean by that is that you're helping certain friends, quite honestly. And, of course, the subject matter has to be there, the director has to be there, and that sort of thing. But I found that, I don't know, it's maybe a dissipation of my energy, which I need more and more, excuse me, I need more and more for my own pictures, and try to help out some friends. That's what it's come down to now. And you see, I've never been I never really had a head for figures, a head for money. I don't really even understand sometimes the complexities of how a film gets made in terms of studios and that sort of thing. So I've always been feeling lucky. I got the money to make pretty much the pictures I wanted to make, and sort of run with it and try not to go too much over budget and that sort of business. So when I started to branch out as producing, I found that it was, I don't know if that's creatively. I feel any creativity about it. It wasn't satisfying creatively, and in the sense you're trying to help another person with their vision. I can maybe do it another way, but as producer, I don't know if it's even going to continue to exist this way. It just doesn't. It just takes too much time.
And Francis, you have a new slate of work.
Well, you know, I did it more out of enthusiasm and in the fact that back then in the early or the middle 60s, I really thought that we had the potential to have a company that could change the system. And, you know, I started very early because George Lucas got to make his first films at Carroll Ballard, and I really did have in mind that we could one day be a real film company, and we'd have a policy of, you know, for every dollar we earned, you know, 25% would be dedicated to movies that don't necessarily have a chance to make money, but that would widen the field, and that holy grail of a company that was balanced in that way, which to this day exists. And as I think back on my life to the point I am, the only thing I don't regret any of the projects I did or pickles I got myself into, but I regret a little bit that the film industry that we're leaving to the next generation is not quite as good and as it was what we received.
What lies ahead for you, each of you, at this point in your careers? Is it a big project? Are there big endeavors? Is Zoetrope something you're starting up again? Are you working in different directions?
I confess that I have once again been rekindled with the what I think are exciting ideas about a way to go. And I know for myself, I want to exclusively do my own writing. I feel I've done the last of my studio pictures that, you know, as you know, I'm involved in a very big wine and other kinds of businesses that it's like the old days when I was a drama major. I had to become an English major because the faculty was going to flunk me if I didn't. And I feel, in other words, I don't want to have my income and my family to be dependent on the movie business, because then they hold you hostage. So I think I have achieved that, and I'm looking forward to really a lot of personal writing for films. I have a big project that I'd love to do. Finally, I've been thinking about for a long time, and I'd love to do that. And I don't feel I've made the film that I really have in my heart. And
what is that? Can you are you at liberty to say?
It's an original screenplay. It's sort of as though it's as original in terms of like the way the conversation was just a story, except it's kind of as big as Apocalypse Now in terms of its scale. And I've been trying to earn in all the things we do, either to impress the studios or more important, the distributors and the completion bonds, that I can make movies extremely efficiently. My films don't go over budget and stuff. All of that is, as I was saying before, all trying to get the ingredients so you could one day make that kind of a dream project, what we always used to call the dream project, the personal film that you do. And I also feel that there's a fabulous time in this period of confusion in the professional film industry relative to the studios and stuff, that it is possible for a company like a United Artists
to emerge again.
Every once in a while I call up Marty and I say United Artists, and he says, all right,
I'm there. I'm there.
Dean Martin, is it other projects?
Dean Martin was more of an assignment, but the assignment, I must admit, was alluring. You know, it's a period that I grew up during, 40s, 50s, and 60s. I'm fascinated by American celebrity, the Italian-American issues, aspects of it. I mean, pretty much I felt, as I've said before, I think I've gotten to make pretty much the pictures I've always wanted to make. I don't think I've ever, the biggest problem for me was that Last Temptation of Christ, and that finally got made. I have about 3 or 4 projects lined up over the next few years that I've either collaborated on the script or whatever. I'm sometimes something falls in my lap. I don't know. You know, I'm always tempted, but I don't really see that. Oh, I'm going to work to a point and make this one particular film that I've always wanted to make. I have a few in mind, and I kind of, as I said, I've had 3 or 4 pictures that I like to make. They still need to be tinkered with in a way, and ultimately I keep looking towards if you can keep going, and if you live and everything, you keep going to the late age. I keep thinking of John Huston working on Wise Blood,
Kurosawa,
and Luis Buñuel, people like that doing films into their 70s and 80s, but again, very cheaply, you know. The other passionate side of the issue is, for me, I'm getting more and more involved, more than producing, I'm getting more involved with the preservation and restoration of old films and that sort of thing. And a lot of my energy is going there, you see.
Neither of you, again, are simply filmmakers. Both of you do a range of different work in other fields. And Francis, you've noted as a winemaker, you have a restaurant, you have a resort. Believe me, I understand the difficulties of trying to put together a resort with different things with Sundance. Marty, you've done an enormous amount of work with film preservation and film culture. So you're really doing things much beyond the work that you just do in film. Has this become a major part of your life? And for both of you?
Well, I have a general restless creativity. I mean, I like to build things. I like to see things go from idea to result, which is why I like to cook, because that's you know, in an hour and a half you can have this thing and then you serve it and everyone says that's good. A movie you wait 2 years and they go, well, we don't know if we like it. But very clearly I'm trying to balance my life so that I can focus on what I most want to do, which is to write and make a film and not have to depend on that also to support my family. So I've used this desire to build and what have you to try to set up a little bit of, what do they call, diversification. You know, so I'm not dependent on
and Marty, that with film preservation,
well, the film preservation came out of a desire of a love of these old movies that came out of the Hollywood system that I really adore, and not only to preserve them but also to restore them, preserve them, and have them shown properly. But that also means foreign cinema too. And I did a film documentary on a kind of a journey through American cinema, which meant that it was my personal view of American cinema, because for me the first film that was ever made was Duel in the Sun. That's the first one I saw by title. So then I went backwards from there, and then went this way, and then I didn't, in the documentary, which turned out to be 3 hours and 46 minutes or so, I didn't really talk about the films that were the average, the type of picture that wins the Academy Award and that sort of thing. It was more like B films, or films made off on a tangent in a way, and different types of directors and writers and actors and that sort of thing. And I'm beginning another one now in Italian cinema, which we hope Cecchi Gori will finance.
What does it start with?
It starts with Paisan, because that was the first one I saw on television in New York, 1948. I was 6 years old. Paisan, and then Open City, then Shoeshine, and going up from there all the way up to Antonioni, and up to the 1970, I'd say. And so the idea of these things is to get the word out, because when we were younger, the word was gotten out by people like, I don't know, Richard Schickel doing The Man Who Made the Movie, The Men Who Made the Movies. Prior to him, the French and the Italian, the French and the British critics. See what was happening in the late 50s. I was becoming aware of film that I might be interested in making movies, but how can you make them from the neighborhood I came from? It's like, you might as well say you're going to be an astronaut. Who knew? So we start to look at all these films. I had an obsession with all kinds of films, including foreign films, because I like to read the subtitles in these French pictures and Italian films and that sort of thing. But by the late 50s, the word got around that the only serious filmmaking is foreign. Only Ingmar Bergman, only, Fellini, only this. So for about 2 or 3 years, we rejected all the American films. But I had grown up on American films. And then by 1962 or 63, Andrew Sarris brought in some of the auteur theory, quote unquote, which has been much maligned, but had some very interesting things about it, into America. And I read the articles and I realized, wait a minute. I don't have to be ashamed of liking American films or saying that only foreigners make more serious work. And so therefore, American cinema opened up again, validated for me my original reactions to it, but also opened up like a treasure trove of these things, because now silent films are being restored. I'm telling you, you look at a silent film restored, it's a whole other world. You can see them properly, it's a whole other world. And so in a funny way, what I'm trying to do is do a similar thing that those critics or those writers did at that time, for us to at least, you never know, a film gets shown, a documentary, and some kid in the Midwest sees The Golden Coach by Renoir. It might become a writer, an actor, director, I don't know, musician, composer. It's throwing it back out there and letting it stir up, because there's a real problem now, as I said before, that the American public has been told that they don't like to read subtitles, you see. So there's more an aversion to that sort of thing. But if you show, I've co-distributed some foreign classics in new restored versions, like Rocco and His Brothers, Golden Coach, and a bunch of others, Purple Noon and Contempt. Seen on a big screen, you know, maybe you might be sparking some creativity out there.
I think it's still important because one of the things that each of you have been able to do has been able to bring, through the power of your own celebrity and important significance as directors, Americans' attention to certain directors. I mean, even in the presentation of Kurosawa's work that you did, was to bring people's attention to the fact that you're able to bring this film out. Are there filmmakers or individual films that you'd like to still do that with, each of you?
Well, just recently
I Am Cuba.
We did I Am Cuba. And I think I mean, you can't discount just the degree of enthusiasm that I know you can't talk to Marty without feeling it, but even my other friends, I mean, they truly do love movies or the cinema, whatever you want to call it, and there's just a natural enthusiasm that you tend to want. I called them and said, you got to see this,
Yeah.
and then you know, it's a natural thing that people who love film will want to share it and stimulate it. I don't think it's by any kind of design.
See, you want to make films, you want to show films that when you look at them, makes you want to continue making films. That's what it is, you see.
It's very important.
And it's really important that you look at a picture like, and you suddenly you're depressed, you're tired, you've been working, and suddenly you see this thing and you say, hey, yeah, I forgot that could be fun. Or yeah, I want to do that.
When you see a good movie,
you know?
It makes you want to make a
Wanna make
movie.
it,
And
you
when
see.
you see a bad movie or one of these cynical things that just spins it out, you come out. I mean, that's my wife. You kick everything. I don't want to do this. You know,
what a business.
Nothing is more stimulating than to see, which is why in the 50s and 60s we wanted to.
The last question. The idea is that basically you're at a point now in which you've both been the young filmmakers that came through careers and found this. Are there young filmmakers, are there contemporary filmmakers now that you get extremely impressed when you've seen their work at this point? Are there someone that you'd single out that you'd say of the new generation? Do you both get a chance to see a lot of
movies that I
works?
see? I went on a period where for 3 years, Fellini was like this. He wouldn't go to the movies.
Yeah, me too. For about 3 or 4 years, I didn't see anything.
wouldn't go. I started
I
to
didn't see
go
anything.
again, but it was depressing. And then I'd see like, I like To Die For. Gus Van
Gus Van
Sant.
Sant's very good.
Because it was something, there's a little originality. I mean, it wasn't just showing you the same old thing over and over again. Woody Allen, even when he works in his own little world, he always does something totally original.
His
Each
last
film.
picture, too, Deconstructing Harry.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, some of the character who's out of focus.
Oh, it was wonderful.
You know, he always, there's always some
The jump
wonderful
cuts,
thing.
the way he was cutting the editing of the dialogue was incredible.
So those are the experiences that really make you want to do it. You just want to, just like when you read a good book, you want to be active in the arts, and when you see cynical or work by route, you don't want to.
It's a bore. You're getting too old to watch it, too. You don't have the time. You could be doing other things.
Do you know, it's a question that's been asked many different ways about influences and directions, but I want to end by asking how you've influenced each other. Have you, as growing up in the same period, influenced each other in different ways? Are there works
I was
that
a couple of years
He's
old.
older.
It's a big
He's like the older
difference.
brother. It's a different thing.
You know, 3-4 years. I'm
Made a big difference in
58,
terms of-
so I'm.
It's a big difference because he was in the 60s. I never forget seeing you in that loft on Crosby Street, I think it was, or Jones Alley, Jones Street, where you gave a talk because You're a Big Boy Now is opening.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Remember,
that,
and you said you have to want to make films. He said so badly that you could kill. That's it. You see, and you talked about the writing experience on Patton and Is Paris Burning, and things like that. But it was amazing to have somebody come down. It was like 40 or 50 people, kids, younger kids, older people. There was so much activity going on at that time in New York and also Los Angeles about experimental filmmakers and independent filmmakers. It was all bursting out. And he came down and gave this talk. That was the first time. And then we met in Sorrento, Italy in 1970, a few years later.
And I sort of already had a little bit of success as a screenwriter, so I had a couple of bucks, and I was in a position to be helpful, which I tried to do whenever I could. When I had loved
he took
his
care
first,
of a lot of my stuff. Yeah,
his first film,
Street,
I thought was before Mean Street.
Oh, Who's That Knocking?
I was
you
so
like
impressed with it.
Jeez.
I just loved Who's That Knocking at my door. So I felt, because I actually was working as a screenwriter and getting a salary, that I was able to be of help, to everyone in that group. And a little bit I was a symbol because I was like the first young guy of our generation who actually was getting jobs, you know.
Yeah.
So
you made three films before Godfather. I mean, really more than three, but it was like Rain People
so
and
it
the
was
other
a
two.
sort of hope. It was sort of a hope that we could all do it, because before that we all thought, gee, well, you know, we are really going to get to make a feature. I thought I was going to work for the USIA.
Yes, the USIA, that was the big thing.
That
but
was
they
the only
didn't like,
job.
They didn't like my work, what I did for them. They burned one of mine. They didn't care for it.
And I was able to introduce people like Marty to, you know, people who then could be
George
helpful
Lucas
to,
and everybody, and also
or Ellen Burstyn, I
yes.
know.
He got me to do Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore,
which was an important picture. You
because
know,
Mean Streets was such a kind of an obviously off the beaten track type film that John Calley mentioned that I should be doing this kind of film after you had given the script to Ellen Burstyn, actually, and I realized, let me try to do a film, or really a studio picture, and try to give it something special.
I tried to get Marty the job to do the second Godfather.
Yeah, I know.
Because I never want to have anything to do with gangsters again. I thought he would do great.
It would have been great.
And he did.
Oh. Well, it's been wonderful to have you both here. I really thank you both very much for appearing with us, and thank you for appearing on USSP.
Martin Scorsese's lifelong passion for film has fueled a remarkable career dedicated to movies. A graduate of NYU, Scorsese worked as an editor until Who's That Knocking at My Door caught the attention of Roger Corman, who asked him to direct Boxcar Bertha. In 1973, he attracted critical and national attention with Mean Streets. The films that followed reflected a taste and talent for a wide range of subject matter. Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, After Hours, Goodfellas, and The Age of Innocence are just some of his films. Casino is his anxiously anticipated new film. It is another collaboration with Goodfellas screenwriter Nick Pileggi, and it stars Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, and Sharon Stone. I'm very pleased to have him back at this desk for a consideration of Casino and whatever else he's been doing. Welcome back. It's great to see you. I saw you almost 2 years ago. We just happened to see each other at a dinner, or maybe...
It was almost 2 years ago, wasn't it? Yes. And
you said you've done nothing but work on
nothing
this film
but Casino until about 8 o'clock last night.
And where is it right now? Because you're going to go... When is it going to be released?
It opens... it premieres Tuesday in New York.
And you're working on it last night?
Well, minor mixing details, and some of it was over the phone, in fact. But my editor, Thelma Schoonmaker, and my cinematographer, Robert Richardson, is out on the West Coast right now, trying to conjure up a dupe negative that would be suitable to make prints from. And they're maybe a little bit hit and miss, but they're getting there. They'll be able to do it by the end of the week.
Did Pileggi bring you this idea?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he brought me the idea 2.5 years ago. And what he brought me really was a newspaper article about a husband and wife domestic squabble on a lawn at about 7 in the morning in Las Vegas. And from that article, the whole story unravels. All the elements come together in that sequence, and that's the way we try to structure the picture. That article and that scene on the lawn was so vivid for me, and it became so meaningful because of the relationship between the husband and wife and the difficulty in their relationship and the domestic fighting and that sort of thing brought down not only themselves but an entire empire.
You must see this as larger than just another gangster film.
Yes.
How do you see it?
Well, I always imagine, I said, well, you know, I was interested in doing it. I said, but the only way to really make this one, I said, obviously I'd want Bob in it, Bob De Niro, and it's a perfect part for Joe Pesci, you know, and it'd be wonderful.
And Harvey would have been in it, except he was off somewhere.
Harvey was somewhere else as usual, making another picture. He makes 15 a year, thank God. And I said, I really need, I needed to expand the story. I said, if it's going to be about Las Vegas, and it really deals with the end of Vegas of a certain period in time, by 1983, 86, in my mind, it became something like an urban Western, where it was really the end of the old Wild West, the real end of the Wild West in a way, where things were wide open. And I figured that it had to be a picture where you could have these characters go through a real breadth of a story, the depth of a story. And I figured at least a 3-hour film. There's no sense in doing another gangster picture in the sense that I felt Goodfellas was very, very, it was really very precise about the way of life. Granted, this story deals with a higher level.
And Pileggi told me that this was a higher level.
Much higher level. And also set in an American city. And what threw me was when we started working on the script. It was January 2nd, 1994, in a hotel, Nick and I looked at Time magazine, and the cover had the MGM lion on the cover, and it said, Vegas, the American city. Yeah. And I said, well, if that's truth, then
we got a story.
Yeah, we have a story here. If this is the American city, I mean, they're talking about the new Vegas, but you know, the sense of Vegas and what it represents chance, luck, you know, everything wide open, place for, at that time, the old Vegas in a way, a place for gangsters, hustlers, gamblers, and that sort of thing. And it had a kind of romance to it, which now has changed radically, you know. But that aspect of calling it the American city of today, for the future, that could be a dangerous thing.
Now, do you have to sell De Niro on doing a film with you, or do you just call up and say, are you busy? And he says no, and you say, let's go?
Oh, no, not necessarily. It always has to do with character.
If it's a character that you think is right and he agrees, then it's a deal.
Or if I think it's right and he gets interested in it and we start working on it, because that's what we were doing on the script. We worked on a few things over the past few years where we would get halfway through the script or halfway through the script writing process, and we'd find that we just weren't able to pull more out of it for him as a character, and we dropped it.
He would decide not to do it because it's just not something
myself too. And both of us realized that maybe it's just not, because it doesn't really pay for us to do pictures again unless we could find other things to do. Like Max Cady, for example, was a over-the-top theatrical, wild performance of his. And I found things that I wanted to say in Cape Fear that didn't interrupt what he wanted to say, which is the way we always worked. Raging Bull also. And like, what would we do that's new? And so we found in this particular character, the Ace Rothstein character, we found that we could chart some new territory.
What is it about him that makes him so good?
Years ago, I was not able to articulate it, but there's something about him he could take. It's one of the reasons I had the stroke of luck of making a few good pictures with him that a lot of people kind of like. It's Taxi Driver and Raging Bull, even to a certain extent Goodfellas, where he plays people, takes characters that ordinarily are your villains in a film. And in my pictures, I like to make them the heroes in a way, or you quote hero, unquote, you know. And there's something about him that's very compassionate as a person. He's one of the most compassionate people I know, a really good man. And he just has that ability to relate that to the audience. The audience feels for him. They feel for this character. And therefore, there's no character that he plays that is irredeemable.
Yeah. So he has some way to give that audience a way to hook into whoever he plays.
Yeah. It's his face, it's his moves. It's not only his face, it's his natural instinct in a scene. Sometimes we're improvising. He'll invariably do something that is quite extraordinary.
Once you start shooting, do you direct him? I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, or is it most of it's you two talking it out before, and then once he gets it on the set,
once he gets there,
there's no sense of saying, you know.
Basically, we do a lot of we do a lot of it in well, on Taxi Driver. The script was so solid there was no need to introduce Bob during the script writing session, because Paul wrote it himself. Schrader, he wrote it himself. We got it. Brian De Palma gave it to me. Michael and Julia Phillips got it, whatever that story is. But a Raging Bull, by the time we got to do Raging Bull, we worked very closely together on the script. And in that process, because we wanted to do something very special, this is after Mark Martin had written the first drafts, and then Paul Schrader came in. And when Schrader did 2 drafts, gave it to us, we went away to an island. He took it to an island. Bob likes to go to islands. I'm an urban person. It was very strange, palm trees and things, beach, you know. And it was very nice. It was very, very secluded. And we worked for like 2.5 weeks on Paul's version. And we were able to literally make the film right there. We just made the film, basically. We said everything we had to say. We found that we were going along the right areas with each other. I also found that he was doing things that I didn't even need to know. And he knew that I was going to do things that he didn't need to know. And so that he became very, very reasonable and workable when I was doing very, very intricate shots in the ring, because he knew that something special I had in mind was going to come out of this, including that sequence where he gets beaten up by Sugar Ray Robinson, which takes only 20 seconds of film time, but took 10 days to shoot.
Most people would believe that's your best film. Do you believe that?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, to me...
Is it your favorite?
I like it, but all the films I make, I really don't go and revisit them. I don't look at them, really. Yeah. No.
But do you make
too personal? I can't.
Yeah, but I mean, Dawn Steele and other women in your life have always talked about one of the wonderful things about you, and I just know because she's told me, but that you, I think Barbara, I think talked about this too, is that you infuse them with your love of movies, all about movies. You are known as having this encyclopedic knowledge of film in terms of being able, for a whole series of films, tell you every credit that pretty much on the movie.
At some point, I mean, really I can do that mainly from films in the 40s to the 50s to the early 60s. When I started working on films myself, I started seeing less of them. Yeah. You know, but I think what we're really talking about is that it's not just movies. That they're not just movies to me. They're, in many respects, having had asthma, my father taking me to the movie theater constantly because I couldn't play sports or anything. He never really talked to me very much when I was a kid, and so that was a way of talking. That was a way of experiencing strong emotional, whether it was Kirk Douglas and Lana Turner in The Bad and the Beautiful, or it was James Mason in The Desert Fox, or it was On the Town, or American in Paris, you know, any of these things. It was a way of experiencing emotion, of feelings. If I wanted to say I loved you to him, which I didn't, it was through that film, you see. And the same way with him to me. And my mother to a certain extent also, my older brother too. And so in a funny way, they're not just movies to me. It was a way of expressing emotion and a way of learning a little about life and using these as examples of how to live. You can't take, I mean, not every film. What I mean by that is that it's like, it becomes about life. The pictures I make, I'm talking about, it becomes about the fact that, yes, I adore these old movies and everything, because I can never make them. I wish I could have, but I'm not. I'm what I am. I do what I do now. And in the process of making the picture, I tried to learn about myself, learn about life. And I think talking about infusing enthusiasm to other people about it's mainly about that, not about the films. We'll talk about a certain scene in another film that was made 20 years ago, and we can laugh about it, act out the whole scene, and then we go to shoot our scene, and we're sort of revved up for that energy level, you see. But there's a certain kind of truth in those scenes. There's certain kinds of truths in Vincent Minnelli's film version of Lust for Life, in scenes between Anthony Quinn and Kirk Douglas, where they're arguing about painting and art, you know. And then suddenly that snaps something, and you go off into another scene for yourself, and we try to find the truth in those things, and because the truth is enjoyable and painful and a lot of fun.
You've always wanted to make a Western or not, because you talk a lot about John Ford.
Yeah, well, I can't. How could you make a Western? You can't.
But
How could you?
You can't. What do you mean you can't?
Well, I mean, I got close in the casino. I haven't seen it yet, but there's a wonderful scene in the desert.
Yes.
Only the guys in the desert in this one, they're two little figures in the desert. They're wearing silk suits and sunglasses, so they're not exactly cowboys, but or Lawrence of Arabia. But it's a private meeting that Joe Pesci has with De Niro in the middle of the desert, so they can talk private. But the reality is the tradition of the Western, 1917, John Ford, William Wyler, making one-reelers each week. Yeah. Cecil B. DeMille coming in and literally, with the Western, creating a new language. Not even mention Griffith and Thomas Ince and people like that who were already working. These guys was trying to figure out, if you come in left to right, what's the next cut? What's the right screen direction? You know, they didn't even have the word for screen direction. They were inventing all this language, you know. And so that the Western is a part of Americana that I'm not a part of. I come from a East Coast. I'm more European than that, you know. And it's in a funny. I mean, my roots are more towards Italy or Europe than it is out west. I loved seeing Westerns when I was a kid, because that was the outdoors for me. Yeah. Especially those old Technicolor Westerns, or any story, any Cinecolor film about wild horses was great. Because, you know, he was living in a small apartment. He had the beautiful wild horses running. You could see this palominos going by and that sort of thing. But I could never go near a horse. I would sneeze. Was there always, or is there a fascination on your part for violence? I think the violence, and this particular film, Casino, has got some very strong violent scenes in it. And it's a very powerful picture. There's a vice and putting somebody's head in a vice. Yeah, all based on true stories. Popping out and stuff like that. Popping a little out anyway, but but the thing about it is that it really is based on very strong. The violence itself is a matter of expression, and it's the way of life. And if it's the way of life for these people, what happens to them at the end is important. Yeah. Where they wind up, like in Goodfellas. You know, if you think it's fun for the first hour of Goodfellas, well, look at what happens to them in the last hour and a half. And in Casino, especially, based on true stories or aspects of true stories, everybody pays. Everybody pays. I mean, it's the old story: live by the sword, you die by the sword, and it's a shocking thing. And I think what happens with violence. I mean, I grew up in an area which was pretty strongly expressive in that way. We put it that way. It was right off the Bowery, you know, and people were more tactile. They touched a great deal, and so very often, even sometimes you would swear that two people were arguing or yelling at each other, and actually they're having a fun conversation. So that kind of expression is very important to me, and the lifestyles of the characters that I'm working with, usually in these films, incorporates a great deal of violence. And so you've got to be as truthful to that as possible.
And then having said that, though, of all your films that have touched on violence, whether it's Taxi Driver or Goodfellas or Raging Bull, even in its own way, there is Age of Innocence. Mm-hmm. And you and I talked about that at length one evening. Yeah. It didn't resonate, for whatever reason, as much as I assumed you liked it. How do you feel about that now that you've put some distance between you and Age of Innocence?
Oh, I like the film. I mean, the resonance for the film, for me, is the passion that can't be expressed. That cannot be expressed, you know.
What do you mean?
His passion for her and her passion for him.
Oh, I see. The passion that could not be expressed because of the nature of the society at the time.
It's the detail of the shirt he wears and the way he's looking at her. And that was the interest of the film for me. Maybe I misunderstand the question.
No, but the question is that it didn't, I mean, you didn't get it wasn't as successful in some way as other films that you have made.
True.
Even though my sense is you had great pride in that film, and you poured a lot into it, and you spent a lot of time, and it was a departure for you. It was reaching out to go in a different direction. It was pushing the envelope somewhere else.
Right, exactly. Pushing the envelope is a good expression because if I'm going to do pictures like Casino and Goodfellas and things like that, each one like that has to have something special to it. And Casino certainly does. It has the aspect of Vegas, and Vegas is the American city, etc.
Right.
No reason to do another mob picture. Not for a long while until I can find, you know, God willing, something comes around that I could find another angle to it that I could learn something further from, which I learned on this picture. How to tell a story, an epic story of greed, you know. Now, the thing about Age of Innocence, it's not like I'm not silly enough to think, oh, yes, this is the film I'm going to be remembered for. No. If you are remembered, number one. Number one, if you are remembered. And if you are remembered, it's going to be the pictures that normally, it's like a Mean Streets or a Taxi Driver or Goodfellas or Raging Bull or maybe, I don't know. It's those territories where I feel I'm dealing with characters and worlds in which I can really express myself with comfort and ease and a closer grasp of a certain reality and truth. No matter how harmful or difficult that truth is to take for the characters in the film I'm talking about.
Where would you put Last Temptation?
Last Temptation's another. I tried to... in Last Temptation, it's a good question. Last Temptation deals with the same themes all these other pictures deal with, only it's head-on directly with the iconography of Christianity.
Yeah.
And maybe the others are more successful than that because of that. You see, maybe sometimes when you deal with it head-on, it's never as good as the slipping in the ideas and the allegories and metaphors and that sort of thing. But Last Temptation was something that's something I'll always go back to. I have no problem with that. I mean, that in terms of religious film or film dealing with the saints or what really makes a saint, that sort of thing.
Does the making of movies still have the same magic for you, the same joy, satisfaction?
Well, as you get a little older, and the pictures sometimes they all get harder.
Why?
Well, I'm trying in each one to try something new, to push an envelope, as you were talking about in Age of Innocence. I know that the people say, well, yeah, that Age of Innocence is a picture where it's not going to be representative of the kind of work I've done normally. But I want to learn something, too, as a director. And as long as I can have some sort of an umbilical cord of emotional resonance, some way in which I could feel what those characters are feeling, then I don't care what they're wearing. I don't care what age it takes place in.
Then can you go ahead?
No, I was just saying. Basically, what I do for relaxation is read novels of the ancient world by Mary Renault to Robert Graves and that sort of thing.
Can you then say that what is it you learn about character in Casino, and what do you come away with that?
Well, I think for me in Casino, what it is it's a very simple thing, and it's like a classic story of people's pride and greed. Just going to the level where they bring down themselves and bring down an entire empire.
Just when they have it all together.
Just when they had it all, you know. And it's just, for me, the human story.
Is it their natural instinct overtaking them? They cannot be divorced from their natural instinct.
That's
greed
one
was
thing.
part of what they were.
Yeah.
And then they reached for something else. For some reason, wanted to put that past behind them but somehow they can never cut.
Never do it, and also they're in a place like Vegas, which makes that happen, because it's a wild place.
Why Sharon Stone? I mean, not why not, but why Sharon Stone? I mean, you know, I don't.
Sharon, well, her name came up a number of times.
Her.
Yeah, her name came up a couple of times. We talked about her. There were a number of ladies involved with the auditioning process. They were all quite good.
That's interesting, because you insisted that everybody had to audition.
Yeah.
And some
I had to.
Because?
You know, well, I want to hear what happens. I want to see. There was a certain level of energy that I wanted this character to get to, and so did De Niro. We wanted this person to get to the point where they didn't care what they were saying. They were so outraged, and we didn't want anything to be held back. And very often that happens. That's why you need to hear it come from somebody, because I don't care other films they made. It's a different way. It's a different director. It's different actors, different story, a different atmosphere, a whole other thing. We needed to just get in a hotel room and work out a few scenes. That's all. And a number of ladies were quite good at it. But when it came with Sharon she had such determination to do this picture, to play this woman, Ginger. And she had...
expressed in what way, in terms of her sense of saying to you, I've got to do this, I mean, I'll show you whatever you...
An enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, an enthusiasm.
I want it badly.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she wasn't coming in begging for it, but the idea...
No, I don't mean that, but I mean as a professional way to say...
Yes.
I can be Ginger.
Yeah, exactly. And now, what I also noticed about her was that she has a certain screen presence in these other films that she made, and it seemed to be just the right look for the character of Ginger to come out of Vegas in the early 70s.
Yeah.
It also looked like, she also was the closest one to look like one of the persons that it was based on in reality.
Was
not
his name
dead.
Jerry?
Yeah.
Jerry?
Yeah.
I think. Was it? I can't remember what the...
Jerry, I think it was, yeah.
Nick Pileggi was here to talk about it. Let's take a look. This is a trailer, which is a way that they use to promote the film in the theater. You've seen them. It's a coming attractions kind of thing, but it gives you a feeling for what Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci and Sharon Stone have done with Nick Pileggi's script. Here it is.
He's a loose cannon. No! Stop it! You realize what you can do? You can get us all killed! You want to get rid of me? Here I am. Go ahead, get rid of me.
The music.
Yeah, what I did with the music was pretty much what I did with Mean Streets back in 1973. I compiled music over the past 30, 35 years and listened to... it's basically composed of music that I listen to all the time.
Yeah. And
I put them onto DAT tapes the past 5 years now. And I may have 26 tapes from A to Z and 12 from the 1960s. I have 15 from the 50s alone. And a DAT tape, so there's like 44 songs in each tape. And so I was listening, like we're talking about going to the penthouse at the Mirage. On a Saturday night, I had the earphones on listening, and it was during pre-production, started making notes. Theme from Picnic. Yeah. Why not use the Moonglow and Theme from Picnic? Because that was a popular song at the time. You know, these were songs you could play in a jukebox in the late 50s or early 60s. Even though there were themes from other movies, it didn't matter because they were part of your life. They were heard on the radio all the time. Also, Walk on the Wild Side. Elmer Bernstein's Walk on the Wild Side, played by Jimmy Smith, is on the radio all the time. Why not use it? It doesn't matter if it's a theme. So that sort of thing. And it's a compilation of I think there may be, 50, 60 pieces in the picture here, in and out.
Sean Penn was here, and he talked about John Cassavetes. There is a story, which may or may not be true, about you and Cassavetes after Boxcar Bertha.
Right. Yeah.
Cassavetes comes to you and says, look, you can do a lot better than this. Or if you really want to make movies, they have to be personal. They have to, well, you tell me.
He took me to his office, and it was at Universal. And he was always very funny, Johnny. He was like, he's laughing. He looked at me. He said, come here. And he grabbed me and he embraced me. And then he pulled me aside. He said, you just spent a year of your life making a piece of junk. He said, it's a nice picture. It's a nice film. Girl is good. The guys are good. But you could do better than that, he said. You can't get stuck. I know you like B movies. I know you like the old movies coming out of Hollywood, but you do different things. You just do different things, and you should really stick to what you know. And in a sense there, I realized, maybe he's right. The reality is I'm not a Hollywood director. I mean, a director from the ones I wanted to be, like John Ford, or Howard Hawks.
He understood that. So you wanted you wanted to remake John Ford. You wanted to find your way to be like John Ford and Billy Wilder and all those.
Right, but what I did have in mind was to combine what I knew, which was really a kind of a combination of a certain kind of reality with the actors that I saw Cassavetes and Kazan have, and mix that with the tradition of a Ford or an Orson Welles with the use of camera and that sort of thing. So I was trying to combine it all. I got close, but it wasn't completely successful in New York, right. To a certain extent. It wasn't completely successful film, but I realized then that the only way to go. He said, don't you have something you really want to do? And I said, yeah, well, there's one script, Mean Streets, that we've been working on for about 5 years. He goes, well, take it out. Rewrite. I said, we'll need some rewrite. Well, rewrite it. Just what are you doing here?
Yes.
Just rewrite the thing, will you? Yeah. So we worked on it. A couple of friends of mine worked on it, and we sent it around, and gave us that shot in the arm we needed. Within a year, through some mutual friends, we met Jonathan Taplin, and he had the money to make the film.
What's been the downest moment for you? When have you been in this really wonderful arc of a career that is going strong, Witness Casino opening here? When has it been for you where you questioned yourself? Never.
Not to seem facile about it, but you do question yourself most of the time because it keeps you sharp, questioning yourself in terms of the work you're doing. Yeah. Is this the right thing to do? Is this the right picture? Well, if I have this angle on it, there's certain kinds. I didn't question myself doing Last Temptation. I didn't question myself doing Age of Innocence. That's for sure. And
but you ask yourself, for example, in Casino, is this a different story, and is there something larger here? And how do I justify
making
for
a
me
film?
To make this film? Yeah,
exactly. And I found the ways, and I found it's in a sense a metaphor for us if we don't watch out in this country, you know. Where the compassion goes out the window and just more money, more money, the more blood. Yeah. It's as simple as that. That's what the film shows, and it's as simple as that. And I mean, constantly, I've said this many times. What was really at the same time wonderful and scary is that when you get on the set, you realize every day that okay, I don't know anything. Okay, I don't know this, I don't know that. I think I know this. Let me work on this area here, and it's constantly a learning experience. Which, as you get older, forces you to try to streamline and just get to the essentials because you have no time to play with all the other stuff.
Who is working today as a filmmaker that you look at and say, yeah?
I guess it's a hard one to talk about because I can't really talk about my friends. It's like De Palma and Coppola and Spielberg and
that whole generation.
That whole generation. I mean, there's all aspects. I mean, like Coppola's a great grand painter, and
well, you know, but do you two see the mafia differently?
Oh yes, well, totally. You know.
Well, how?
All I know is like on the street corner. Street corner stuff, nickels and dimes kind of thing, which I really...
And he sees the...
His is more... Well, granted, for what we were talking about, The Godfather, we're talking about Mario Puzo's original novel, and then the incredible Godfather 2, which is one of the greatest films ever made. And so Godfather 1 also, but number 2 just fills out it just like grand opera, you know. And that is like grand opera. It's something else. It's something else entirely. It's something I don't know. I'm not what's the word... literally, I'm not a personal recognition of that. I didn't have any experience of that. You know, I may have seen it from afar, but the kind of experience I know, the poor guys in the corner selling the wrong lenses that they just stole, you know, that sort of thing. No, I think the people, the films I like to see, the two guys whose films I like to watch, but they're, you know, it's an older generation. It's Kubrick and Bertolucci. I like to watch their films.
They're not making many films, though,
no, they aren't. No.
I mean, they're both alive. They both have the ability to do it. Is it because they can't, what?
I think, though, you see, Kubrick doesn't have to make that many films.
Right.
What he does is so intense, and he takes such time in taking it. You can watch one of his films, the one every 7 years that comes out, Full Metal Jacket, or particularly Barry Lyndon, or The Shining, which is not entirely successful, but the end of it doesn't matter. You could find constantly new things that they stand revisiting, even like The Shining on television when it's shown with commercials and all the words are cut out and the horror parts are cut. It doesn't matter. I'm looking at the angles. I'm looking at the lighting. I'm looking at the psychology of the actors, what they're doing, and there's always something new. Bertolucci has a certain way that too, where he has it's a wonderful, elegant quality to the imagery, which I like to watch.
What else would you put up next to Godfather 2 in your judgment?
Well, then you go back to, you see, Godfather 1 and Godfather 2 were split in the middle of the old Hollywood and the new Hollywood, the great time of the 70s. 70s was quite a time in America in making films. Well, the only way I could go, off the top of my head right now, the first thing that comes to mind is definitely, the films of the older directors, the ones who formulated what film is, and John Ford, The Searchers, and My Darling Clementine, and of course Orson Welles' pictures, Citizen Kane, and even the Shakespeare films that he did, The Chimes of Midnight, which is really something. There's still something that Welles has that's so extraordinary, with the use of camera. And then there's, in my mind, Fellini. We talked about
that when he died.
Yeah, 8.5. 8.5 being a watershed picture where it's just stopped. Everything that came before is now changed, Yeah. And yet there's another great one of Fellini's, I think, Vitelloni, the very first one he did, That number, there's so many, there's such a wealth of material.
Does Bob want to direct De Niro? Well, I know he did Bronx Tale.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he seems to be, although, we don't really see each other that much, maybe on his birthday or my birthday, where I go downtown over where I am, he's with me or something, and we really get to see enough of each other when we're working. So then he's usually off to another picture.
Yeah. But when you choose a project, he's the first person you think about. I realize it's character defined.
It's character defined, and invariably he comes to mind because, it's quite honest, there's so many other good actors too at the same time, but I have a relationship with him, and I know one of two things. One, certain things we've done, so maybe we shouldn't deal with that issue. In other words, maybe another actor, or if I get to that, I've already done it with Bob, why do I want to do it with another actor anyway? Right. Maybe I shouldn't do that story. But if there's something new to find, he's still we still have a very close relationship, so we could try to dig this stuff out. And that's why I think of it, and it's, again, that empathy that he has for some of the most unappealing characters. He has a strength and a dignity for these people that comes out of himself, I think.
What's next?
Next is a life story of the Dalai Lama, actually. Yeah.
You're directing it?
Yeah.
And who's going to star?
We haven't cast it yet. Asian actors.
Yeah.
It's called Kundun.
And Richard Gere will be the consultant to the film?
No, we have many, because he's around. It's the life story of the Dalai Lama, written by Melissa Matheson.
Now, why do you want to do that?
Well, it's a fascinating story. Here's this guy, here's this man who's head of a country, religious and spiritual and political head of a country. And the country's been based basically on the spirit.
Right.
For whatever reason, but basically it's the spirit. It's a country that I don't think had a road, if I may be mistaken, may not have had a road going into it until World War II. Didn't need a road, basically. They went interior, they went inside themselves. And it then comes into conflict with a government, and a massive government from China, which is not just the Chinese people, it's not them, really, it's the Marxist government, which is purely materialistic. Right. And then what does he do? How does he survive? What does he do to keep that world of the spirit alive, even knowing that it has to change? And certainly it's got to change completely, because it will never be the same.
How does a man of the spirit also deal with the fact that he has to every day confront very practical questions of survival for his people?
Yes, and basically nonviolence, because that's the tougher road, the nonviolence, that's for sure.
This from a man who once thought about being a priest.
Yeah.
Great to see you again.
You too.
Pleasure.
Welcome. I'm just so excited you're here. One of my all-time favorite directors, and the fact that you're here, I'm jumping out of my skin. Thank you so much.
제가 감사합니다. 불러주셔가지고.
Thank you for bringing me here.
And the place and the theater is so beautiful. I never imagined this kind of great theater exists in this world. Wow. Yeah, it's watching the film and go outside, you can see the Pacific Ocean. It's quite special, I think. Yeah. For me.
Well, thank you. I want to start right off the bat that the art direction in this film is spectacular. The set, the two worlds, you create the road between the two worlds. There's a winding set of stairs that connect it. Can you tell us about building that world?
뭐 영화의 90% 이상이 두 집에서 벌어지니까요. 저랑 프로덕션 디자이너한테는 되게 큰 즐거운 도전이었죠. 예.
Because 90% of the film happens basically in those two houses, it was a very fun challenge for me and the production designer.
그래서 부잣집 처음 이제 시나리오를 쓸 때부터 부잣집의 구조에 대한 뭐 기본적인 아이디어가 제가 있었고요. 인물들의 동선 같은 게 중요해서 그 디자인을 많이 요구를 했었죠. 이렇게 해달라고 미술 감독님한테.
So even from the script writing stage, I already had the basic idea for the structure of these houses, particularly the rich house, because the blocking was very important. So I had many requests to the production designer.
And poor house is relatively the structure is simple, but we built the neighborhood in the water tank. That not only the house but also the whole poor neighborhood is all the built set in the swimming pool. So we shoot every sequence, and then the very last day we 더러운 물을 거기다 부어서 더러운 물이 아니지 흙탕물을 부어서 이제 찍은 거죠.
We poured mud water into the set for the flood sequences.
근데 뭐 보기에는 되게 더러운 물처럼 보이지만 배우들을 위해서 되게 깨끗한 물을 머드팩 재료를 써서 했어요.
But the water looks dirty. But for the sake of the actors, we actually added like a facial mud mask into the water to give it that color.
It is very clean and safe. And
But the actual idea of the separation between the two worlds with the stairs, that was an important visual.
Yeah, it was very, very important. In that sequence, the movie suddenly changed to some kind of the road movie. Yeah, 비 오는 로드 무비처럼 찍고 싶었죠. 부잣집에서 가난한 동네까지 그 인물들이 그 공간을 하나로 이어주는 건데, 그게 점점 이제 수직적으로 위에서 아래로 하강하는 느낌으로 찍고 싶었어요.
So I wanted that sequence to feel like a road movie in the rain. As the characters move from the rich house to the poor house, they descend vertically further below, and I wanted the spaces to sort of connect seamlessly.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but listen to him speak. That's all I need. I don't even need the translation. You returned to your home country after Okja and Snowpiercer to make this movie set in Korea, and it's focused on a particular setting. Yet I feel is one of your most ambitious films.
그러니까 뭐 스노피어서나 옥자에 비해서 뭐 예산도 작고 뭐 영화도 뭐 장소 두 개에서 이렇게 뭔가 더 집중된 영화지만은 맞습니다. 주제적인 스토리적인 욕심은 더 있었죠. 말씀하신 게 맞는 것 같아요.
So compared to Snowpiercer and Okja, Parasite had a much smaller budget, and the film is very focused on these two spaces. But in terms of the themes and story, I was more ambitious with this film.
그 어렸을 때 돋보기 가지고 이렇게 햇빛을 모아서 이렇게 종이를 태우면 연기가 나면서 타잖아요. 그때 작은 초점이 모이면서 그때 그 종이가 탈 때 어떤 쾌감 같은 그런 좀 집중력을 만들어 보고 싶었어요.
So when we were little, we would use magnifying glasses to burn very small dots onto the paper, and you would always see the smoke coming from the paper from this tiny dot focused from the sunlight. And I really wanted to portray that sort of excitement and joy that comes from that tiny dot burning.
And there is no characterizing the movie. Our expectations are constantly being challenged in this. Was that something that was intentional for you?
뭐 여기서 예상을 깨트려야지 아니면 뭐 관객들을 놀래킬 거야. 뭐 이런 식으로 매 순간 시나리오를 쓰지는 않는데 이게 좀 제가 성격이 이상해서 그런 것 같아요.
So it's not as if I write my script thinking about how I can surprise the audience or break their expectations. I think it just happens because I have a weird personality.
이게 아니 진짜 그렇고 진심이고요.
I really mean it.
또 인물들 탓인 것 같기도 해요. 인물들이 보면은 그 부잣집 사람들도 이렇게 전형적인 그런 뭐 예를 들어 탐욕스러운 부자들로 묘사되지는 않잖아요. 그러니까 사실 정확한 악당은 없어요, 영화에. 그러니까 진짜 악당은 없는데 또 끝에 가면 되게 무서운 일이 터지잖아요. 그럼 그 이유가 뭘까? 그게 사실 되게 슬픈 부분인데 이렇게 누가 착하고 누가 악당인지 그게 모호하기 때문에 또 그 뒤를 예측하기가 어렵지 않을까 이런 생각도 해봤어요.
I think in large part it's due to the characters. In this film with the rich family, you don't really see them as the conventional greedy, malicious villains you often see on screen. There are really no villains in this film, but even then the film ends with this huge disaster. And I think we can ask the question of why. Why does a film end that way without these villains? And I think that's a sad part of this film. And because the characters, it's very ambiguous to tell who's nice and who's the bad guy, who's the good guy. I think that's why the film is more unpredictable.
But this idea of two groups of people that are living together, and the cracks in between them are invisible, but you actually make them visible in this movie. Was that something that you were conscious of doing?
그 심지어 그 부자 그 아버지가 계속 얘기하잖아요. 그 라인을 넘지 말라고, 크로스 더 라인 하지 말라고. 이제 뭐 보이지 않는 라인 뭐 스스로가 설정하는 게 있는 거죠. 네.
So in the film, you see Mr. Park constantly talking about not crossing a line. So he's basically drawing an invisible line for himself.
만약에 지하실에 있었던 그 세 번째 가족, 사실은 이게 홍보는 두 가족인 것처럼 리치 푸어 두 가족인 것처럼 홍보하지만 사실은 세 가족 이야기잖아요. 이게 물론 스포일링이긴 하지만 그래서 이 지하실에 세 번째 가족이 없었더라면 아마 그 선이 지켜졌을지도 모를 것 같아요. 네.
So in the marketing process, we always describe this film as a story about two families, but actually there's a third family in the basement. And I think maybe if the film didn't have that third family, they might have been able to keep that line.
I just want to point out, this is what cinema is all about, the fact that you're speaking in a foreign language, and we're totally communicating and understanding. I'm emotional just having you here and listening to you. This is like probably the highlight of cinema society. Thank you. Thank you.
저기 일요일 아침에 이렇게 많은 분들이 와서 영화 약간 무서운 영화인데 이렇게 봐주셔서 사실 그 너무 저도 감동적이에요. 이렇게 일요일 아침에 영화 보시는 분들이 진정한 시네필이 아닌가 생각이 듭니다.
I'm very moved that all you guys came on this Sunday morning to watch this quite scary film. I think people who watch movies on Sunday mornings are the true cinephiles.
But what is remarkable about what you've done, Bong, is that it's not just scary. There is plenty of humor. There's plenty of satire. There's plenty of suspense. And at the same time, social commentary. Was that something that you were conscious that, combining all these different feels and experiences?
저는 사실 저 자신이 장르 영화 감독이라고 생각을 늘 하고요. 짧게 하죠.
I always consider myself as a genre filmmaker.
영화를 볼 때 영화 자체의 아름다움이나 뭐 장르적인 흥분 이런 걸 되게 좋아하고요. 항상 저도 그런 영화들을 보면서 자랐던 것 같고요.
When I create films, I always like to focus on the beauty of cinema itself, the excitement that comes from genre. Those are the films that I grew up watching.
그냥 이렇게 눈앞에 정치적인 무슨 깃발을 들고 막 휘두르는 그런 영화들은 싫어하는데 대신 영화적인 아름다움이나 흥분을 이제 2시간 동안 즐기고 집에 돌아갔는데 이제 자려고 침대에 누웠는데 자꾸 뭔가가 이렇게 생각이 나는 한 번 더 생각해 보게 되는 그리고 그것이 인간에 관한 이야기 뭐 그런 쪽으로 점점 머릿속이 뱅뱅뱅 잠이 잘 안 오게 되는 그날 밤에 그런 영화를 만들고 싶은 것 같아요.
So I don't really like films that wave that political flag right in front of your face. I would rather the audience enjoy the beauty of the film and the excitement that comes from the genre elements and go home after the film, lie in bed to go to sleep, and you end up constantly thinking about the film and thinking about the human condition that this film presents. And the films that I want to create are the ones that just stays with you, stops you from going to bed because you're so wrapped up in thinking about the remnants of the film.
I heard you do an interview where you were describing the characters in your film as a comedy without clowns, a tragedy without villains. And I want you, I'm curious about the fact that you don't pass judgment on any, the Kim family or the Park family. And how difficult was it to balance that?
Yeah, actually every characters in the movie, they all remains in some kind of gray zone. But 근데 상황에 따라 또 이 사람이 좀 나빠 보이기도 하고 비열해 보이기도 하고 또 어떨 때면 불쌍해 보이기도 하고 또 막 뒤섞여 있죠, 상황에 따라서.
So depending on the situation, the characters feel malicious, they seem greedy, and sometimes you even pity them.
그러니까 그 상황에 따라 인간이, 그러니까 이 영화에 나온 인물들이 사실 범죄랑은 다 상관이 없는 인물들이잖아요. 뭐 갱스터인 것도 아니고 전과자도 아니고. 그런데 이런 약간 무시무시한 사건까지 가는 걸 보면은 참 그게 인간의 어떤 인간사의 어떤 슬픔이나 그 공포인 것 같기도 해요. 네.
So in this film, all the characters are very far from violence. They're not gangsters, they're not criminals, but the narrative sort of ends with that disaster in the end, and I think that's the sadness and fear of being human, that things can get there even without villains.
Can you tell us about how difficult was it to cast the film? You have one of the greatest actors, Song Kang-ho, who you've worked with before, but then creating this soccer team of actors, how challenging was it?
뭐 송강호 씨 같은 경우는 이미 생각하고 이제 스크린라이팅을 한 거고요. 아들도 마찬가지고요. 같이 일해봤던 배우분들. 근데 이제 나머지 배우분들은 저랑 처음 하는 분들도 많았는데, 예. 뭐 기본적으로 말씀하신 것 중에 앙상블 캐스팅 영화다. 예. 10명의 인물들이 다 중요하다. 그 꼬마애까지 그런 생각으로 일단 접근을 했고요. 예.
So in regards to Song Kang-ho, I already wrote the script with him in mind, and that was the case for the Kim son as well. They were actors that I worked with before, but the rest, it was my first time working with them. But from the very beginning, I prioritized that this is an ensemble piece and that all 10 characters are very important, including the little boy.
그 송강호 같은 경우는 특히 저한테 의미가 큽니다. 그 시나리오 쓸 때 이 캐릭터를 또 뭐 이 다이얼로그를 이제 이 배우가 한다라고 미리 생각하면서 쓰다 보니까 제가 더 마음이 편해지고 과감해져요. 그러니까 뭔가 좀 독특하고 더 챌린징한 그런 씬을 써도 이 사람이라면 관객들을 설득할 수 있을 거야라고 저의 어떤 운신의 폭이 넓어지죠. 네.
So Song in particular is very meaningful to me because when I write this character and write dialogue, knowing that he will say them and play it, I feel more comfortable. I can become bolder with my script. And so even when I'm writing unique, strange, and challenging scenes, with him in mind, I know that he'll be able to convince the audience.
And tell us about working with the scoring, Jang Jae-el. It's an operatic score. Recalls Bernard Herrmann, Hitchcock, but it goes against the grain. There are moments where the movie becomes suspenseful, and then you have this operatic scoring. Can you tell us about that choice?
이게 모르겠어요. 그 컴포저, 그러니까 작곡가한테 그 바로크 음악이랑 그 버나드 허만 스코어 같은 거를 많이 추천해 줬어요. 뭐 어떤 그 영감을 좀 받아보라고요. 네.
I did recommend Baroque music and Bernard Herrmann to the composer for inspiration.
그 이 가난한 가족들이 이제 부잣집에 들어가서 뭐 이렇게 되게 점잖은 척을 하잖아요. 그러니까 물론 저도 바로크 음악의 아름다움을 늘 좋아하긴 하지만 왠지 이 가난한 주인공들이 부잣집에 가서 이렇게 점잖은 척, 우아한 척하는 그 느낌하고 바로크 음악이 되게 잘 만든다는 생각이 좀 들었었고요.
So when the poor family enters the rich house, they pretend to be all elegant and sophisticated. And of course, I appreciate the beauty of Baroque music, but I felt that it really suited that sort of pretension that this poor family was putting on.
And I watched the Alfred Hitchcock Psycho when I was 8 years old, in maybe some censored version from Korean TV broadcast station, and I was overwhelmed by it, and also the music there. So always so inspirational. So maybe the house, in the rich house, is much richer than Norman Bates. The house, not Bates Motel, but the house behind the motel. That house also has a basement, which has a big secret, and also great second floor. That amazing, beautiful shot of the Martin Balsam's stair and camera track back, and
they stab him and he goes down the stairs.
Was eye view, and 그러니까 막 그런 게 어떤 좋은 의미의 어떤 트라우마에서 머릿속에 각인돼 있어서 그런 집의 구조와 어떤 그런 음악들을 막 저도 믹스해 보고 싶은 그런 욕망들이 좀 있었죠.
So in a good way, that scene was very traumatic and ingrained in my mind. So I always had this desire to mix the structure of the house and the music from that film.
And you know what's amazing about somebody like you is that you're so aware of movie history, as you have been telling us, but at the same time you don't become derivative. Is that something that you're conscious of? The fact that
그 영화의 역사들이라든가 장르의 컨벤션 이런 것들을 되게 사랑하는데 또 동시에 저는 한국 감독이고 한국에 저를 둘러싼 어떤 현실들이 있어요. 제가 일상에서 관찰하는 것들이 있고 제가 장르의 컨벤션을 깨트리거나 어기거나 다른 길로 갈 때 그런 한국적인 공기나 현실 같은 게 쑥 들어오죠. 그렇게 되면서 영화의 분위기가 아주 뭐 기묘해진달까요?
So I'm someone who loves film history and genre conventions, but at the same time, as a Korean director, I'm very sensitive to the reality of Korea, and I always observe what happens in my daily life set in Korea. So whenever I try to break or steer away from genre conventions, I think I always reflect the air and the atmosphere that's specifically Korean and bring that to my films, which creates that sort of strange and unique nuance to my film.
Speaking of Korean traditions, there is a children's song that is used for memorizing in the film. And, you know, can you tell us about including that aspect in the film?
그게 그 칸느 영화제 상영할 때 그 모멘트에서 여러 나라 관객들이 동시에 웃더라고요. 그래서 아니 나라마다 저런 노래가 하나 다 있나 보다. 그 메모라이징 용으로 쓰이는 그런 생각을 했었는데.
So when I screened the film at Cannes, a lot of people in the audience from various countries laughed at that scene at the same time. So I thought that maybe every country has a song like that where they use the melody to memorize things.
한국 학교에서도 많이 쓰는 노래예요. 이제 뭐 복잡한 거 여러 가지 외울 때 쓰는 노래인데.
It's something that's used very often in Korean schools when students need to memorize complicated things.
There is a term, for you cinephiles out there, there is a term that has been coined, bongtail. The fact that you mix, you know, that there is a combination of your style and your detail. You weren't aware that it has been coined bongtail?
아니 뭐 한국에서 그렇게 많이 불리고 있는데 그걸 어떻게 아셨나 해서 지금 그래서 놀랐어요.
So that is a nickname that people call me by in Korea. I was just surprised how you know about it.
Well, because your cinema is so particular. You know, there is this. What I've always thought about it is that Bong, your name, and then detail. And there is so much, you take so much detail in filmmaking, and I've always thought when I watch your films, I think about Bongtail, you know.
Actually, I'm not control freak, but I control everything. 근데 이제 그 매 순간 그러면서 뭐 그 크루들을 괴롭히거나 그런 건 아니고요. 그 부분이 전체를 말할 때, 부분이 전체를 표현할 때가 가끔 있는 것 같아요. 그럴 때는 되게 작은 것에 집중하죠.
But that doesn't mean that, you know, I harass my crew members at every second during production. It's just that when a small part of the film sort of reflects the entirety of it, that's when I really focus on the small things.
And one of my great co-worker artists, Eric Durst, the visual effect supervisor of Snowpiercer, he is here. So 저 사람한테 물어보세요. 가서 내가.
So you guys should ask him.
내가 막 자잘한 걸로 괴롭히는지 아닌지 저분한테 한번 물어보시면 될 거라고요.
Ask him on whether or not I harass my crew members on small details.
He's putting you on the spot. You are.
So powerful as a director, I feel, is because, and he's so great to work with, is because any question you ask, whether you have an idea or a thought, he treats it with great respect, and he does so because he's already thought about it himself.
Yeah. Let's drink, Eric.
I need to ask you about the rain sequence, the big storm, and it's one of the most spectacular scenes this year in cinema or any year. Can you tell us about shooting and how difficult or challenging the whole sequence was?
그 감독들이 다 좀 정말 기억에 남는 빗신을 찍고 싶은 그런 욕망이 사실 있죠.
I think every director has this desire to shoot a really memorable rain sequence.
Something like the Seven Samurai by Akira Kurosawa, kind of something. Yeah. 그래서 저랑 그 DP가 이제 촬영 감독 욕심을 좀 많이 내긴 냈어요. 그래서 영화에서 이제 하나에 이어지는 그 길처럼 나오지만 사실은 한 샷 한 샷이 되게 서울 시내 아주 떨어져 있는 여러 곳의 로케이션을 이렇게 조합한 거고요.
So the DP and I were very ambitious with that sequence. In the film, it seems like a connected road, but actually every shot was shot in a different neighborhood across Seoul.
그리고 나머지 장소들은 대부분 부잣집 가난한 집 그냥 디자인된 세트니까 그 로케이션 스카우팅 하는데 엄청 시간과 에너지를 많이 들여가지고 좀 집중할 수 있었죠. 그런 또 상황도 됐었고요.
And because the other locations were set on the sets that we built, we were really able to focus location scouting on that sequence and spend our time and energy there.
그 샷 중에 유난히 더 이렇게 버티컬한 수직적인 계단이 하나 있어요. 그 서울의 한 구석 어떤 길에서 찾아낸 공간인데 그 로케이션 찾아냈을 땐 정말 기뻤어요. 여기서 뭔가 보여줄 수 있을 것 같다. 그래서 거기 주인공이 서서 이렇게 물이 폭포처럼 쏟아지는 걸 보는 장면이 있죠.
So among the shots, there's one in particular that features a very long and vertical staircase, and it's located in a small corner of Seoul, and I was very happy when we found that location. I felt that we could really encompass the film in that shot, particularly on the shot where the protagonist is standing there, and you basically see a waterfall falling through his feet.
물이란 게 항상 위에서 아래로 흐르잖아요. 그러니까 그 반대는 불가능하죠. 그러니까 부자에서 가난한 자를 향해서 물이 흐르는 거죠. 그 느낌을 꼭 찍고 싶었었어요.
So water always flows from top to bottom and never flows the other way around. So I really wanted to emphasize the sense that water pours from the rich to the poor.
Your film is a complex and honest allegory about economic polarization and inequality. It is very specific to Korea in your film. When you were making the film, were you thinking that you wanted to speak universally about the economic polarization and inequality in the world as well?
물론 뭐 한국은 엄청 많이 발전했죠. 지난 뭐 6.25 전쟁 이후에 몇십 년의 세월 동안 지금은 되게 뭐 그야말로 부자 나라가 된 셈인데 그렇지만 그 안에서 또 상대적인 격차는 큰 거죠. 근데 그건 한국만의 문제는 아니고 전 세계의 문제인 것 같아요. 그래서 그동안 뭐 칸느 이후에 뭐 시드니나 독일이라든가 뭐 여러 나라에서 상영했을 때 항상 비슷한 얘기들이 비슷한 리액션이 나왔던 것 같고요.
In the past decade since the Korean War, Korea has achieved incredible development and advancement. Now it's basically a wealthy country, but within that, the relative inequality and gap has widened ever more, and I think that's something that applies to not just Korea, but any country across the world. And so, you know, we screened this film at Cannes, in Sydney, Germany, various places, but people seem to respond very similarly.
그래서 이제 제가 뭐 꼭 굳이 그거를 의식한 건 아니지만 자연스럽게 이렇게 유니버설한 영화가 되고 말았는데 왜 그럴까 생각해 보니까 이제 지금 뭐 국경과 상관없이 우리가 다 그냥 하나의 국가에 살고 있지 않나, 자본주의라는 국가에 그런 것이 아닐까라는 답을 스스로 한번 찾아봤어요.
So I never really intended for the story to be universal, but naturally it happened that way. And I really thought about why the responses are similar. And the conclusion that I came to is that regardless of borders, we all live in this one giant nation of capitalism.
So you won the top prize at Cannes, and it marks the 100th anniversary of Korean cinema. You know, can you tell us how that felt for you?
개인적으로도 영광이고 한국 영화 전체로도 영광이었죠. 근데 이제 그 심사위원 분들하고 이제 이제 시상식 끝나고 가볍게 이제 뭐 그 이나리뚜 감독님 등등해서 뭐 이제 칵테일을 마시면서 얘기했었는데 이제 한국 영화 100주년이라고 얘기해 주니까 마침 되게 놀라더라고요. 그래서 그런 또 한국 영화 역사 이렇게 긴 줄 몰랐었다. 그래서 사실 뭐 아까 아키라 구로사와 얘기도 했지만 일본이나 중국에 비해서 한국 영화가 좀 늦게 세계에 알려졌죠. 근데 예.
So personally, and for Korean cinema, it was a huge honor. After the award, I talked to the jury members to Iñárritu over cocktails, and when I told them that coincidentally this marks the 100th anniversary of Korean cinema, they were all very surprised to discover that Korean cinema has such a long history. Because relative to Japan and China, Korean cinema was introduced to the international audience pretty later on.
이 영화도 되게 크게 영감받은 한국의 클래식 영화가 있는데요. 김기영 감독님의 그 하녀 하우스메이드라는 영화를 한번 보시기를 추천합니다. 거기도 보면 이제 계단이 영화에 많이 나오고요. 1층과 2층. 네.
So a huge inspiration for Parasite was a Korean classical film called The Housemaid by Kim Gi-young, and I really recommend that you all watch this film. That also features a lot of staircases and a two-story house.
The movie already released by Criterion DVD, so you can find it.
Well, I cannot express my deep gratitude for you to be here. I love this film, and I love everything you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. 감사합니다.
I know it's really hard to try to pinpoint an origin point for anyone who makes work as personal, as idiosyncratic as you do, but I'm going to try, so please indulge me. Do you remember any one moment or a series of moments where your approach to storytelling, or it became clear that you wanted to make films? Was it a book, a particular scene, a particular movie?
Yeah, I have a few thoughts. Some of them are more vomit-inducing than others. But you know, obviously, I was into movies, and as most humans are these days. And when I saw From Star Wars to Jedi, that's like a making of Star Wars movies that particularly revolved around Return of the Jedi that really excited me to see, like, this is something that is an occupation, and this is made by people in a very like tangible way that you could see. You could see people like building Jabba the Hutt and operating Jabba the Hutt. And that was the first thing that really got me thinking, like, maybe I would like to make movies. How cool is that? And I did, growing up, I did a lot of theater, and I was also into visual arts, and I did a lot of drawing, and I was into comic books. And then I met this Latvian American artist who lived in Nashua, New Hampshire. I was from southern New Hampshire, and he had a show of his paintings and drawings at the University of New Hampshire. His name was Hyman Bloom, and they were like really intense. The drawings particularly were quite grotesque and horrifying, like demons on astral planes and all that. And he was, and I didn't understand this at the time, but he was like into the occult and into seances, and he just seemed like an interesting wizardly person. And I met him like through like my parents met him at a dinner party, and I was enamored of his work and talked to him, and he gave me a book of Dürer engravings, and he kind of said, if you can draw these, you can draw anything. And I didn't run home and burn my comic books, but I almost had that. I had that urge, and that's a more vomit-inducing story. But it did change my perspective a lot, and I think I've become. I had burgeoning dilettante taste as a child, and then it really sort of came full force after that. And then the last most major thing, which connects to Nosferatu, was, so I saw Nosferatu when I was quite young, burgeoning dilettante, 9, and Max Schreck's performance and the atmosphere of the film, and the fact that Murnau and his team turned it into this simple fairy tale, it was incredibly engaging to me. And at 17, I had the opportunity to do a senior-directed play, and I, with my friend Ashley Kelly Tata, who's now an opera and theater director in her own right, we did Nosferatu on stage. It was like black and white, a silent film on stage. We did have black and white makeup, black and white wigs, costume sets, and then this another wizardly gentleman named Edward Langlois, who had like the one cool theater in southern New Hampshire, who did The Duchess of Malfi and True West instead of My Fair Lady. He saw this humble show we had and invited us to do a more professional version of it at his theater, and that kind of solidified what I wanted to do with my life. Not that it was like some opportunity to like get out in the world, but just for myself,
Mm-hmm. And there's this, I love bringing it back to Nosferatu, because remembering the first time I watched that film, and there's a bit of a legend around it, that it feels like it was just discovered, like it's an archive documentary about a real vampire that happened.
Yeah, and I think now we have the luxury of seeing the restored versions, which you can see more now as intentions, but you can also see the bald cap on Max Schreck and the grease paint on his eyebrows. And in the version that I saw as a kid, like he was just a vampire, and like in some, because of the deteriorated image, sometimes his eyes looked like he had cat-shaped pupils, and that is what gave rise to the legend that Max Schreck was really a vampire in the Willem Dafoe Shadow of the Vampire from 2000. Yeah.
But it ties back to your films, the way, at least that I perceive them, is that there's always this blurred line between what's imagined, what's supernatural, and what's real, both for us as an audience and sometimes for your characters as well. Do you have that separation in mind when you're writing?
There's no separation because if you believe it, it's real. And in the mindset of the characters in the films, these things are real. Nosferatu, it's a little more complicated because there are people who don't believe in vampires, like initially. But yeah, I mean, there was no Viking atheists, that like, it's just like a thing, so, I mean, to say that there's no modern lens is like impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you know, in The Witch, there is sort of a nod to the fact that maybe this is ergot poisoning, you know, and everything in The Northman that you see that is like otherworldly, supernatural, mythic, could be a dream, could be also like, you know, hallucinatory substances, whatever. So, you know, but that doesn't mean that they're not experiencing it as real.
Yeah, and I wonder as well how, from those initial kind of touch points that you were described when you were a 9-year-old aspiring dilettante in your own words, and that became, I was an aspiring 6-year-old dilettante. I tried to make everyone watch The Wizard of Oz, and they booed me out of the class. It's my foundational trauma.
Yeah.
How has your approach, especially since you've made this work that is so heavily interested in exploring myth and folklore and superstition, and belief systems, how has your own approach to those interests shifted?
I mean, I don't think it has. I hope that there's like a further understanding or something, but I don't think it's really shifted. I mean, there is in the Murnau film, the Van Helsing character is a guy named Bulwer who doesn't really do much. And I like the Van Helsing character, but I find that in the book, he's a little too sweet for my taste. He's a little too wholesome. I like my vampire hunters to be a little bit more insane. And so I made this guy Von Franz, who's played by Willem Dafoe, and you know, he rails against enlightenment in one speech, but I think, you know, he's kind of got the right idea, because he's got, in the one hand, he's following modern science, which is not very modern in 1838, but you know, okay. And on the other hand, he's remembering that there is good things that like Paracelsus and people in the past had to say. So while I would not want to live in the past, like I think that I'm clearly in my films like have a kind of nostalgia for a time when there was less profane and more sacred. Yeah.
Feels like maybe a good moment to play the first clip that we're going to play tonight from The Witch. I really love this clip because it so intimately sets us in Thomason's perspective, as well as introducing us to this world as they're expelled from it. Can you tell me, how do you approach characters when you're writing? Do you start with an image? Do you start with a costume or a line?
It depends on the piece, you know, and I also very often I'm starting with a kind of atmosphere or a tone or an idea. I mean, you know, this I talked about being like a Puritan's nightmare. And, you know, I was very aware when I grew up in New England that there were people who grew up in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, like, you know, hanging out in my backyard like a long time ago. And that was, you know, interesting to me. And so also growing up near Salem and hearing about the Salem witch trials a lot, you know, I thought about them a lot, but also thought, you know, what if the witches were real? You know, what would that be like? And, you know, and this carried over into the creation of this thing. And, you know, and then with this movie, you start with a family. I think, you know, and it needed to be a fairly large family because that would have been the case. And originally each act kind of focused on a different family member. And then it ultimately in the final act became 5 acts, not 3, but 5 acts. The final act sort of became Thomason's story. And then Lars Knudsen and Jay Van Hoy, who produced the movie, kind of said, that might be the best way to tell a story, but we can probably get the film financed if you have a central protagonist. And so then it clearly needed to be Thomason. But I think you can see ways in which that like original way of writing it is kind of like still sort of there, never totally escaped. But I think, you know, with that film and with the Lighthouse particularly, because the worlds were small enough, I had like, talking about costume or whatever, like a dollhouse. You know, it's like, this is their house. I studied the wills and from the period. I know what would be every single item in their household. I know how they're dressed. And so I can play with my dolls more efficiently when you have in like a very condensed location. It's, that changes when you're writing The Northman or Nosferatu or whatever. But then, each character, unconsciously is an extension of yourself, but consciously you do want to try to become them, like an actor when you're writing it. And like and with all my films, I always do a pass where I only focus on this character or that character. And that's something that I've employed on some scripts, but not others, is writing like scenes in between to that I know are not going to be in the film to kind of like more fully understand character relationships. So yeah, I don't know if that completely answers your question.
Do you ever share those in between scenes with your actors, with your co-writers when you've written with someone else?
Yeah, for Nosferatu, I shared some stuff with Bill so that he would know the backstory of Orlok. And I also wrote biographies of some of the smaller characters just so that they would understand that they had a richer world than what you might just see on screen, and that like context would be imbued in their performance even if it was more brief.
And just to stay on you as a writer for a second, you wrote The Rich by yourself, and The Lighthouse with your brother, and The Northman with Jorn, and Nosferatu again by yourself. How do you know when you need someone else's input, and how does that change or does that influence the way you write?
Sometimes it's just a matter of like time, man. Like it's just like you only have so sometimes I was working on Nosferatu and I had a feeling it was not going to happen. And my brother had the idea for The Lighthouse. It was slightly different than what we actually made, but I called him up and said, would you want to make The Lighthouse with me? But I also, because I was working on other things, I needed him to kind of like break the script. So very often when I work with another writer, they will write the first draft, and then I will start. We work on creating the story together, and then they write the first draft, and then I come in to start like honing it. It was the same. It was more or less the same process with Sean, and but I continue to work with Sean. We've written a bunch of things that haven't gotten made. There was one script where like I wrote certain fantastical scenes in the last act and he wrote the rest. But then as we did more and more drafts, we would just pass it back and forth. I just did something more recently where I was like really compelled to break the script myself, even though I needed like someone else to bounce ideas off of and someone else to help me with the story structure. So you kind of, every story demands different things, but certainly because of the realities and of making commercial cinema being incredibly challenging, like it's good to have help when you're doing because you have to have multiple pots on the stove because you don't know, what the studio's gonna want to order.
And you write even as you're shooting something else, or even as
no, never when I'm shooting. Okay. But in post production, generally, I hate what I've made, and so I'm like desperately engaged in like saving myself creatively by writing something that's not as horrible as what I've just shot. I didn't do that with Nosferatu, which was kind of interesting. I was really, not that I'm like A+, we nailed it. But I was very engaged with that all through post-production and would go home and watch like one or two horror movies, and be thinking, what could I do? How can I, so that was interesting.
I've read you say something similar before, that, you never felt like you've quite really taken what was in your mind and put it on the screen. Has that now shifted? Has it started to lessen?
I think it's gone sort of. My first short film, Hansel and Gretel, is a nightmare. Someone, I don't know who, had a copy and put it on YouTube, but if you're an aspiring filmmaker and you think that I am good, watch that and you will be inspired that you too could be good, because it's fucking it's horrible. But but I learned from it, and so then my next short film was a little closer to my imagining, but also not, because it was my first time working with like a crew and a lot of people who are experienced with filmmaking. But then by the time I did my third thing, it was very much like, I imagine this, I know the locations, I'm able to execute like what's in my head. Then, big stepping stone. Now I'm making a feature film. All of a sudden, and I'm proud of The Witch, and particularly the performances, but it's not what was in my head. So for me, even though like I'm proud of it, that frustrates me a lot. Lighthouse, a perfect little stepping stone after that. So that is much closer to my intentions. Then Northman, gigantic movie, battles, all this stuff, less close to my imagination. Nosferatu, more close. Okay. So and it's not that being more close to what I envisioned makes it better or something. It's just makes it more satisfying for me personally.
Yeah.
So.
No, that makes complete sense. Let's play a clip from The Lighthouse, and then I want to talk to you about your characters.
Okay. Just to articulate what I was just talking about. When I watched The Witch, I was like, the pacing's so glacial, the sound design's anemic, there's no texture, why are the costumes so clean? I know it's church and it's Sunday, but goodness gracious, like that ADR performance, why did I choose that one? And so, and this, I was like, yeah, that's adequately miserable, Like I wish Pattinson's knees were a little baggier in the trousers, but it was pretty cool.
It's a perfect segue to my question about obsession. Because a lot of your characters, in fact, I'd say most of your characters in your films are obsessed in some way with something, and that obsession either drags them down to their demise or leads them to find something about themselves. What do you think is appealing to you about that kind of character, and maybe also to your actors? I feel like your previous answer
if Willem Dafoe were here, he would say, "Busted." Yeah. Does that answer your question? I don't. Yeah. I guess I like that.
How do your actors feel about it? Kind of, is that something that is appealing to them about working with you with these kind of roles?
I think, the Witch was really wonderful because, I was working with actors who were not really famous. Like Kate Dickie and Ralph have done some great work, but they're character actors, and are not like, and are more recognized now than they were then. And of course, Anya has become Anya, but it was a different thing. I'm not supposed to lean in because the mic can pick me up if I sit back. And so that was cool, but the performances are, I think, undeniably strong. And then, Willem and Rob wanted to work with me, and Rob particularly, I mean, he still does, but particularly at that point in his career was looking for like super weird stuff. And Willem always, which is why that's why Willem is almost 70 years old and still fantastic, because he still works with first-time directors like now. Like, he hasn't just leaned back and become a caricature of himself. He's like activated. So that was really fortunate for me to have that pairing, but also then they give those performances. So after that, then I've sort of developed a reputation for, and some people want to be a part of that, and some people don't want to be a part of that, and with Nosferatu, like, everyone who signed up for that was like ready to like roll up their sleeves and be crazy and be obsessive and be possessed and just go for it, and I also know now, like, when I'm interviewing someone, like, if it's going to be a good match and if they're ready to like jump off the cliff.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask you about this, because obviously you've worked with some incredible actors, have cast really, really well, and it must be sort of strange, both an incredible privilege to have actors come to you and say, "I've seen your film, I want to do anything you make." How do you cast, and what do you expect from your actors when you decide to work with someone?
I just really want them to want to do it. You know, I mean, honestly, I know that sounds silly, but if you have someone who's like nervous and anxious about the situation, it's very hard to get the performance, because you need someone who is going to be raw and is going to like let their inhibitions go, and without being raw and selfless, you can't like be truthful on camera or on stage. You can get away with it a little bit on stage with technique sometimes, but on camera you can't. And but obviously you're looking for people who make sense with the character. I'm like drawn to like very extreme faces when I can get them. That was another thing. The background characters, which anyway, I like the movie, but you know, so yeah, it's a lot of things. But I think it's the willingness and the hunger is because then we can work together. Like if you're, you know, like if you have like some talent, the camera likes you, and you're willing, we can go there together. You know.
How do you help them along the way? You know, we can talk about specifically maybe about the Lighthouse or maybe bringing Nosferatu, but how do you help them when they're fully committed? They're jumping off the cliff with you. How do you nudge them in the right direction?
It depends on the actor, and it depends on the situation. But I think, you know, like Willem is incredible, but we spent a lot on his big, like, you know, like he has a big theatrical Miltonian speech, like in early modern English, and you know we worked on that like we were doing Shakespeare. Like I went to his little fisherman cottage where he was living at the time, and we broke it down and like, you know, okay, well maybe this needs to come up, and then this needs to come down, and you know, go dive into this word more, you know, and like Willem Dafoe doesn't need that for it to be good, but it is going to, you know, hopefully like get across the specificity that I'm looking for. And you know, so you know, Pattinson and Willem are very different. Talked about this a lot. Willem comes from theater. He likes to rehearse. He also likes to like go for it and commit 100% all the time. Pattinson wants to save it for the camera. And I need rehearsals because my camera work that I do with Jaron Blaschke is so specific that the actors need to rehearse the blocking before we get on to set, or it's going to feel canned and it's going to feel, you know, not alive. But Rob got kind of like freaked out by Willem going 110% all the time. So that was an interesting challenge. And you know, Rob was doing more. He's not method, but he was doing more like methody things to get into the zone. He would spin around and make himself dizzy before a take, and he would like jam his fingers down his throat to like almost gag himself, to like have his eyes be crazy and like and be, you know. And Willem's kind of like, you know, but then, you know, I was working with Nicholas Hoult on the first week of Nosferatu, and he needed to be terrified and he needed to be out of his mind, and he is a very, very good technical actor and also like a very like emotional actor, but he was also like did not want to fuck up. He did not want to fuck up, and he was like too in his head. So I was like, why don't you spin around the room and gag yourself?
A perfectly reasonable direction, really. But you mentioned your cinematographer, Jaron Blaschke, and also you've worked with your editor, Louise Ford, on all the films you've made.
Yeah, except for Hansel and Gretel. But,
yeah. But can you talk a little bit about those collaborations? How do you push each other?
Yeah, I mean, easily. You know, Jaron does not mince words, and I thought he hated me after our first collaboration, in fact. But but one of the things I value most about both of those relationships is that like there is no bullshit. Like it can be harsh, but you know, like, oh, Jaron, isn't this like I do this shot like this? And he's like, yeah, that would be really great if it was a 1950s TV show. But we're always, Jaron and I are always trying to push each other, and you know, I think one of the great I'm complaining about things with the films not meeting my expectation. But one of the great things about that is that motivates you to do it better the next time. And everyone on the crew has their things that they wish were a little bit better because I keep working with the same HODs, and we know, and we're like, okay, like we can, let's do that a little better the next time, and that is driving for all of us, and I think, I can only say how I experience it personally. I don't know how audiences will experience it, but I feel that like in Nosferatu, we did a better job in sort of making the one-ers, the long unbroken takes feel a little more invisible. And part of that is like, unlike one of the clips we're going to see, are we doing the battle thing or just Nicole?
Nicole.
Okay, well, never mind.
We can go to the battle.
Whatever, but there, there is some of the stuff in Northman, and it's kind of maybe fine for what's happening in the story, is a little more like showy. And a lot of the one-ers in Nosferatu are chamber pieces, so it feels like more delicate. But I feel like with Jared and I, that's an extension of something that we've been working on for a while, and we're just trying to like get better at it. Louise Ford has, gets the least amount of credit and has the toughest job. Her work is invisible, and it's and there's a misconception that because Jared and I plan these shots so carefully and they're so long that she just needs to like slap it together and it's done. Not the case. Because the worst thing is that we don't have any coverage to fall back on. So if there's a problem, it's some mother to fix it, because not only does she have to like unwind something that can't really be fixed, but she has to make it look pre-planned because each of the edits are designed in a certain way. So it can be very challenging. But I've grown up together with both of them, and Jaren and I moved to Prague early so that our kids could start school on time. Louise is like my sister. I've spent more time with her than anyone aside from my wife because we're like in a room together like day after day after day after day. And like siblings, we can fight like siblings, but that like hopefully comes out for the better on screen.
But you mentioned the big action scenes and the bigger canvas when you were briefly talking about the Northman, and I do want to ask you about that kind of what did the bigger canvas allow you to do, and what did you bring from the Northman into the large canvas of Nosferatu as well?
I mean, the Northman was the greatest opportunity I could ever have had, and I'm grateful for it like every day to be able to play on that canvas and also to learn from the experience. But obviously it was very exciting to be able to try to do like a big medieval battle sequence in a volcano sword fight, and that's the stuff you dream about when you're a kid, and so it's very satisfying. But also just being in the midst of all this this hugeness and all these people who've worked with Ridley Scott and on James Bond and Star Wars and Game of Thrones, there's all these people who know how to do it the right way. And a lot of times we were asking them to reinvent the wheel, but they were up for it and they were experienced enough to do it at that large scale. So, I think after the Northman, I feel like I now could call myself a film director for real. And I felt like I actually knew how to direct a film and that I wasn't just convincing people that I knew how to make a film. And hoping for the best. So because there's just like when Ethan Hawke's riding in to perhaps see in the beginning of the movie, like we're shooting it and I'm like, where are all the guys that I cast to be his retinue? I cast all these incredible guys. Like, where are they? And they're like, oh, they're behind the horse riders carrying the flags. I was like, yeah, but they should be on the horses. We're like, oh, but you didn't cast the faces of the horse riders. You cast the faces of the background guys who can't ride horses. That seems like a little thing. But like there's a million things like that in the Northman that then that's very specific, but you can imagine how you can apply that same logic to another situation. And so it was very valuable.
Did it, before I play a clip of the Northman, did it help you to or to make those concessions or to change at all your approach to directing to that detail?
I mean, it was just figuring out how to apply my approach on a larger scale. like, because we really haven't changed anything. By the way, we sorted it out and did some stuff. I think it looks good when they come in. But yeah. So I think including like fixing a beard with CG.
Can you tell me which beard though?
Sure, not but yeah, well, sometime. So yeah, I think it's mainly just like how do you be yourself in the context of this larger thing.
So let's play a clip from The Northman. No, it's not one of the battle scenes, which are amazing. It's a different kind of battle scene.
I mean, they're so great. And I also, something I really like is, when Nicole first recognizes him, she's front lit and she's like, sort of stark and vulnerable. And then as she steps forward, she becomes, I mean, it's partially just because there's a fire in the middle of the room and that's how it works. But as she steps forward, she becomes underlit and she's got like unflattering Boris Karloff lighting as she's like really digging into him. And as it progresses, which we didn't really see, then she becomes backlit. And it's like very flattering as she becomes seductive. And it's pretty cool how I mean, her performance is awesome, but it really like highlights that.
No, I really love that scene. I wish we could play the entire thing.
Sure.
And that moment in particular really highlighted also the murkiness of the characters in The Northman, despite being this big Viking epic and this huge action, all these huge action set pieces. But it being such a much larger film, did you feel pressure to make those characters more streamlined, more, here's a hero, here's a villain, we're not going to murky those waters?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I wanted it to be like the Icelandic sagas, which are not cut and dry, and they're, the greatest heroes of the sagas are anti-heroes who are oftentimes outlaws, which is like a really bad thing in Viking culture. These female characters like Gudrun are super dynamic, like Gudrun's been through this crazy past and she's a survivor, but she makes choices that seem like slightly abhorrent, but because she's trying to like save herself and her family and these and survive in this like super patriarchal society. That's cool. But yeah, obviously like Gladiator is a lot more palatable to people because there's like a good guy and there's a bad guy and we know where we stand and we can root for the good guy and we can hate the bad guy and that works better. So this was definitely like challenging, but I had the support of the studio to do this movie and they wanted this movie, but yeah, it was definitely complicated. And so actually the uncle was even more sympathetic in earlier cuts of the movie, but like when we were doing test screenings for audiences, some people just like could not get behind the villainous uncle being like such a good father and like so sympathetic and like so it was so we had to like cut down some of his niceties.
Oh, some of them remained.
Yes.
And you were talking about being interested in extreme faces. And when I think about your work, a lot of it is these very intense close-up shots of these amazing faces. Even here, the way that they shift with the light. But the Northman in particular think a lot about these incredible scenes of bodies, at war and in pain and being dragged around. And there's a lot of gore and violence in it. How did you approach filming those scenes? Kind of how did you shift your approach when you have to film something that is so heavily reliant on movement and bodies and choreography?
Yeah, I mean, instinctually, I don't know. I don't know. You kind of see it for what it is. Like, I mean, the volcano fight where you have these naked bodies, like we couldn't show. I don't know. It's weird. Like we weren't allowed to show penises. So that it can play on airplanes. And I don't, but it's like, I don't know, would it have been distracting in a bad way? Would you have been focusing on that if they weren't like in shadow? Or would it have added something that like more realism? Like, I don't know. But but interested, like, this is so weird that I'm going off on this tangent, but there is a way, even though it is like Viking, that it feels like classical pottery, even the color palette, and this is not something I was like thinking about at the time. Actually, Sean brought this up, but not this next part. But in the style of that work, like the men's genitals are all like shrunken up, know. And you're thinking like, yeah, because it's not about that, and also like it's about like the bodies in action, moving, and the story and the fight. Don't know how that answers your question, but something to think about while you're on your way home tonight.
Oh, I'm so glad this is being recorded. And with the Northman, especially with working with Sean and kind of taking so much from that mythos and that superstition, and having all of these beautiful Valhalla scenes as well, where it is very much part of that world. That is, you believe that. Did you feel more freed up than with previous films? Like, because I've read, in a lot of people, you've spoken a lot about how you like being constrained by research and the historical accuracy. Did operating in a folkloric sense free you up a bit more?
No, because I'm trying to do folklore accurately, whatever that means.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I brought Sean onto this because I felt I needed it. Like, obviously, no one's going to accuse me of like culturally appropriating a white culture, but I the Icelanders like know what saga characters they're related to, and I wanted someone who was like steeped in that. And Sean was anxious about it because, like me, he wasn't really into Vikings and the like right wing sort of obsession with Viking culture is something that made us both kind of allergic to it. But we felt, no, this would be cool. Like, let's go for it. And I think Sean, being an Icelander and someone who's like, and culturally those stories have evolved and authors like ever since the Viking Age have been building upon these stories and doing their own versions of it. He felt freer to do things. And I would kind of be like, no, it has to be just like the sagas. It has to like make sense with the archaeological research, and he was cool to go along with that. But yeah, I think, there's nothing better about historical accuracy. Like Poor Things is not historically accurate, in any way, shape, or form, but it's like an awesome world that you enjoy being in, and it's like perfect for that story and that style of filmmaking. But historical accuracy is something that like I love, and I enjoy the research aspect of it. But it also aligns all of my heads of department, so we all know exactly what we're looking for. We're looking for this unattainable idea called historical accuracy. Again, it's impossible because it's only going to be an interpretation, and we didn't live in the Viking Age. Maybe if a Viking saw that movie, they would say, why is everyone dressed like dead people? Because obviously the examples of clothing we have are from burials, so we don't know. But it is a sort of driving force. And I also think that I would do this regardless, but the more that the material world and the interior world of the period is articulated with as much detail as possible and as much like accuracy as possible, the more that I propose the more the audience can sort of get on board metaphysical things like vampires existing in the world.
Thank you for teeing me up to talk about Nosferatu. And we've got a little clip from the film, but I know that precious few people have seen it so far, so we're not going to do any spoilers. I'm going to steer clear away from those.
A familiar scene.
Yes. So you've spoken about your first impressions and your relationship with the Murnau film, but what did it feel like for you to be working on adapting, reimagining pre-existing material as opposed to having no boundaries?
You have to be respectful, and that is another thing that is like a little bit just down to instinct. But I wanted to kind of further understand what Murnau Heinrich Gallien, the screenwriter, and all of Murnau's collaborators, what were their intentions? I think obviously Nosferatu is discussed as an expressionist film because it's part of the German expressionist movement, but I feel like these filmmakers were trying to embrace German romanticism from the middle of the 19th century, and they are literally referencing romantic painters and Biermeier painters in this work. And I think if you compare it to Caligari or Metropolis or or in some other Murnau films, it is less expressionist looking. And so that was sort of a big that was a guiding principle in the adaptation. And then so you kind of you have the fairy tale structure that is Nosferatu, and I wanted it to be Nosferatu and not Dracula and follow those movements. But then because it is an enigmatic fairy tale, there are a lot of question marks. It left a lot of room for me to embellish and amplify with the things that I became obsessed with in the research. So yeah.
Are you able to share some of those things that you became obsessed with?
I think so, because I've been talking about it in press. So I'll talk about it here too. But maybe having not seen the film, it will resonate less. But in Murnau's film, Ellen is a somnambulist and a sleepwalker in the 19th century, even medically, was considered someone who was more in tune with another realm, and perhaps an astral realm. And they're often people who are somnambulists were often thought to be excellent spirit mediums. But that was really exciting to me, because then I knew that this could be a story about a woman who is an outsider, who is a victim to not just the vampire, but 19th century society. And she has an understanding of the other side of the world that she cannot articulate. She doesn't have language for, and she doesn't have people who can relate to her on this level. Her husband loves her. She loves her husband, but he can't get this side of her. So she's being called mad and melancholic and hysteric because this stuff is repressed and bubbling up. Unfortunately, the one person who can understand this side of her is a demon, is a vampire, is Orlok. And so you have this kind of tragic demon lover story that is a love triangle about obsession and possession. And so, in the Murnau film, Ellen becomes the central protagonist by the end of the film. But in my story, she's there from the beginning, which I think is a much more interesting way into it, because finally in the Murnau film, the male characters don't have their shit together, and here they're still trying, but we're following her path anyway. And the other main thing that is particularly different is that Orlok is a vampire from a folk tradition. So he looks like a dead Transylvanian nobleman, which is the first time that that's actually ever happened, where he's dressed accurately like a 16th century Transylvanian nobleman, and it's interesting. This is one of the reasons why it's fun to do this research. That coat with the arms down to his ankles, well, that's insane, but that's what they wore because it was cool to wear your coat over your shoulders in that region. And by the way, I have all the money in the world to have sleeves that reach the floor, because I'm rich. So but this influences the way that he looks, the way that he talks, the way that he drinks blood, and many other things that are slightly different. I still wanted to acknowledge Max Schreck. There are things about his fingers and the shape of his skull, and other things that you'll see in the film that do acknowledge Schreck, but he is his own beast.
And there's been so many thousands of interpretations of the vampire, and of the original source text, as well as Nosferatu, the Murnau film, over the years. What did you want to add to the vampire in particular
I
with your film?
It's not. It's less about adding and more about going back to the root. Because I think when you go back to these early things, you find ideas that seem right, but you and they seem to be almost like you forgot them. But here they are, at least for me. And the reason why is because basically, I wanted this to be a horror movie. Like, yes, it is a gothic romance, but also, you know, Nosferatu in very many ways invented horror films. There's horror films earlier for sure, but like this is the one. And I think when Hutter throws the lid off the sarcophagus in the castle, that was a jump scare. When the first mate like tears open the crate, the rats come out, and he sees the superimposition of Orlok, that was a jump scare. So I wanted this. So the vampire needs to be scary. And of course, as you know, we have Kinski's beautiful, tragic, introspective, sad vampire, you know, evolving into Gary Oldman's tragic anti-hero vampire, and finally, my friend Pattinson is a sparkling, non-scary, totally heroic vampire. So we have to take the time machine back to when vampires were really fucking scary and people actually believed in them for, you know, so to make it scary again. No, I mean I try not to have regrets, even though it sounds like I do, like a ton. But again, like you learn from that stuff, you know. I think that what you're always managing, unless you're Ridley Scott, is you're almost always the least experienced person on set as the director. Because, you know, everyone is making like a lot of movies all the time on your crew. You know, your DP makes however many movies a year, your editor slightly less, but a lot. And then, you know, and then the dolly pusher is making like however many movies there are a year. So basically, you know, when do you listen to the people around you who literally know more about filmmaking than you do? Like they do. And when do you have to say, like, this is my time to be me? Like, there's no easy answer for that, but that, I think, is the thing that you're always kind of modulating. And it is much harder when you're doing your short films in your first feature because no one knows who that you are and no one takes you seriously. So that is becomes, like, more challenging then. Yeah, it's very intimidating, and I'm definitely like wrestling with hubris, but also as you can see, like I'm two-sided about about my confidence levels. But it's good. You have to have a reality check, and certainly because it fell apart many times. There was times I thought like I clearly should not be making this movie. Like Murnau's Ghost is reaching out and saying, "Dude, like don't touch this shit. Like you don't deserve it." But I've worked so hard and did so much research and you just kind of have to respect the original and go for it. But certainly, you have those doubts. But by the time we were shooting, I needed to kind of let it go, for better or for worse, and just embrace it. But certainly myself, Bill Skarsgård, David White, who designed the makeup, and Robin Carroll, the composer, we were the ones who felt the most like the burden of the fact that we're doing Nosferatu. So it certainly wasn't lost on me. I'll say that. It's hard, and I think that early on you are wearing your influences on your sleeve more, and I think that's fine. Look, when Picasso got out of doing sort of academic painting, he was painting like everybody else, like a little cooler, but the same style. and that's fine. But I think it's just about repetition and keep going. I mean, something that I did a lot, I adapted plays into films. Some that I thought I actually might make foolishly, some that were just for exercises. But I think doing some exercises like that can be helpful. Steeping yourself in someone else's language and world to kind of can be a way of finding yourself. But I think that obviously just leaning into what turns you on. I mean, people say write what you know, and obviously I write a lot of what I don't know, but it still comes from a personal place. The Witch, in a weird way, is based on my family, and even though and my family is like, I can hear, even though it's in early modern English, I can hear our family's arguments like in the text. So it is always about coming from a personal place. Even if you're like, I want to write like Quentin Tarantino, do it as you somehow, and then as you evolve, you'll become more yourself, hopefully. These things, it always excites me when my fellow nerds feel that I got it right, and one of the greatest privileges that I have is working with experts in the field on these things. Like, I got to work with folklore experts and English 17th century farming experts on the Witch, and we had I was at a Q&A the other night, and there was a Romanian audience member who was rattling off all the Romanian things that I nailed in Nosferatu, and I was just like, yes, even though of course I was working with Florin Lazarescu, who should have definitely been making sure I got those things right in the first place. But it does feel good, and I would also say that I wasn't without friends by any means as a kid, I was energized in a world of theater kids and theater dorks and people, and I had a band, and there, but this hyper specific interests, it's cool to feel not alone, and that there are other people out there, and there's these super specific weird things. It's lovely. Yeah, I mean, some of the things I can't share, but certainly.
But tease.
Yeah, but certainly there is one very prominent Vlad Tepes feature you will find on Orlok.
Okay.
And every other Transylvanian nobleman, I think. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, something that was interesting that Florin mentioned to me that was a little bit of fuck, is he was like, you have to remember that very often Strigoi are said to have red faces. And I was like, well, what am I supposed to do with that? And but David, because he is a corpse, he is more of a zombie visually than Frank Langella, and so we found a way to have blood pooling after he feeds, in certain situations that would acknowledge even that little nugget of thing. So that's the best you're gonna get out of me right now.
So I gather there's no impaling and blood coming out of the back entrance.
No. Because he is not Vlad Tepes, because he's also not Dracula. He is Orlok, and weirdly, Orlok, with some funny accents, is Hungarian for grinding. So, but I think in the piece of work that I gave Bill, like, he had a Romanian name too that is, lost to time. Okay. No. I think I imagine Herzog would hate my movie, and it would be against his brand to like it. I think, which and I hope he detests it. I'm a massive Herzog fan, and I'm really in love with his works. But I think Heart of Glass and Caspar Hauser were perhaps more influential on what I was doing to a degree. So I watched, like those films I watched in the 10 years of trying to make Nosferatu. The Herzog movie, I did not watch like the Herzog movie or the Coppola movie in the 10 years of trying to make Nosferatu. That said, I watched them 40 billion times like growing up. So their impact is undeniable on the film, and I know there's choices that I made that I would not have made had I not seen the Herzog movie so many times. But I definitely think, minus like a couple sort of things that don't really matter, we were after a different beast to some degree. To maybe to a large degree, but you'll tell me what you think. I think whatever, like anything's valid, and I think I've read a lot of Freud. My wife's a psychologist. There was a point in which we've been together for a very, very long time. We grew up together, in fact. And there was a point at which when she was in grad school when she was like winning every single argument. And I was like, what's going on? And she said, read more Freud. But I also I tend to look at things maybe more than I would like to, just because I would wish to be, more multifaceted. But I tend to look at things primarily through a Jungian lens, and so that tends to come out like in what I'm doing. But yeah, I definitely like read other philosophies, and sometimes when I'm writing something, try to like approach it from this or that. But I think if it becomes too cerebral in that way, it can sometimes like get trapped for me. It's weird because I'm talking about all these other constraints that I really like, and for some reason like that random thing is I'm saying like is constrictive. But so I would say like that's something that interests you, go to town, please. I want to see it. There's a nostalgia for it, and there is a feeling. Obviously, there's a zillion good-looking movies on that have been shot, digitally. But I just it's something that I can't quite explain. I'm sure if my DP was here, he could explain it. But the other thing, there is a discipline about it on set that is also very nice, because everyone knows that it matters a little more, and you aren't just like rolling all the time. I believe I'm right in saying that like when Kurosawa shot Ron, that they rehearsed, and then they would do one take. So unless there was a camera jam, one take. And there is like I don't have the guts to do that, but I'm not Kurosawa, and but I think that there is a beauty in that, and it sort of makes the act of making the film sacred, you know. And I wouldn't go that far with just shooting on film, but there's a piece of it that feels like more magical, if I can be so fussy.
I think ending on a fussy note is perfect. Thank you so much for being here, for being an incredible audience. Thank you so much to you, Robert.
Stanley Kubrick was one of the most innovative film directors in the history of cinema. When he died on March 7, 1999, he left behind an astonishing body of work. But because of the veil of mystery that surrounded this director, he also left behind many questions about his life and his career. Joining me now for a look back at the life and work of Stanley Kubrick, his wife of 42 years, Christiane Kubrick, John Harlan, the director of this new documentary and Kubrick's longtime producer, and filmmaker Martin Scorsese. I am pleased to have all of them here to celebrate, is what we do here, celebrate an extraordinary career in film by a very interesting man. Let me talk about the filmmaker first. What made him so good?
Well, I think for one thing, you know, you go to movies to be involved in the picture, to get a sense. I want to lose myself up in that screen for a few hours, and in a sense, know what it's like to be human, in a way. Then you come across certain kinds of films that when you go to the theater and when you see them, you're completely surprised. They make you look at life a different way. They make you look at being human a different way. They touch areas that you don't want touched sometimes. It's provoke you, which is good. And then there's that rarest of films where when you see it continually over years, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years, you still see more in it. And what's even better is that if you're making pictures, you go back to this well, this source, for A, inspiration, and B, maybe it should be A, is to learn how to make pictures. To learn, and remember when you get tired, especially if you make 10 or 12 films in your life, and you get tired, you say, why, how can I get that better? What can I do? You look at that source, you look at that inspiration, you say, well, Kubrick wouldn't let it stay this way. He would have changed that angle. He would have worked it out. He would have tried to figure out getting more time to shoot the scene this way or that way. He would have really seen it to its end. And for that inspiration, I must say, it's looking at his films. And there's many ways I look at his films besides on a big screen. I like watching them on television. I like watching with the sound off, so I can see the rhythm.
You do that? Watching with the sound off.
Sometimes you can see the rhythm of the cutting and the camera moves. And when he cuts in a two-shot conversation. The classic one is Mr. Grady and Jack Torrance in the bathroom, crossing the invisible line, with the red background. The cuts, and when he destroys the invisible line, and when the shot gets tighter, on which line of dialogue?
Your son has a very great talent. I don't think you are aware how great it is. That he is attempting to use that very talent against your will.
Remember, Jan, I think isn't there a piece in the film where he says, don't you want to be perfect? Does Stanley say something like that to someone? Don't you want it to be perfect?
Yes, well, it's a story that goes like this. Tom Cruise and Sidney Pollack have a dialogue about the many takes and how long it took to do a particular scene. And Sidney says, oh, and after 3 weeks, we were still on this. And then Tom says, well, and Stanley said, Sidney, I mean, I know, I didn't think it would take that long, but don't you want to get it right?
Yeah, that's it. So what's the connect between the genius on film that we see and the genius in the man? I mean, what was it about him?
Well, I suppose the reason I loved him is because in his own life he had the same enormous attention to what is important. And not many people do that, so he was very interesting.
Yeah. You met him first when he came to California, yes? No. Where did you meet him first?
He hired me in Germany. He made Path of Glory, and he wanted, in the end, a lyrical note. And so he wrote a scene about a girl being dragged on a stage to a lot of rowdy soldiers singing a song. So he's looking for an actress.
Yeah.
And he hired me. That's how I met him.
Roll tape. Take a look at this.
Die Liebe nahm kein Ende mehr. Und als man ihm die Botschaft bracht, dass sein Herzliebchen im Sterben lag.
Now, the relationship started soon after that?
Yes, my shooting wasn't until the end of the film. And he sought me out at a masked ball.
Yeah.
There's a big carnival in Munich, Fasnacht, and all the people that work in theaters, they are hired for great Red Cross balls. So he got somebody to take him there, and he looked for me. And that's how I met him. So we were already living together when I shot the scene.
So you were living together when you shot the scene?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you think, I mean, is it just this most difficult question to ask, what makes a great artist? I mean, what was it about?
Do you know?
I don't know, but I'm asking.
Hopefully it stays a secret. You know,
Yeah.
it's interesting that one cannot know. Just having seen AI, I realized that's what's interesting about people, if anything.
Well, you've just seen AI, the new Kubrick film that's finished by Steven Spielberg.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And you've seen it, and what does it tell you? It
it pushes many buttons. I mean, and very, very clearly. It's got many layers. It's a wonderful film. Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. And I was sort of in an emotional mangle sitting there. I'm very glad there were so many names to be read afterwards so I could pull myself together. And it's a very, very good film. And so what makes an artist? Thank God, you know, you can't explain it.
Just hope that it's there and
hope that you are
it continues. How did he think of himself? I mean, he started as a photographer.
Yeah, he hoped that he was good. He
hoped that he was
hoped
good.
that he was good. Yeah, he just really. I don't think I've ever heard him brag or be wonderfully secure. And I feel that also probably if you are that, you're also dead. You know, I don't think this thing they all strive for, the great self-esteem. I think in the estimation of others, you have to be good. You know, the self-esteem thing doesn't ever feel right.
No. What I love about him, and he shared this with Marty, is the choice of film themes. I mean, he clearly was someone, it seems to me, who wanted to treat cinematically great ideas or great human beings. He wanted to do Napoleon. He wanted to make a film about Paths of Glory was about war. Full Metal Jacket was about war. He wanted to make a film about men and women, which was Eyes Wide Shut. He wanted to make a film about Napoleon, which didn't happen because of financing and all that. He wanted to make a film about the Holocaust. But it was like someone who wanted to make films about things that interested him, that he could investigate and get his arms around and find out things. And yes?
That's absolutely true. He wanted to make films that mattered, that had not only good form but also substance. And while his films are all very different from each other in form, they are not that different if you look very closely, because there is something that connects them all, and that is a very serious look at human nature, human frailty. It's interesting that he wanted to make a film about Napoleon. He read for 2 years about Napoleon. He was a great expert on Napoleon. What was it that interested him on Napoleon? That a man who is so talented, really one of the great talents of his time as a politician and as a military man, he ruined himself. It was, in the end, as Stanley always said, the emotions carried him away, and the emotions dictated, and not the knowledge, and not the sharp intellect and the analytical thinking. And this is true all the time, and this goes through his films. In 2001, the computer didn't malfunction. The computer was perfectly fine. It was it was operator error. It was the people who told the computer to not disclose information. that
To
screwed
lie.
him up.
The opposite of what a computer is.
And so, yeah, all his films are very different. And when you asked Christiane before, how did he think of himself? The word genius was clearly not allowed.
Not allowed.
Absolutely
If you
not
someone
allowed.
said, Stanley, you're a genius.
Oh, yeah, but anyway, it was almost, came close to insult. Because, you know, Bach always said about himself when he was called a genius, that genius is 10% talent, which is the mystery,
Yes.
which we don't know what it is. 90% hard work.
Yeah, no. It's about inspiration and perspiration,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Hard work.
Yeah, and that's what it was almost like a.
He was a hard worker. I mean, some people call him obsessive. Yeah, what does it mean? A perfectionist. I consider it a compliment.
Yeah.
To be a perfectionist. Yes, he was, and he was very demanding. It was very difficult. But so what? Yeah.
As a student of film, which you are, and you've done television surveys of film, what is it that interests you most about him?
Well, I think as a filmmaker, you have to tell a story to the audience. And in so doing, you have to translate it through an image, which means that you direct the eye and the heart to look in a certain way, the way you want it to be, the way you want them to see it. And I never saw anybody tell a story that way. Pretty much every one of the films. Pretty much every one of the films, you can study the shots. First of all, you don't go study the shot. You go look at the movie and it affects you or it doesn't affect you.
Yeah.
They affected me. And then I went back, when I began to learn more about filmmaking, I went back and I kept saying, why is that one so powerful? Why is it so powerful? And I went back and I tried to trace backwards the shots. And then eventually, you know, I started making films before there was video. So I had to do this going from theater to theater, you know. So it was a different thing. I was trying to write down notes.
Yeah.
So why does something stay with you for so many years? Why do the tracking shots and Paths of Glory stay with you? It's really a person with a very strong, powerful storytelling ability, talent, genius, who could create a solid rock image that has conviction.
Yeah.
And that is the image. What's in that frame stays in that frame. What isn't in the frame is out. And that's it. You have to compose within that frame. I didn't know he was a still photographer before.
Until you saw this documentary?
No, I knew that. I knew a few years later, because
Right.
we never really actually met. But I've read over the years, Steve Spielberg told me about him and that sort of thing. And I said, of course, the still photography, once you get that image. But then it moves. Still cameras don't move, you know? And so it had this extraordinary authority saying, look, I'm gonna tell you the story this way, and you're going to see it this way. Then you add to that, what I feel about his pictures, when you add to that, assuming there's good and there's bad, assuming something is wrong and something is right, what are we ultimately as human beings? Are we fundamentally good? Are we fundamentally bad? I think there's where you. That's why you can watch these films again and again and again. The Shining is fascinating for that. It's really all going on in his head, Jack's head.
Yeah.
You know, but those scenes that's so. Well, even Eyes Wide Shut, with the husband touching areas that he probably should have left alone. You know, or being too confident about himself in a relationship. Remarkable film. Remarkable. And the more you see Eyes Wide Shut, the more you get involved in that world. At a certain point you don't want to because it's too painful. But it stands up. It holds. Bertolucci was saying this in Rome. About Eyes Wide Shut.
You've been filming in Rome, yes.
Yeah. He said, the Eyes Wide Shut is really good. I said, yeah.
He did say that.
Good, yeah.
Now, how did he
put you into his world? He said, yeah, I know.
How did you feel about Eyes Wide Shut?
I've lived with the story for a long time because he read it ages ago, and in '68 when 2001 came out, he was going to do that next. And
from after 2001, it was going to be that.
He thought, I've got it. And I was we were very young still, and I thought that is a very moisture-seeking story, very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I'd known plays by Schnitzler, and somehow I just really responded, as probably young people do, with fear to this and great discomfort. And
fear?
Yes, because he would have these stories at home and write at home, and he would, I don't know, it was just, we had fights. It was very strange, and And, you know, it's this sort of thing where I don't like the story. Why don't you like the story?
Yeah.
And you're off.
Why don't you like the story?
And it becomes third degree.
Yeah.
And then he read Clockwork Orange and then did that first.
Yeah.
And I was much relieved at the time. And but I knew it wasn't going to go away. It was always
You
there.
knew it was something you could come back to eventually.
I was going to make it. And luckily, I think, being so much older, it was then a much wiser film, not so furious anymore.
Yeah. He had wisdom
about
then.
what men can never know and what women will know men can never know and all that. And so I think it's a very wise and very thoughtful film. And I think very much in the spirit in which it was written.
Were you surprised by the reaction of the critics?
Yeah, I always am.
You are?
Yeah. I always imagine what will people criticize and what will they like, and I'm always wrong and always very indignant, as I suppose anybody who's honest is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hurts.
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 Because so many years, so much of your...
Yeah. Yeah, and it even stinks to admit it, you know. Ugh.
Roll tape, eyes wide shut. Here it is.
It's because he wants to me? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think it's quite that black and white, but I think we both know what men are like.
You said as we're watching this, he was outside the room. You said he's standing outside. The camera was...
Yeah, it's called a hothead. Forget the term.
Yeah.
The camera is on a remote, and Stanley was sitting outside and watched at the monitor and controlled the movement of the camera. He was a good operator.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they were all alone. They didn't see anybody else, and they experimented. You see, what we could afford to do is take time.
You what?
We could afford to take time.
Ah.
So we took, it doesn't matter.
You could
how
afford
long
to take time.
We could afford to take time. Our budget was we typically spend in a week what equivalent films spend in a day. We had a minute crew. I mean, Stanley always said, at the lunchtime, count the plates. If there are more than 50 plates to be washed up, something is wrong.
It's the way to do it. Yeah, more money, less freedom.
Yeah, that's exactly
right. I mean, you just have to control that unit, that actual production unit, day by day, and keep shooting.
Save your money for what's on the screen.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But there was always this about Stanley that's reflected in your documentary. It always took him a while to make a film.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean,
part of it's a perfection.
Yeah, and it's also, you see, he didn't plan to do it that way. I'll tell you, when we did the schedule, when the first assistant director, Brian Cook, and myself proposed an original schedule for Eyes Wide Shut, we proposed 24 weeks because we thought we wouldn't get much more. Yeah. He said, for 24 weeks? It's ridiculous. I mean, these are two people talking.
We can go.
And I had to reduce it to 18. He meant it. He meant it.
Yeah, I can understand. It's good to hear.
It's good to hear. This will make you feel good.
Please.
Yeah. And how long did it take him?
Oh, it took a year.
A year?
Yes, it took a year. But, it doesn't really matter. And Warner Brothers, they were not overly alarmed.
They were not alarmed.
No, we went a little bit over budget.
Yeah, but that's because they loved the
extent.
association with Terry. I mean, Terry Semel loved the association.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have loved the association had he gone over budget 300%. He didn't. Yeah. He always delivered. Yeah. He delivered the goods, and even if he went 10% over budget or so, that doesn't really matter that much. But he went sometimes over schedule, and for good reason. He didn't make any shortcuts. He wanted it to be as good as it can possibly be. That's why he was counting the dinner plates. Because if you have more than 50 dinner plates, there's something wrong. Yeah. He knew that too many people are that's
but
what
he wasn't arrogant, saying, I'm so profound, everything takes me long. No, he was unhappy. He would have liked to have been quicker.
What did chess mean to him?
Oh, he played it extremely well. Yeah. And at some point, I think he made a living with it.
You mean he was a chess hustler or something like that?
In young New York, as a young man, yes. And
throughout his life, he played.
Yes, he did. And unfortunately, I can't do it at all.
Yeah.
And so I didn't play with him.
Would he play on the set?
Yes, during Strangelove and various other films he played
Full
on
Metal
the set.
Jacket.
Yeah, and also with in The Shining, and whenever he could.
Shining, whenever there was somebody who was really good.
Yeah, so he's looking for
play.
competition.
Yeah, and he then later in life he played with the computer.
Oh, he did. He became interested in the computer. Yeah. You said that with a certain exasperation.
Yes, because he was exasperated with it.
Now, what was the most exasperating thing about Stanley for you?
Exasperating. I think he was because of the aforementioned intensity. He tended perhaps to be domineering, but having all women in his family didn't always succeed. So we fought back. But without him, we're also like without an umbrella. It's very horrible. And he wasn't in the end exasperating. I mean, no. Yeah, I feel very lucky.
What does this film mean for you? This compilation of his life, in which you contributed early, private moments.
Yes, I was really nervous that because we were so sad, we tended to be sentimental and cute and indiscreet, and we had all the material to be so, and then we quickly took it away. Because the sort of gushing stuff that families do is vomit-inducing for others. And also, Stanley looked over our shoulder, he would have been very upset. So we were then very disciplined and very conscious of his
Interesting thing. Now,
presence.
did you feel that he was looking over your shoulders, you were putting this together, because you'd spent so much time with him as a filmmaker, and so he was there in the presence of a film about himself?
Only actually very little, because I was so used in representing him and being loyal to him that I didn't break that loyalty after his death. I had very specific aims. I wanted to show the man as he was, comprehensively. Now, you could ask, who was he?
Yeah.
The first answer is he was one of the most important American film directors and one of the most important artists of his generation. He was also a real New Yorker. He stayed a New Yorker. And I not only wanted to have certain people, his friends and other actors and colleagues, to contribute. I made myself an aim to specifically get 4 people who didn't work with him into this documentary. These were Ingmar Bergman, Martin Scorsese, Woody Allen, and Steven Spielberg. And I'm very grateful that I got 3 of the 4. Ingmar Bergman, unfortunately, couldn't do it. And I think that was very, very important, Woody Allen and Martin Scorsese, because they were also New Yorkers, and they were people he admired. He loved their films. Yes. And Steven Spielberg, he always had a relationship with. They talked on the telephone all the time, and of course he offered him years ago to be the director of AI. And a wonderful scene, I think, in my documentary is when Steven Spielberg tells about this visit in his kitchen. And he says, well, and I didn't believe it, but Stanley actually offered me already a credit card saying, oh, a Stanley Kubrick film, a Steven Spielberg AI. And then, however, and Stanley was very serious about it, because Stanley felt that Steven would have sort of more the knack for this kind of huge fairy tale that it is. Well, and then it didn't happen, and I both made other films. Stanley did Eyes Wide Shut, and I'm really, really, really very glad that then after Stanley's death a year later, it came to be that Steven Spielberg in fact did make AI, and did it beautifully. And I mean, I'm so impressed by the film, because he is really the only director who had the moral authority to take it on, because they had already collaborated, but however really put his own handwriting on it, which is also necessary. And yeah, so I had very specific aims with this film, and I hope
okay, but one of the aims was to, as you were talking about this, take Marty, who's so powerful in the film, because he was a filmmaker of the same generation.
And Stanley loved his films, and he was a New Yorker.
Yeah, and he was a New Yorker.
Yes.
But here is Martin Scorsese, who lives in New York.
Yeah.
Stanley lived throughout the latter part of his adult life in London.
You know what his daily newspaper was?
The New York Times.
The New York Times.
He should have loved the internet then. I mean, my goodness, he could get it all on.
Exactly.
You
That's
know?
what we did in Rome. Yeah.
You did the same thing in Rome.
Yeah. I did. My wife did. Like, I don't know how to use a computer.
But how do you explain the fact that he felt like for creative purposes he had to stay in?
We were sent
London.
there because in the beginning to make Lolita it was 40% cheaper.
Yeah.
Because of the ED plan, which is a tax thing, and then we were in England, and our children grew up there and went to school, and it became harder and harder to leave. And we also loved living there. It sort of happened. It wasn't a plan. We're now going to stay.
And it wasn't
there.
a reason to reject New York. I mean, in a sense
No,
of
he didn't reject anything.
It wasn't a need for
but
privacy.
By the time,
it was just habit.
No. By the time we were there for a while, we sort of were involved with other people and the children to school. It's
Yeah.
very difficult to take children out of school.
Of all the films he made, which one speaks to you most? Is there some part of this collected works that says to you?
I think it's hard. It's hard to choose one of the pictures. I have very strong feelings about Barry Lyndon and about 2001, and those two out of Lolita, out of Clockwork Orange, out of Eyes Wide Shut, and that sort of thing. But 2001, it's a strange thing. I mean, when I started the Capitol Theater here, you know, as I said. When his name, of course, there was a great deal of written about the film or written about the mystery of the film before it was released, and so when I went to see it, I expected much more than a film, and and as I said, we got it, you know. And I think what I guess I've been very affected by religion in my life, and that's that side of me found an extraordinary kind of comfort in the end of the film. A very beautiful moment.
Roll tape, 2001.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What's the problem?
I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do.
What are you talking about, Hal?
You screened this, 2001, for the Vatican 6 months ago.
Yes. The Vatican invited, asked Warner Brothers and, you know, whether they could screen 2001, and invited Christiane and myself, and one of the cardinals gave a little speech of saying why this is such a monumental film. And Stanley also received a prize from the Catholic Church at the time for making 2001. He was actually very, very surprised because he had a bad time on Lolita with the Catholic Church. But they gave him a prize for 2001, and I mean, the reason is because it is a very reverential film. It makes it's a big bow to the unknown creator. Stanley was not a religious man, but he was very, very respectful to the unknown and to the origin of what is.
Did he think after he wanted to make a film about the Holocaust?
Yes.
And he didn't because of Schindler's List.
Correct.
Did he ever want to go back to that theme, or did that
I
idea?
don't think so, because he next in line was clearly for him Eyes Wide Shut and AI.
And AI. So he had two films out.
Yes. These were the next two films, you know, after he gave up on Aryan Papers, which is a wonderful script on a great book by Louis Begley called Wartime Lies.
Right. Do you have a favorite?
People ask me that, and I've really thought about it. And no, I also have a weakness for Barry Lyndon, and I love 2001.
Why do you have a weakness for Barry Lyndon?
I just, I'm also a painter, so I just absolutely, I'm wiped out by it each time.
The look of it, but also his character, the poor guy.
The character.
Oh, he's doomed from the beginning. And then that great last line where everyone's equal now, from Thackeray.
I did like, I was sort of nervous going into the Vatican and sitting there with 2001, and I thought and the film looked sort of small up on a big church wall. I thought, oh God, it's really a little agnostic prayer. You know, we are also thinking about these things, and it was very moving to see it there.
Tell me about the style. I mean, was this revolutionary at the time?
Oh, Lord, yes. I mean, you'd come off the style, a wonderful style coming out of England, I think, Richard Lester, The Hard Day's Night, The Beatles, the way MTV is affected now, films, MTV cutting, commercials were affecting, I think, oversimplification, I guess, but commercials were affecting cinema editing and logic in a way, continuity at the time. And Richard Lester was like in the forefront of that, and the knack on how to use it, and knack on how to get it, I should say. And when 2001 came out, everything screeched the other way. It was amazing because it simply stopped how you normally would experience time and forced you again, with great authority, to look at a world, part of it in conjecture, part of it based in scientific fact, but to take you somewhere else completely where you've never been before, and really made you, immersed you in the drama. I thought one of the great murder scenes of all time is the destruction of Hal, for example. It's an extraordinary murder scene, really. His murdering of the other scientists who were sleeping, or just as malfunction, you know, and the red. You begin realizing it's a person it's this machine taking their lives. But again, basically, as I say, it's a murder scene. But look how it's done.
I can feel it. My mind is going. There is no question about it.
You've never seen anything like it, I think. We didn't see anything like it up at that point. I still don't think you've been immersed in a world in that way. Certainly not in commercial, quote, commercial cinema, unquote, you know, at that time. Coming out, MGM presents, and suddenly you're taken to another time frame.
Right. What did he think of actors, and how did he choose actors?
Carefully, slowly. No, I mean, certainly. I mean, the decision to use Tom Cruise came very, very quickly, actually. That may have been an exception. And he was very, very
based
happy.
on a Cruise film, or based on
yes,
just a...
he wanted a young man who was good-looking, successful, for this rather normal New York doctor. There wasn't supposed to be anything special about him. Rich, successful, beautiful wife, everything was fine. A whole world.
We thought.
We thought, yeah. And I think his casting was brilliant in Eyes Wide Shut. Yes, and
how about Jack Nicholson in The Shining?
He was, I think, a complete master. Yes, no, that was a very deliberate choice. Yes, I don't remember that we had ever an alternative.
No,
I think
Jack Nicholson
he wanted Jack Nicholson right away. I mean, The Shining happened because he got Jack Nicholson.
I would put the point that Tom and Nicole were chosen even stronger, and that he wanted two people who are so perfect, great looking, very sexy, no trouble in any field, as only of their own making. They do it themselves.
Yeah.
They're not. Other people might have psychological problem, or be very ugly, or unsuccessful, and there would be side issues that would destroy the impact. There's nothing wrong for them, except what they're doing.
Roll tape. Here is The Shining. We'll come back to actors Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall. Here it is.
Here's Johnny.
Great. Now we should say this. You're talking, and as we see this, he makes the point that the camera, which is there, follows the axe back and then follows it forward
with great control.
Yeah.
It does. It's not handheld.
Yeah.
It pans calmly, but not calmly. There's a kind of tension when it reaches a certain position, then pans back. And it's a very interesting thing operating too, camera operating.
And you said all kinds of angles. I mean, he ran through about 15 doors and shot angles everywhere.
Yes, he covered himself fully because he didn't edit during shooting.
Right.
Which is an unusual way, maybe, of doing, but that was his choice. That's how he liked doing it.
He wanted to be able to edit after he got there, and he wanted everything, every possibility.
Yeah.
And I said to Marty, it'd be great to watch movies with you because you notice so many things. And you said Stanley talked all the time. And and you would say, just shut up.
Yes. Well, I would say, no, just be quiet for a moment. I want to hear what they're saying. Okay.
He loved movies.
Loved them. Yes.
Like this guy.
Yes. Saw zillions of them.
So screenings, everything could get his hands on. If he heard about an actor, if he heard about a film,
yeah,
he'd call up Warner Brothers, somebody, give me this movie.
He saw single scenes over and over. He saw whole films. He saw some really dumb films.
Interesting.
Where there was one scene that he was waiting for.
Yeah.
He saw films where he was embarrassed being caught seeing them.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's
this is good therapy for you.
This is great. I didn't know any of this.
All those things you thought you were.
You late at night. You'll never know.
That's great. I'll just watch this by myself.
Yeah.
Nobody will ever know.
See this.
But he preferred to have somebody with him.
He did, to talk and react.
Yes, also to change reels, you know, because we change typically. I mean, if you watch the film, you know, I changed and he went and changed the next one. But he was very fair. And we sometimes had 10 films sitting in the projection room on a weekend, you know. And then, what shall we see? You know, I have this and this. Oh, well, this is a 9-reel. Oh, no, I don't know. Oh, let's get this one, 6 reels.
Older films too, older films, not just new ones.
Oh, everything, a mixed bag.
Right.
And he was a real movie buff. And we saw a lot of foreign films also. He loved certain directors colossally, and he would never miss a film of these directors. It's not only Scorsese or Woody Allen. He would never miss Carlos Saura film.
Carlos Saura always would see
absolutely, and or a Spielberg film. All the major films, of course, he saw automatically, but also smaller films that you can't even get a print. Yeah, he adored. I mean, for example, the Swedish film called The Immigrants in the New Land.
Oh, yeah.
He was so enthused. We hired the costume designer for Barry Lyndon, and then that woman together came with Milena Canonero. And what's her name? Ulla Britt Söderlund. Yeah. And she died then later, unfortunately.
I think it was Tom Cruise or maybe someone else said you just loved being with him because of all just the fact that while he was difficult, tough, obsessive, driven, passionate. You agree with all this so far?
Yes, although he wouldn't confess to all of those.
But you would observe them to be true.
He would reserve a little. Not as he didn't like to hear being called all these things at once, not in one lump at any rate. And he was. I forgot what you asked me.
Well, I hadn't gotten there yet. I was going to say, but what was it like being on the set with Stanley Kubrick? Was he? I mean, I think Tom Cruise said he just loved to have friends for dinner. He loved to be able to talk. He was interested in everything.
He talked all the time. He liked talking, and it was very interesting. I had the greatest floor show any woman's ever had all my life.
Meaning what?
Meaning interesting stories.
Constant.
Interesting life. Interesting. It was interesting.
He interpreted the news.
He interpreted the news for me. Now I don't. He told me what to believe and what not to believe in the news. And yes, he was interesting. And a horrible gossip.
A horrible gossip? All gossip is good, isn't it?
Yes, he thought so.
So do I.
A really good gossip.
Everything about everybody, right?
Nitty-gritty, everything.
But he got up in the morning thinking about movies, and he went to bed thinking about movies.
Yes, and he wouldn't have. Yes, of course he thought about films all the time, but I think he was just like a huge radar dish. Everything just took it in.
And sports was very important. Now this I couldn't get anything in my documentary. I mean, certain things have to be leave out. He absolutely adored good sports.
Like soccer, like football,
soccer, like tennis. Second week Wimbledon, for some reason everything quieted down in our office. He loved it. And I remember I saw a match with him between McEnroe and Boris Becker.
Oh, that was a great...
Absolutely. It was absolutely amazing. And we were riveted. And afterwards he said, I don't think any movie can come up to that level of excitement.
See, that's great. It is because you never know what's going to happen. That's the great thing about sports. Is
he loved it. Yeah, he loved it. It's an important part. Anyway, his first film was really about sports. Was about boxing.
Yeah.
It's the day of the fight. And that is very well covered in the documentary. Yeah.
Take a look at this. This shows you... This is a man surrounded by women all the time. His wife and his kids. Here it is.
Do you know what kind of a camera that is? What it's called?
It's a home movie.
Araflex it's called. Do you often find me in a temper?
Yes.
Oh, I don't believe that. I can't believe that.
Well, you better believe it because you just went in a temper a couple minutes ago. Yeah, because you can't do a stupid film because everyone giggles. And because then I can't play like that.
I think I'm one of the most even-tempered people you'll ever meet.
Tell me about that.
He made family films.
All the time?
Yeah. And we insisted that he was to leave his director's hat behind. And they were usually us as victims to some new camera. And it was in sound. This was all new in those days. It was never working properly. And we were so horrible to him. We didn't do it well. We were impatient, and how much longer do we have to be here? And he said, I am not appreciated at all. He was. I mean, he was. It was very boring to do. It's very funny, and we're very glad we have the films now. But he would have us do all sorts of things. Well, you can imagine. Yeah. I think we're not the only family, actually, that did that.
No. Most families do. I mean, there's always a great story about larger families where the kids who were born first would say there'd be all these thousands and thousands of still or movies, and all of a sudden, by the fourth kid, nothing. Yes, exactly. They've learned the list. How hard was it in making this for you to say, I have to be rigorous, I have to show the man that I know?
Well, it was very hard because...
But this was a man you loved, this was a man you worked with, this was a man you cared deeply about.
Yes, it was hard to leave things out. It requires an enormous discipline because it would have been much easier to make a 4-hour film. Yeah. A fantastic material, art department material from 2001 that nobody has ever seen. I would have loved to bring this in. But, you know, that was not the topic. I would have loved to have much more material, for example, with Martin Scorsese or Woody Allen or all the others. Many people are interviewed. I haven't used a single frame.
Who?
Ted Ashley, Marisa Berenson, Todd Field, Lily Sobieski, Vanessa Shaw. I had no room. I had no time. And you can't be too cutty. Yeah, if the cuts are too short,
you have to let it breathe.
Yes, you have to let it breathe, and you have to give the impression that actually you're not rushing. From time to time, you have to come down and really be quiet and show a clip and let it run long enough, because if the audience feels you're rushing, then the whole thing is destroyed.
Or is there something about the life he lived and the way he lived his life, when you look at the talent, that might have enabled him, if he did it differently, to be even better as a filmmaker, as an artist? You know, did anything?
He was wondering.
Was he in any way counterproductive to his own work?
He didn't think so. He thought if he could find a reason why he can't knock out films faster, he would have liked to have known the reason. He thought he wants to really find a good story.
Yeah.
And until he'd found the story, he wasn't going to do it. And it made him very unhappy when it wasn't happening, when he couldn't find it. And he thought, oh God, is it that I just can't tell anymore? What's the matter with me? And it made him miserable when he had to give up the Holocaust film, for instance.
Yeah.
He had read so much about that and had become very depressed.
And Napoleon.
And Napoleon, he was furious that he couldn't get it. He still had a sneaking hope maybe he could still do it. Yeah. He did.
You have films like that you've made, that you just...
I guess over the years I made them for different reasons. Sometimes just to be able to do the process, to relearn how to make a picture. In some cases, yeah. When the industry changed, for example, and the type of film I was making in the early 80s was not accepted that much in Hollywood anymore, I went back and did independent film, After Hours, and then upped it again a year later with movie stars, Paul Newman and Tom Cruise, and Color of Money, to try to learn if I could survive. It's really experimenting, even to Cape Fear, seeing if I could do a film that, I don't know, that has another reason for being, rather than... it's really a learning process for me more than anything else, and still fit within some sort of commercial framework. And that was the dangerous part. And this is extraordinary. You know, it's to hear this for the first time too. I didn't know anything. I really had never spoken to her, you know, so it's really interesting because you're right, you have to wait for a story that's worth telling. You really do.
Stanley Kubrick died at 70 years old, much too young. This is just a small part of what a life in film is about. And this is, you'll see here, the thing that we have been talking about is this Stanley Kubrick, A Life in Pictures, of film by Jan Hurlin, edited by Melanie Viner Cuneo. I thank you, Martin Scorsese, a man who loves film as much as anyone I know, but probably rivaled by Stanley Kubrick. Jan, thank you very much, and especially you for coming here and sharing this conversation about someone you spent your life with and shared joy and joy and joy. And he died in his sleep, age 70, in London. Thank you for joining us. See you next time.
Well, and look, you know, it was really very concerning to me that I make it watchable for an audience. Watchable, and find somewhere, which is rare in a Kubrick movie, someone that's sympathetic in any shape or form. You know, he doesn't do sympathetic characters that well. And so I was determined to make him, without cheating, to make him at least watchable.
And apart from our relationship with Alex being a complex thing, the film itself, I think, is extremely complex. There's a lot happening.
Oh, God.
In it.
Yeah.
And when you were making the film, were you aware of the...
Oh, my God, I lived the whole day with the book in my hand. That was the Bible. I'd even say to Stanley, hey, what are you doing? Look, you can't do that. He'd go, oh, yeah, really, okay, well, what should we do? I was like, well, you know, this was what was so great, really, about Singing in the Rain, you know, which just sort of came out of vapor, really, and landed there as a present, because it anchors the movie, and really, it's an amazing device, actually, if you really think about it. You know, it's something that a screenwriter would go, hallelujah, because it gets us over the rape and beating in such a way that it's palatable. No?
Yeah, I
mean, come on, you've got to smile. Viddy well, little brother, viddy well.
Maybe. So before I throw it open to the audience,
I can see I'm not getting through to you here.
I'm not going there.
Okay, all right.
But that's a good segue into my final question before I throw it open. The language that Nadsat gives Alex a kind of a sort of poetic and almost like a Shakespearean kind of thing, and I think that's what gives him this ambiguity and the.
Well, you know, it's no coincidence that you know that I really admired very much Laurence Olivier's performance and film of Richard III, and you know I saw it as a schoolboy, and I was blown away by it and his bravery, and even though I am absolutely not the same kind of actor, work in the same way as him at all. I'm completely diametrically opposed, my method to his. It's just a different way of getting there. But, you know, he was brilliant at, you know, the nose and just disguising himself in, you know, a look or whatever it was, and a walk and a voice and all that. And, you know, I don't do that normally. I work inside out more. You know, he's more outside in. And so, and Alex is you know, he's very much inside out.
Okay, so who has a question out there for us?
It was exhausting. Of course, it was exhilarating. I remember once the crew had worked such long hours, they actually took a vote and decided enough was enough. They were leaving after a 14 or 15-hour day. That was it. And I was secretly thrilled that they were taking the vote. And I kept saying to Stanley, you see, you've worked them too hard, and, you know, I said, Stanley, you know, you've got to give people time to recharge. Of course, I was talking about myself, but there was the crew, you know. And he went, okay, fine. Oh, that's so beautiful. I went, oh, very good. So I went to get my coat, put my coat on, grabbed the script. I was literally walking towards the door, and he goes, Malcolm. I went, yes, Stanley. He went, no, we can rehearse tomorrow's work. And I stayed another 2 hours going through the work for the next day. But that was him, you know, that was him.
But
and
apart from the length and the reshoots and that kind of endurance, the performance is incredibly muscular, and it's in a very physical role.
Physical.
So was it physically demanding?
Yeah. I mean, you know, when you have electricians coming up to you and going, hey, Mal, he's trying to kill you, you know that. I got injured a few times, you know, where the actor comes out and goes, lick my boots, and sticks his foot. Stanley said to him, well, that's you've got to, you know, make it look. And he put his foot through my rib cage. And so I had a blood clot in my rib and had to go to a doctor and get one of those right through the rib cage, which was not fun. That was that. The eyes, you know, the scratched corneas. Yeah. Those. That was basically it. So, and you know, Stanley he'd call up and say, how do you feel? I go, well, I'm okay, but I'd probably come back to work in a couple of days. He'd go, make it a week. And I go, a week? He'd go, yeah, we're not really ready with the next set. So let the insurance pay. Told you he was a good producer.
Yeah, he's definitely a good producer. Who else has got a question?
You know, it's funny because when Burgess saw the film, he said to me, I'm really glad you made that choice because I'm from the north and I wrote it in a northern timbre. I mean, I just made that choice because I didn't want the sort of cockney, whiny thing. I wanted it to... Probably the wrong place to say that. You know, didn't want that, you know. I wanted it to sort of have a sort of a warmth but an edge. And I don't know, that was just a decision. That,
did that come early in the...
Yes, it came up very early, like take one when I spoke. But I'd kind of... Stanley's clueless about... He wouldn't even know what the hell I said, I think I may have said to him, I'm doing it northern. He went, oh, what's that? I don't know. So, and I'll tell you how clueless he was about that. And he wasn't clueless about many things, but I am in the hospital bed for the end sequences. It's the very first time the eminent doctor, surgeon, walks in. He's of a Sir, knighted or something. So Stanley thought it would be a little bit cheaper and better to have one of the stuntmen play this eminent surgeon. So I'm literally in the bed, and he walks in and he goes, how you doing today, little Alex, all right? And I went, Stanley? He comes over, he goes, what's the matter? I went, he's supposed to be an eminent surgeon. He goes, well, so what? I went, Jesus, did you hear what he said? He goes, no, well, let's do it again. Same thing. And he just came home and he just went, okay, shut down for the day. And then the actor playing the minister, Anthony Sharp, he had a friend and he brought him the next day to play the other. It was just one line, basically, but, you know, it has to be right. You can't, it just sort of was weird. But Stanley is not aware of stuff like that, you know. He wasn't aware, so. Look, when you're working on a movie, you're working with movement. The movement is as powerful and as extraordinary as the spoken word. In fact, more so. I mean, I remember more movement from performances than I do text. Especially somebody like Jimmy Cagney, if you there's the man of the moment, but just the way the guy moved, you knew the character. You knew who the man was by the movement, and that's very important. And I always try to do that with my characters, and the way they move should really telegraph, subtly, one hopes, what their character's about, you know, and just one can make a snap decision about it. But I think movement is, to me, is as important as just learning the lines, you know, just so. I wasn't aware, he's obviously not going to tell me that I was the only one that could play the part as he felt, because, of course, my price would have gone up like a rocket because I could have held him to the fire. And so, of course, he kept that very much to himself. You know, I was just a young actor, and I was just amazed that I was actually thrilled, of course, that he'd seen If and got it. And, you know, when If came out, you probably don't remember, you're all way too young. But it caused, in England, a sensation. Look, here was a movie that literally took a dagger and stuck it in the heart of the establishment, in the thing that they cherished the most, their fucking public schools. And that's what was such a joy for us, was it was just a lot of fun doing that stuff at these public schools. And of course, Lindsay, who was very naughty, that he gave his, we went to his school, that, you know, he'd been to Cheltenham College, and he actually gave the headmaster a fake script. And there was no shooting at the end or the Parents' Day or anything like that, of course. And the headmaster gave permission that we could use it. And, I mean, I don't know what he was doing, but, I mean, we were on the bloody roof with Bren guns and God knows what, mortars going off. And when the film opened, the headmaster who saw it at a special screening was, of course, more than livid, and sent Lindsay a letter which sat on his mantelpiece, I think for about 6 or 7 years, unopened. And I used to tease him by going, come on, let's open it. Let's see what he had to say. He goes, no, don't touch it. He'd kind of get really irritated. But that letter was actually leaning on the ashes of Rachel Roberts, weirdly enough. I don't know why I told you that, but
it's interesting. If Lindsay Anderson's If was a knife to the heart of the establishment,
yeah.
What was A Clockwork Orange?
Well, that was a real fuck you to the government, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's so weird because when it came out, I was absolutely mortified because, you know, I went to New York for the opening there, and that's what I remember particularly because, you know, I sort of crept into the back of the theater. It was Cinema One on 3rd Avenue, and you know, it was like the most prestigious house in New York. art house, kind of. And I'm sitting at the back, and there was total and utter silence. Not one person laughed. When the film ended, nobody moved from their seats. They sat there aghast. And I just thought, oh my God, they hate it. They hate it. And at one point, a woman rushed out, and I heard threw up in the lobby. And I just thought, wow, the people really. But of course, when it first came out, if you can imagine, there was BBC One. I'm not even sure we had BBC Two yet, but an ITV, that was it. And so there was this movie that had this look and this language and this music and this extraordinary things going on. That it really, it caused a bit of a sensation. And the first time I kind of really felt anything about how it had gotten through to the audience, because, as a film actor, you never know. You just, you kind of do it in a vacuum, in a way. Was I was driving around Hammersmith, that roundabout, underneath the flyover and past the tube station, 4 guys came up the steps dressed in white with bowlers.
Wow.
And I'm driving out, I went, what? Fuck. Oh my God. So then, then the press it was unbelievable. You know what the tabloids are like in this country. It's a joke. They were on it, like, it's violent, it's causing,
And they attacked Stanley Kubrick. But
they
attacked
they attack him, they attack me. I mean, listen, I'm in every frame of the damn movie, It was such nonsense, really, to sort of go crazy about the violence and forget about everything else. But okay, I get it. It is violent, I don't know whether it's that violent today, but we'd had Sam Peckinpah. We'd had these movies of his that now that is a ballet of violence. I personally think they're brilliant movies, but I was just sort of amazed that they just, that went crazy just about the violence. And every day in the papers there was something. And any gang thing, Clockwork Orange was blamed for everything.
Yeah. It's funny. It's funny because watching it now, it's not the violence. I was too young, thank you. It's not the violence.
Just that waft over there.
But it's not the violence now that's the most shocking thing. It's for me, when I was watching it, it's obviously the kind of pornography and then juxtaposed with images of Christ, and that's what feels really dangerous now. Because that is strong stuff.
Why? Because you're a certified Christian.
If you knew me better, you'd understand that that's not the case. I think because people don't really do that. People.
I could see that. I think that some of the cutting of the dancing Christ is one of my sort of more favorite sequences. And that Stanley does, it's amazing little sequence. Believe it or not, I had in my mind for that Eric Morecambe.
Yeah.
And so here's this guy sitting there and doesn't get it quite that he's been found out, And of course, Patrick wheels in and goes, "Food, all right. Try the wine." And Alex is, like, and it's just so much fun to play because, so what did I do? I just naturally, I'm getting the vibe now that something's up. So to distract, I just pick up the bottle and read the label, whatever it was, Santa Stiff, or whatever it was, and read that, and then And then they started asking questions, I think. I think that's what happens. I can't even remember because I haven't seen it for a while. But and then, of course, he feels the center of attention, you know, and he starts spelling out. That's sort of just a comic fun, and that's it. And so it's like this trap, you know, that he's in. And it's just fun, you know, for the audience to see the trap close. You know, it should have been open the gates, but it didn't, because people thought Kubrick had manipulated the performance, and it's only recently, you know, that people go, "Wow, he's actually really good in that movie," and when you see Kubrick's other movies, you can judge on performance, you know, and that's what was so really weird in a way. After If, it was much more. I mean, that was a total game changer for me because, you know, I was working at the Royal Court on £15 a week, and from that to, and I'll never forget, you know, they were screening If, sort of like for, there was certain screenings for people to talk about the movie or whatever, word of mouth kind of thing. And so I was actually walking down the King's Road, and this girl passed me and shrieked, which kind of scared me a bit. I was like, what did I do? And I mean, I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. And she turned and ran back and literally jumped into my arms and said, "Oh my God, I saw the film." And I'm going, "What film?" Because it hadn't opened. And she'd been to one of those screenings, and I thought, wow, people really like that film. I mean, I loved If. I thought it was a fantastic film. But you've just seen Clockwork Orange, so we don't want to talk about that.
Well, I'm going to wrap up by saying,
great.
Of all of Kubrick's films, of all of Kubrick's films,
watch.
It is a nice watch. Thank you very much.
Is it big enough?
It's pretty big. I've got big wrists.
Yeah.
I would say of all of his films, it is the one where the central performance is absolutely key. It would not have worked without your performance, and so hats off to you for one of the best performances we've ever seen. A Clockwork Orange is released this evening across the UK. Please help us out by going on social media and telling as many people as you can to come back to the cinema and seeing it on the big screen.
You mean tweet?
Tweet, Facebook, whatever it is, Instagram, all of the different
Facebook.
things.
Is anybody on that anymore? I thought that was over.
But
Instagram.
It's a BFI release. We'd really like you to help us out.
Thank you all for staying and being so
Thanks
nice.
to Malcolm
Thank you.
McDowell.
I really appreciate it.
Kathryn Bigelow, director of Near Dark. Now, you were originally an artist before you became a filmmaker?
Mm-hmm. I used to paint, and I was living in New York, and it was in the mid-'70s, and just sort of looking for other mediums to use, and stumbled on film, really, kind of backed into it, and started making these short films, and that was the end of painting. It's a very seductive medium. And then the films got longer.
Okay. Weren't you in some kind of like, I don't know, performance art group or some kind of art group that?
I was working with a group called Art and Language, and we weren't using film at the time really, but it sort of promoted a shift from painting to writing. Their form of artwork is really has a lot to do with language and analysis of how art functions in a society. It's very analytical. Terrific group of people. Now they live in England, and that kind of enabled me to explore other avenues, and that from that they moved from New York to England. At that point I started making films, so had a lot to do with the kind of making changes.
It's very evident in Near Dark. There's a very conscious use of various darks and shadows and night scenes and all that, very painterly. Can you articulate at all how your painter's background influences your filmmaking?
Visuals are I'm fairly comfortable and confident about something visually. What I tend to focus on is story and narrative and character. The visuals in Near Dark were very specific. Like, I needed the night to be very seductive. I needed that world to be something you sitting in the audience would possibly entertain the idea of entering. It wasn't a horrific, forbidding, gothic night world that was very forbidding. It was something that perhaps be very seductive, a kind of Adam Greenberg, who was my cameraman, who shot Terminator, was, we worked a bit extensively in pre-production on what the night should look like. The black should be very black, and how we would light it, how it would look. So it would be a very seductive look to it. So that was very specific, and that I'm sure there's some painterly references there.
Okay, is this sun coming out? Driving us crazy here. The sun's coming right out behind that building. Okay. Just say something. Okay. Okay, you rolling?
Yes,
Okay. You studied with Milos Forman for a little while?
Yeah, when I started making short films, I was in New York, and I needed a place to cut some footage, and I had run out of money. I was sort of rubbing two pennies together, and I thought a hot graduate school. So I went to graduate school. I got a scholarship at Columbia University, where they had a tremendous amount of equipment. The access to equipment was terrific. Are we on? Are we going?
No, I'm just...
Oh, most of it night for night. There's only one scene that wasn't. All the night is night, except when she's talking about the stars. That's stage work.
Oh, okay.
And otherwise, it's all night for night. We had about 90% nights.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't have to do sunlight.
About 90% nights. 88.
Now she's ahead of it.
Yeah, that's just because the camera isn't paying.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Now you can just swing around. There.
Move the chair left.
That's good. That's
Okay.
I guess just try not to be radical. There you go.
Shift left.
That's fine.
Okay.
We're still having that. If you could swing a little bit clockwise, counterclockwise. There you go. This was really quite unforeseen. You see that?
The hidden.
Hellraiser.
I don't know if Hellraiser is, because that opened in France months ago.
And do you work with the festival, or?
No, I work with this French TV show with Starfix Magazine, which is...
But they've got to be working with the festival to know what's in it.
Let's zip right in here. Can you tell me a little bit about your first film, The Loveless, or your first feature?
Loveless is a motorcycle movie. It takes place in 1959, starring Willem Dafoe, and completely independently financed, very low budget, and I co-wrote and co-directed it with Monty Montgomery. Very small film, but I mean, I'm very proud of it. I mean, it's sort of, I could not have done Near Dark without having done that first. It was a great experience, and it was also kind of the bridge between the art world and sort of mainstream movie making, because there's a quality that has that is like 1 foot in the art world and 1 foot in sort of independent underground films. So it's a kind of bridges a gap.
What little I've read about it, it seems to have the same kind of erotic and kind of rebel outside of society elements that Near Dark has.
Yeah, there's definitely some elements in common, and the more I look at Near Dark, the more I think about elements in common. I wasn't really conscious of that when I was writing it. but it definitely has to do with fringe elements, kind of these bikers who are sort of anarchists, very much like the outlaws in Near Dark, who are sort of anarchists living outside of society, definitely fringe people, have their own system, their own rules, survive by their own system, their own rules, and make it work to a certain extent. So there's it's like an anti-hero, you know. I mean, and that's what Near Dark, I think, kind of has in common with Bonnie and Clyde, is that you have sympathy for these characters. You know, I mean, there's a certain horror to their life, but at the same time, you want to take their ride. And that is also the way the Loveless functions. The Willem Dafoe character, who's leader of the biker group, is somebody who you go with.
Do you, I guess, do you ever think of yourself as some kind of rebel outside of the mainstream, consciously, or is it?
I'm not conscious. I don't put myself into it. So I don't know. I don't know if I step back and kind of analyze it from that perspective. But I am attracted to those characters. Yeah.
How did you get together with your co-screenwriter?
Well, I had read a script of his, and he had read a script of mine through a mutual friend in the business, and I thought his writing was terrific. And he liked very much my script, and he suggested that we write together because he thought that there was a similar psychology. And we started writing some scripts together. It was just a terrific experience, and he's an extraordinary writer, and I was very lucky. And we wrote this on spec and gave it to producer Ed Feldman on a Thursday, and by Monday we had a start date. I mean, it was very, very fast. Ed Feldman is an extraordinary producer. He's somebody who just is very sure about his decisions and is very passionate. And if he wants to make something, he'll make it. So we were very, very lucky.
Okay, was it the basic idea of the vampire outlaw gang, was that your idea first or Eric's idea?
It was collaborative completely, all the way through. Our thinking was we wanted to sort of reinvent the vampire mythology, take all the Gothic entrappings, throw them out, and meld it with a Western. So what you end up with is a vampire Western. And that's sort of the idea that we went in with, and I think came away with.
Okay. Have you seen The Hitcher?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
I think it's very interesting.
Okay. Near Dark has been called kind of classic in the tradition of They Live by Night, Bonnie and Clyde. Maybe just a little more about how, I don't know, maybe philosophically, the vampire legends and the legends, the American outlaw spirit kind of intermingle. Do you see them as natural?
Well, I think those references, like Bonnie and Clyde, They Live by Night, were kind of unconscious. You know, it's sort of in the sort of noir tradition, you know, you have these characters who are very nihilistic, and the more they try to extract themselves from a situation, the deeper embroiled they become. And that certainly has something to do with the Caleb Colton character at the center of Near Dark. I think really the sense of embedding that within a vampire mythology. I mean, the vampire mythology is very rich, and it's very erotic, and there are a lot of layers to it that have yet to be explored, and I think the thinking was to sort of update that and make it really very much of a love story, and at the same time characters trying to like a rite of passage.
Okay, and in a lot of ways it's also very much about the family, what the family means, either surrogate or regular. Is there any particular point you were trying to make?
Well, I sort of saw it as families fighting to remain intact. You know, they fight very, and fathers fighting for sons, and also wanting to look at these characters who I sort of see as modern day gunslingers as feeders as opposed to killers. They're not psychopathic killers killing for the sake of killing. They're victims of a violent act themselves. They didn't ask to become who and what they are. So in that context, that nuclear structure, I mean, they're sort of like a pack of wolves, you know, trying to survive and will survive so long as the family unit stays intact. When that implodes, you have anarchy, and that's what ultimately is their undoing. So in a way, it's very much of a cautionary tale, pleading for the nuclear family.
Okay. There are some very violent scenes in the movie, almost cruelly so in places. Do you have any regrets for or any defenses of the violence of the
Well, I am interested in high impact, movie making. I mean, certainly RoboCop is a terrific example of that. Just, I like to feel a kind of an adrenalic response to the screen. Now, violence can promote that and can produce that. It definitely catches your attention. I mean, I think film really works as a window into a suspended reality. And I think it's very important that when it works, you're totally transported. And it's, your life is put into suspension. Now, violence can be a very good interlocutor for that. It can put you on the roller coaster ride very easily. Now, if it creates an appetite for violence, then that's, questionable process. On the other hand, my feeling is if it allows you to get out certain tendencies and certain elements of aggression in a vicarious, voyeuristic manner, which is very safe, then it could be therapeutic.
Okay. Speaking of violence, one of the most memorable sequences in Near Dark is the great motel room shootout sequence. It's not only do you have lots of bullets, lots of cuts, but you have every time a shaft of sunlight goes through and hits a vampire, they burn up. That must have been pretty tough to film. Can you tell us a little bit about just how that scene was?
Well, you had to work completely backwards on that. You had to drill your holes, set your lights, set your squibs, which are your powder charges, wallpaper the wall, and then shoot your scene. So you really are, and every time you wanted to redo it, I mean, it was a big setup. It was fairly complicated. But, I mean, obviously there's sort of a peck and paw influence in that scene, although trying to make a twist on the sort of the peck and paw of the Wild Bunch days. Where the cops, of course, think that they're hurting these people with bullets, and they have no idea that it's actually the light that's killing them, and they're doing just as much damage as they hoped they would be doing, but in a strange way. It was just, I guess, from a logistical standpoint, it was probably one of the most complicated scenes to shoot, because you had to be very careful and very time-consuming in your setups. But nonetheless, I think we got the desired effect.
Was it, you just said from logistical it was difficult. Was it to you the most difficult aspect of the film to get right, or was there something?
Well, only insofar it was difficult insofar as you had a long setup time. So it really, it was the sequence that ate time, and you had to be very careful and get it right each time. The only other element I think that was probably time-consuming in that way was the smoke effects, to get that right. There were like lengthy makeup applications, and we had to sort of invent a system that could be used on a miner, because up until that point, to create smoke on film is you have to combine fairly toxic chemicals, which we were not able to do with a miner. So we had to find a sort of quote-unquote non-toxic smoke and have it read. And so we used basically tobacco, which is less toxic than the chemicals that are usually used, and invented this sort of smoking rig with a self-contained pressure unit, which drove smoke through a series of tubes laced underneath prosthetics on the person's body that had holes in them. And you had to backlight this, and it had to be under baffled windless conditions. So there was a little bit of setup time in that, and deal with kids, who I had terrific cast, but if you've got smoke around your face for any length of period of time, heavy smoke, and you're 11 years old, it can be confusing.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about working with some of the cast. Three of the three adult vampires, anyway, are all from the cast of Aliens. Was this a conscious or just a coincidental casting thing?
Well, in a funny way, kind of both. I saw Aliens right as we were beginning the casting process, and those characters just were indelible images in my mind. I thought the film was brilliant, and I'm a big Cameron fan, and I thought they would be perfect for those characters. In addition to that, the fact that they had worked in an ensemble, I needed them in an ensemble, the bonding had already taken place. It was really a very fortunate situation, you know, that they were individually right and that they had worked as an ensemble. So what happened is when they came to Near Dark, that bonding, which had already taken place, was really infectious, and the family unit came together very quickly. I mean, on and off camera, they were a unit together with the other characters. So they were just wonderful. I mean, those are actors, Lance Henriksen and Bill Paxton, who make a director look good. You know, they're very, very good actors.
Bill Pack, well, I mean, they both, and Jeanette too.
Jeanette Goldstein is extraordinary, and
they have wonderful scenes. I guess maybe Bill Paxton kind of stands out because he's just so wild and so crazy. How much of something like that? It's very hard to get something like that right. You know, to have someone be that crazy and that menacing without them going too far over, and you balanced it fairly well. Can you just speak a little bit about
well, that character was a lot of fun, you know, because you could go over the top with him, and yet the thing that Bill has the ability to do is keep it credible. No matter how far he goes, he can keep it credible. He has control of that character. It doesn't control him, and it's a terrific process. So he was extraordinary to work with, and I think the ability to put humor into that film was very, very important with the degree of violence that we had. And the Severin character was the perfect character in which to put the humor, because he was not the hero, you know, and you could afford to have him have that range. So he's just an extraordinary actor.
Okay, we changed it.
Yes, why don't you hold that up again? That's a nice view.
Okay.
That's my film. Looks familiar.
Rolling? Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the two leads, Adrian Pastar and Jenny Wright?
Jenny, the interesting thing about finding those characters is the requests and requirements of those characters were fairly complicated. For instance, Jenny Wright, who plays May, had to be somebody who kills, yet you retain sympathy for her. And at the same time, the feeding scenes, for instance, all that had to be very credible. And that's very subtle emotional work from an acting standpoint. And I saw a lot of people, and the minute I saw Jenny, there was nobody else. You know, she was that character. It was like as if that character had sort of appeared. And she's extraordinary. She's just such an unbelievable technician. She's been acting since she was 14, and she's extraordinary. And finding Caleb was yet again, you know, almost as difficult, because there's a character who runs with that group of people, saves their life, yet retains his innocence. And so again, that kind of subtlety and the feeding scenes, you know, all of which he, you know, in my opinion, I think, you know, just gave 500% of himself and did an extraordinary job. And he's somebody who's been in a few films, Streets of Gold and a few other pictures. I think he was in Top Gun. I think that was his first film. And just has a real natural sense.
Okay. Is there anything that we haven't covered about, you know, what the film basically says about the individual versus the group, or the outcast in society, or anything?
Well, I think we've pretty much covered it. The only thing is the character of May is somebody who, you know, which is sort of the engine which drives the whole piece forward, and her conflict, which is this boy a potential victim or potential companion, and her longings for the day, her not being completely, not completely embracing the night and everything the night holds, you know, the sort of forbidden netherworld, is really the engine that drives the whole piece forward, that conflict. And that's really, the love story is really at the heart of it all.
Okay. Were you, I know it's a pretty good second feature film, and it's got almost across the board critical raves. Were you at all surprised, obviously you were gratified, were you at all surprised that, that rattling? The rattling in the
air conditioner?
Okay, anytime.
Okay, so obviously you're gratified that it's gotten such a good critical reaction. Are you surprised at all that so many people?
Probably, only insofar as I kind of didn't allow myself to think about what the reaction would be. I think that can get confusing, and I think there's no way you can anticipate how or what the response will be to something. So it was very gratifying. It was a nice surprise.
Okay. Have you got a next project in the works?
A few things pending, and something here at Orion, which I hope very much to do in the not-too-distant future, and a few other pieces. So Near Dark has definitely opened up a certain kind of access, which is really terrific.
Are you going to continue writing your own projects?
I will, yeah, definitely, and also exploring other writers. Probably the thread in common might be an interest in sort of a certain kind of adrenalic drive through them and a sort of velocity at the heart of them, but and exploring characters that are unfamiliar.
Are we talking, when you say adrenalic, are we talking about more violence or more action type films, or what?
Well, probably having a kind of impact. I'm definitely interested in a sort of high-impact movie making, but at the same time, the most important thing for me is story. And if it's something very gentle and serene and quiet, and it's a terrific story, then that's what it will be. But I am interested in characters put in extreme situations, obsessive situations that are unfamiliar.
Okay, for the Avoria's crowd, how do you feel about horror movies and science fiction movies?
I love them.
Do you want to keep making those kind of movies exclusively?
Probably not exclusively, only because I'm interested in trying perhaps as many genres as possible, sheerly for the sake of exploration. But the thing that's so terrific about a horror genre, science fiction, fantasy genre, is anything is possible.
Okay. Been quoted as saying you don't believe a director should be judged by gender, and that makes sense. Is there anything you think you're doing with Near Dark or with what you might plan to do in the future that might alter either or both the industry and public perception of what a woman filmmaker is, or what she's capable of?
Well, I don't know. It's sort of hard for me to stand outside it and to see what changes perhaps that film might be able to make. I certainly hope it opens up the arena for women to enter action. And, whereas previously it's, the association of women with sort of more emotional material and men with the apparatus, hardware, technique, maybe is breaking down, and within a few years' time it'll no longer be an issue, who directed what, and it'll be, people will be hired based on their strengths and their focus and their inclination. I hope that's the case soon.
Okay, well, that does it for me. Is there anything else you want to say to folks in France?
I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I thank you.